What percentage of people are doing this?
Everybody's participating. It's just that there is a public side and the private side, so everyone is doing something. But some people know how to do the whole thing, and there is us. I'll say me myself that haven't done it. So that's a big amount of the population that are the workers that we're basically ignorant about many
Everybody's
things, including.
gambling. Everybody's gambling on like in Vegas, but only a few people are the house that make money. Is that what you're saying? Gotta be on the right side. Gotta be like the house in the casino.
Oh yeah, the house and the casino, they're making bank, right?
We gotta be like the house. Is that what you're saying? We can't be a gambler.
No, because I think the in reality the level plane is there, right? The level plane is there. It's just that you have to know how to do things. Obviously, if you want to build a structure, you gotta know how to build it. If you want to work in the legalese, you gotta know the language. You want to know about the private side, you have to know how the private side works. And that's why I think he mentioned there's a few things he can't mention because there is stuff that you cannot talk about, and that's true for in many places, many things. Oh yeah, I guess it's our own journey for everybody. Hopefully, we can gather more information individually and hopefully help each other to have a better standard of living. That's
This
always
shit
the.
sounds so sketchy. Just from like.
Oh yeah, it's very sketchy. It is very sketchy. He wants $1 million to get everything. It is.
Yeah, you're not wrong to suspect him, but you got to think about like you can check it out. It's kind of like when someone tells you about the flat Earth, be like, dude, that guy's fucking whack, dude. Flat Earth, you must be fucking kidding me. But check it out, right?
So this is like a method so that you can pay your rent. Is that what I'm? And you pay your rent how differently? How's it different?
It's actually not that. It's how to access your. I don't know how to explain it. How do you explain it, Jimsy?
No, I already unmuted the live stream because this is stuff that is not for the live stream. So yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna.
The live stream was muted for a bit while we spoke about that stuff. So
Okay, so you took care of that as a mod.
Yeah.
I just heard that people can access their government social security.
Their trust.
Yeah, exactly. Which I don't know shit about. And it's like the third or fourth time I heard it, so I was just listening to him. I got some files, so we'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm open.
Okay.
Well, like everything, like when you go to the store and you buy stuff in the store and you use your credit card or your bank card, you are at the public side and you get your goods, right? And you are happy because you got your goods. But you know nothing about what happens behind the transactions and how the banking system work. And pretty sure Octane Weasel that you're asking about the sketchy stuff, I'm pretty sure you don't know what's going on behind the financial systems in the backside, right? Do you?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no clue.
No clue, exactly. Just exactly like this. It's similar, but the thing is that when you look into the law, it's actually public information that you can look into this language, and Oklahoma City,
yeah. That's why you get an IRS agent and you give them power of attorney and hand everything over to them.
The IRS agent that is doing a certain part of the equation for you, you don't know what he's doing, but you know he's there to do a function. And once you put the right paperwork on his hands, he's gonna do the right function for you because that's why he's there, for that function.
Hey, Zoltan, why would an IRS agent give a damn about you and fill out your paperwork? How did they get?
Say that again.
Why would an IRS agent give a damn about you, and why would they fill your paperwork out?
They're here for our benefit. They're the trustees. You're giving them the fiduciary obligation. They have a fiduciary obligation to do what's best for the beneficiary. You're the beneficiary.
But it's their job, but only like 0.001 of the people even know about this.
No, they are administrators, and they have a function to do.
This is something that like the people that live up in like Hollywood Hills, that it says like a state of like whatever, like a state of I don't know, just one of those like big freaking what's the Beanie Baby guy's name? The Beanie Baby family. I don't even remember. They're just those really wealthy people that have like full on estates, and it's like written on their gate. Like they know this stuff, like the multi-million-dollar houses. And those people have all of their stuff in trusts, and everything is transacted through a trust, and they have accountants that know all of this shit. It's very, very limited amount of people, though. It takes a lot of studying to do this. I was fortunate enough to have somebody who is a great study partner.
Yeah. I know. If we this is a great topic, but we're gonna move on from it because more people are gonna be joining, and we're gonna have to be going back because people are actually interested in this kind of stuff. But you know, this is the Flutter Discord.
Posted a bunch of document law dictionaries and stuff in the chat.
Yeah, those are pretty good. I downloaded. Those are big PDFs. 40 megabytes. That's huge for a PDF.
Black's Law dictionaries.
Yeah.
Those are the good editions right there. I have the rest of them too, but I don't want to post that much shit in the chat. All right, I'm really going to bed this time. Good night.
Good night or good morning.
Thank you, Zoltan. Come back and check on us again later.
Yeah, we can kind of talk overview of it, but it's just we won't be able to tell people anything of how this works because I don't know how it works. So if someone asks me, I'm gonna just keep till like Octane Weasel. You know, you were asking this question, and I mean me and Gutrick, we won't be able to answer it. So, yeah, it's better to leave it around that area.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, James, if you get it working, man, just let me know, okay? I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna look into it from my side, but we'll see.
We'll see.
last thing that I just posted, something's wrong when it's a book. It's on common law, but it's like almost like a picture book where it's not like a lot of reading, and it really explains like the whole separation between private and public. And it's like a great intro book. It's all based on the common law, though. It's not equity or anything like that. It tells you about the gold standard and about like
which one is that one? The one that speaks about the private and public.
Something's wrong when.
Okay, that's a good one.
Anna von Rice. I wouldn't recommend like going and following her, and she is this like. It's almost like a cult type thing now, but it's actually how I got introduced to all this. But I left that, but the book is really good intro book. It's like super short, like easy to read, and has pictures, and it explains everything really well.
Yeah, the public and private. That's a topic there. Yeah. A lot of people don't even know that even the private side exists.
Yeah, it tells you.
Because you're not supposed to talk about it because it's private.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, good looks for all that stuff.
Yeah, it talks about the water jurisdiction and the air jurisdiction and the land jurisdiction. Different forms of law.
Maritime law? Would that be maritime law? The doctor, you were born of the waters and the doctor docks you?
Yeah, Jordan Maxwell.
Commodity of the corporation of the United States of America, so they can usurp your funds into the Capital Bank and Federal Reserve to write you off as a fund collecting person. Zoltan, thanks for the information, man. Hope all is well with you, my friend. Gemsy, it's good to see you. Good day. Happy Monday to you guys. If there's such thing as a happy Monday.
You as well.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really going to bed this time.
Man, no worries, dude. It's obviously you've done your research on the Titanic.
Good night.
Yo, Godrich, what's up, homie? Is that Godrich? Or did I miss you? Who is that? Yeah, it is Godrich. What's up, homie? Yeah, Zoltan, did you get to research so you got the Titanic 1910?
I was ready to go, and then someone said my name. What was that?
I was saying hi to you, man, because I just heard your name. I heard your voice. I was like, yo, is that Godrich?
What's up, bro? What are you doing?
My guy. I'm good, brother. I'm good. Wishing you good sleeps.
Did you say Titanic?
Well, Zoltan just brought in some awesome information about what's taken place in the past. So I was just kind of going back into the major events over the 1900s, just to put some time markers to the information that Zoltan was sharing. Because it's good info. It's really good info if people know about this stuff. Private bank, the Federal Reserve, Capital Bank, all that stuff, the Rothschilds, the financial plays that have been made since the Napoleonic Wars in the 1750s. But, yeah. I'd also like to state that I'm comfortable at this point stating that the Freemasons were the original builders / architects of this world.
Nice.
Or maybe diggers that digged out some of the infrastructure.
See, the digging aspect is interesting because of the monolithic structures that exist. When I say monolithic is one solid piece. So if you take a solid piece of like marble and you fashion it into something like a pillar cap or whatever, a stone cap, that would be considered a monolithic piece because it's one piece. So what's interesting is with these Freemasons is that there's a lot of monolithic structures from what I can see, almost like the Arc de Triomphe in France, that appears to be a monolithic, somewhat of a monolithic structure. So when you think of like, you take one big giant solid piece of earth, maybe, I don't know, and fashion it into something, that would explain the digging, right? Because if you take earth and you dig it out and then you fashion it into something, that would definitely lead to digging versus building, if you will. Being very specific with the verbiage, of course, of digging versus building.
And then you add the free part of it. Free in it. Free.
Well, see, the thing is, you say Freemasons, right? I wonder because again, they have it's the set square and the compass. That's their logo. Not to mention, actually, they have the plumb bob hanging to the middle of the set square. If you realize that, that's the thing going right through the middle. That's dissecting the 90 degrees of the set square. That's the plumb bob that's hanging in the middle. My question is, I wonder if they maybe rendered their services or exchange for something, and maybe that's why they hold such amazing keys to the development of this world. Maybe they agreed to build this world for free in exchange for I don't know, maybe their services or something, and that's how they fashioned the 33rd degree understanding with all these astronauts and Copernicus, all being 33 degree Masons that all went to this apparent moon in this apparent space.
But that comes with a certain understanding because of the guidance, and you see the tools that are depicted and things that are off the ground, and then you see things depicted that are off the sky or off heaven that are not on the ground, which is pretty interesting. So they base it's based on kind of certain guidance and certain how do you say schematics of some sort.
They definitely had an understanding of something. I would even go as far as to say that I don't know when the pyramids showed up, but I wouldn't put it past them that maybe the Freemasons had something to do with building the pyramids as well. Right? Maybe the Freemasons had something to do with all the building of all the structures throughout the world because they knew how to, I don't know, capture the ley lines and all that stuff that exists underneath the Earth's crust. Because there are energy ley lines that appear to be aligned with these world structures, right? The placement of
what about the one above?
Above. Like yep, the pyramids aligned with what Orion's belt, right? You see the one above?
The one above, yeah.
Yeah. The alignments. There's definitely an understanding that takes place, or sorry, there's definitely an understanding that is required of what is below and what is above. And there are structures that are built on this plateau that take advantage of those structures that are, or no, take advantage of those ley lines underneath the crust and those things that are in the sky. Just instruments, if you will, instruments of the universe, just as we are.
Okay, Glad. I accept your invitation.
If the moonlight energy is re-radiating, we already dealt with it. It's not. So that is a false premise.
Can we also use this to prove that as another way?
If we can use this, we can prove this as another. This isn't a scientific hypothesis. It's not an experiment. However, you could possibly demonstrate something via another route other than an experiment. Follow?
Do you have any ideas?
I don't. It's your claim. I really don't. All I know, this isn't a scientific hypothesis for the reasons I just mentioned, and it's not. Therefore, it's not an experiment, not a viable one anyway.
What if you wanted to prove that it's causing a cooling effect, not that it's not re-radiated sunlight?
You could possibly do. It wouldn't be an experiment. You could demonstrate that somehow. Sure. Yep.
So, say I do demonstrate it. How would I then make an experiment out of it?
You can't. It's not science. Sorry.
QE for people like me that are dumb. Why can't we make an experiment out of that?
Because it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I don't know. Have you been on mute or deafened for the last 5 minutes?
I feel like you do have a presupposition between a cause and effect. I guess I'm not understanding that.
There is no presuppositions in hypotheses. Hypotheses are suppositions. That's your problem.
And yes, QE, I've been fiddling with getting a mic going for the past 5 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, Rolling My Boulder. Okay. I didn't know who was talking to me, so I just blurted it out. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, why would it matter?
That's another problem. You have a presupposition where hypotheses are suppositions. There's a difference between suppositions and presuppositions.
That's why they're two different words.
So I guess a supposition would be that I actually did measure a difference at one point, and then now it's a supposition, right?
Supposition is it's tentative, it's provisional, whereas a presupposition is you already believe it to be true. So I suppose, yes.
Then I misspoke.
That's okay.
So wait, are you saying like a supposition is like a fact and a presupposition is falsifiable?
No, so I'm going to say it again. A supposition is provisional. That means you're getting ready to test it. Whereas a presupposition is something you believe to be true already.
I see. Can you falsify the presupposition or it's not?
Yeah. Yeah. You can falsify presuppositions, yeah. Because if they believe them to be true without evidence, then it's horseshit. Whereas a hypothesis is not believed to be true because it's a supposition. It's a preliminary step to get to experiment. Now, those are natural cause and effect relationships, but not everything falls into that category. So it could be true without it being an experiment. Follow?
I mean,
so based on
things are true whether we experiment on them or not, right?
I can't listen to two people at once, man.
The supposition that I have is based off of my experience.
I'm not going to deal with it again. I've already shot 4 or 5 holes in it. It's not going to recover. So if I do this and if I do it, you don't. The only way you're going to do it is to post another hypothesis with a viable, independent, dependent variable.
Since I was fiddling with things, can I get the cliff notes of the past 5 minutes? Well, what are you guys talking about?
I'm not going back over it.
So why is Moonlight not a viable?
I already told you. I'm not going to tell you again.
Moonlight.
Moonlight's Moonlight. I already told you why it's not a viable scientific hypothesis. I shot 4 holes in it. I'm not going to do it again.
Traveler, what are you trying to argue about moonlight?
I'm trying to demonstrate and then have an experiment that says moonlight cools.
And you think you have like a bona fide experiment to do that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to develop.
Impossible.
Now, like I said, you could demonstrate that without it being an experiment and still be true. I think you missed that part.
Would that be proof?
Yes.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, you couldn't be happy with that as well. I mean, you're doing more than 90.
To say that for a while.
More than 99% of Americans who are just sat on the couch doing fuck all. You could be really happy with that. You know what I mean? I'd encourage you. That's what a wonderful thing. It's just not an experiment, according to
so like the like important thing is that you can make an observation and record what you saw, and what you saw is true.
No, that has to be an observation of a phenomenon.
Neutrality occurring phenomenon.
Isn't everything that you observe a phenomenon?
No, I can observe a tree. It's not a phenomenon. It's a concrete noun.
Okay, so if you want to like observe the changing of the colors of the leaves, that's a phenomenon.
Now that could be one, yes.
See, I speak your language, Kiwi.
Just not the first one.
So watching it grow, watching the leaves change, watching it die, watching it get chopped down, all of those are phenomenon.
It has to be,
but looking at it is not.
It has to be an occurrence, not a concrete noun.
Verb.
Yeah, I can look at a tree, but I can't make a viable scientific hypothesis out of. Okay, I observed a tree. Okay, what's the cause? Well, you didn't.
Okay, so what if I go measure the height of all the trees on my back lot? Is that an observation?
Measure the height. Height's not happening.
Yeah, like from the dirt to the highest leaf.
Now, for plant growth, yes, you could come up with a scientific hypothesis for that, sure.
No, I'm talking about experiment. Observation. Sticking with the observation.
Yeah, hypothesis will lead to an experiment. It's called plant growth theory.
No, but just the...
No.
Yeah. No experiment.
No
experiment. Just observations.
You can observe. You can have I'm telling you can do an experiment with that type of thing. That's an occurrence. Plant growth.
And it's better than just an observation. You should turn it into an actual, hypotheses. Yeah,
you could do it. Yep, a number of them, right?
Yeah.
That's what makes plant growth theory an actual scientific theory, right?
See, one time Brenda said a shoe is a naturally occurring phenomenon. And that's not true because a shoe isn't doing anything. Now, if a shoe were walking itself, you bet your fucking ass that'd be a naturally observed phenomenon that I would like someone to explain as well.
No, you're wrong.
What?
Yeah, you're now that statement is correct, but you're wrong.
Not natural.
It's not natural.
Oh, you know what? That's true. Okay.
Not that you weren't wrong. You were just you went down the next lane, whereas you could have killed it beforehand. How about that?
Right. Yep, I embellished. I always do that.
So wait a minute. What if we like try to look at the shoe wear patterns? Is that natural or not natural?
I got the shoe in the archives.
Like if we just try to figure out how shoes wear out, is that
no? Because that's not natural. That's a human wearing the shoe out.
Exactly.
It is a human wearing the shoe out, but the human is nature, right?
No.
Humans in nature don't have shoes.
That's a fallacy of division.
So you're saying like if we
no, I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. That's what I'm saying.
You're saying if the people were barefoot and we looked at how their feet were out, that would be natural.
I'm saying it's a fallacy of division. You know what a fallacy of division is?
I have never heard that before.
Look it up. It's also known as a false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description: inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. Example: atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. That's a fallacy.
So would looking at how barefoot people's feet are out be natural or not natural?
No, it's created. It's man-made occurrence.
The bare feet aren't man-made though, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The wear on the foot is man-made. The man puts the wear on the foot.
All right, I'll accept that. I get it.
You'll accept it. Oh, that's cute. Good for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I see your point. I concede.
Great. That means you have 3 brain cells instead of 1.5.
Damn, he's just piling on.
Glad is not a. He doesn't.
I don't mince words. Well, it's a waste of time. Listen, Roland. Listen. You know it's flat. You're just coming here to do something else, and that's fine. We have fun with you. We like to play around with our food before we eat it, but we do eventually eat it, if you know what I mean.
Yes, indeed, you do. And no, I don't know it's flat. It's definitely not flat.
It most certainly is. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent?
Tangents, spherical triangles,
tangent.
Fig,
Okay,
all the things you've heard before. People.
Okay, yeah, everything I heard before. That includes ink molecules are alive. Okay.
Whoa, what?
When you look through it, yeah, I heard that from a Evo Baltard. So back to the point.
He said ink molecules are alive.
So, yeah, they said that ink molecules were alive. Yes, they did. Okay, yeah. So now back to the point. So I said, how do you have a curved adjacent? Right?
You said you take the limit.
Tangent.
Take the limit.
So okay, thank you. So show us the tangent that the sextant shoots out when you look through it.
You've seen it before.
No, I want the tangent mirror. So throw up a fucking visual of a sextant and show us the tangent mirror, please.
I am not prepared to throw up visuals. So the Earth must be flat.
Yep, it is. Well, the Earth's not flat because of that. The Earth's flat because you're a moron and don't understand what triangles are.
Good catch, though. I'm a moron and I don't understand what triangles are.
What's a triangle?
Oh boy, 180 degrees. What do you want? 3 lines, 3 angles, 180 degrees.
Yeah, that's
kindergartners know these things.
Shit, you said one with 180 degrees, so I immediately listen. You know 99.9% more than your fellow Baltards. Tell you that much.
That's shameful,
isn't it?
And that's
so you got that triangle. More or less. So you said. Did you say 3 straight lines?
I did not. I said 3 lines.
Oh, do they have to be straight?
What kind of triangle are we talking about, my friend?
Talking about a fucking triangle. There's only one triangle.
So no other adjectives like spherical or...
No, there is no spherical triangle. It's an oxymoron. There isn't one.
Why is it an oxymoron?
Well, because you said all the angles. Remember I asked you for the definition.
Okay, sure. Yeah. You're right. I agree.
Thank you. Can I finish my statement?
You can.
You were correct in stating, like I said, you did a great job. You actually more or less defined it, even though it was like a scattergun, but you got it. You said all the angles of a triangle must add up to 180 degrees. Well, that is true because that's the most important property of a triangle. Then you said, well, QE, can't you put an adjective in front of that monkey and say spherical triangle? Well, if you do that, then all the angles in that spherical adjective triangle will not add up to 180 degrees, making it not a triangle, making it not a spherical triangle. Thank you very much. I'll be in the area all week.
Oh, yeah. I you know what? I don't disagree with you.
Now, people say spherical triangles. That doesn't make it true. People also say atmosphere, which is a contradiction.
Let's not go there. Let's stick with geometry.
I'm just giving an example of stating something that people say, rather flippantly, that is also a contradiction. So spherical triangle is as atmosphere.
Well, no. Spherical when they say spherical triangle, they're trying to jump from Euclidean geometry to some other kind, right?
Well, they can't because, like you said, the angle sum property of a triangle is 180 degrees. So I don't give a fuck what type of fairy tale geometry that somebody dreamed up. It's not a triangle.
You should care about the geometry that people dreamed up. It's all been dreamed up. Euclid dreamed up the triangles and all the...
I don't think so. I haven't studied too much of Euclid. I could really give a shit. I know what a fucking triangle is.
Because Euclid dreamed it up for you.
He didn't dream it up. I mean, I can demonstrate a triangle.
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, so can I.
You think triangles didn't exist?
We both went through the same kindergarten, QE. We can both demonstrate triangles.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Do Glovers really fight you on this definition of the triangle thing?
Yes. That's okay. I have a good time with them. It's like they're a fungus, and I'm fast acting to acting.
Fast acting, not just... Okay. All right. Well, there's other geometries that have been dreamed up over the years, and whatever. They may or may not be real.
Yeah, they're dreamland.
But so is Euclid's.
So here we go back again. Okay, I can demonstrate what a fucking triangle is.
Well, I mean, give me a beach ball, and I can demonstrate all kind of spherical things too.
Oh, really? You can't demonstrate a fucking triangle.
Yeah, touche, my friend. I cannot. I agree.
Too funny.
What would it matter what you do on a beach
easy
ball?
To get along with, man.
Like for real, like you could draw a smiley face on a beach ball. Does that mean that there's a large smiley face on the earth?
No, it does not.
Yeah, there you go. So take that analogy and run with all the other arguments.
He already conceded there, AI. Down, boy, down.
Yeah. Just because I could draw something on a beach ball does not make it present.
You're gonna get him going now.
You know what, Roland? I think you may be one of the most honest Globers. Could be.
But I'm still deep down, I'm still a Glober. So
yeah, but how are you a Glober when you can't get an elevation angle with the curved adjacent? I'm having a hard time with that.
Me too.
Oh, I don't get elevation angles from curved adjacents. I get them from those obnoxious tangent lines. So
you can't do that because
in truth,
you can't do that.
I don't regularly.
You can't do that. That's non sequitur. That doesn't follow. Define an elevation angle. With citation, please, not what you make up.
Well, you'd have to give me time to go ahead. Do that.
Or do you want me to just kill it right now?
Yes, kill it right now. I know that.
Kill it with fire.
Yes, not just kill it, but with fire, so it can't come back.
Hold on a second.
Oh. Ay. We've done this before, QE, with the elevation angles.
I can't remember.
I know. We all run together, right?
It's too old.
Yeah.
I'm getting too old, and I've been down this road too many fucking times. So, 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. From radartutorial.eu. From radartutorial.eu. Oh, I'm sorry. 49 minutes after the hour, measurement of elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal fucking plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. From IGCSE 2021 edition, 16.02 angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is the angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal fucking plane of the object.
I love that. I love the horizontal fucking plane.
Don't you like that?
I do.
All right. There you go. You're debunked. Why aren't you a flat earther?
Yes. Because of how I define horizontal fucking plane.
Oh, you define.
There you go. There's the answer. So what you do in your mind is you call it a tangent when all you know of a certainty is that it's a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
so
I mean, have you
observe hold on. You observe and experience a horizontal plane, right? Then you infer that it must be a globe, and therefore you infer it must be a tangent line. So you're jumping logical categories there, and you're misplaced. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and say, therefore, when I go out into the world, I'm on a tangent line.
Wait. Why can't I put a ruler on a beach ball?
You can, but you're a numpty dipshit.
Oh my goodness, man. Did I not have an entire logic string?
Sorry, horizontal plane is not synonymous with a tangent line. Like he said, it's a category error.
Correct. By the way, neither is it synonymous with the horizon. Which a lot of globists seem to make a mistake.
I would never tell you that the horizontal plane was synonymous with the horizon.
Yeah, you just did.
Only a numpty dipshit would make that.
No, you just did. Implicitly, you did that.
Maybe implicitly I might, but explicitly, no.
Implicitly, you did, it's more than enough evidence to hang you from the neck till dead.
Yeah, which by the way, fair point, comes around like this as a conclusion. The horizon that we see is the left to right axis, right?
Apparent horizon, no less.
And the horizon plane that you're standing on, if you quote unquote assume it's a ray line from your feet, which you would have assumed was a tangent, but you agree it's a horizontal plane in practicality.
Is this,
so you'd end up with
is this the paper towel?
You'd end up with a z-axis, right? And an x-axis that are horizontal to each other in just one big plane. Now, the only thing of a certainty that you could then conclude is that the horizon plane, right, or encompassing it all into one and mixing the categories, that plane is below your feet, which is true. And there is an angle from your eye line, which is above the plane, to the plane below your feet, which is also true. You could call that a depression angle, a dip angle, whatever you want to call it. But that's what we all experience. Nobody experiences any curves anywhere. So again, you can't put a ruler on a beach ball and then pretend you're on a tangent in real life.
So you mean like if I'm standing on the beach and I look left, right, forward, whatever, that it doesn't make any sense for it to be a globe, because if I'm looking left, right, I should be seeing the same curve that I see if I look from my feet forwards. Is that?
No, not even close.
Well, dude, I'm trying, man.
When you look left to right, you don't see any curve. And when you look forward, you don't see any curve. You never see any curve standing on the earth.
Never see any curve. All right. Nothing's around. No ships.
By the way, that's agreed upon. This is already established, agreed upon in all camps that talk about this subject on any kind of non-asinine level, that the Earth is experienced on the base level from the vantage point of the observer as flat and stationary.
Yeah, if I'm at the beach and looking out over water, flat, stationary, and nothing around, just me, beach, water, flat, desert island. You're right, flat and stationary, I agree.
Yeah, but if you hold a beach ball in your hands and rub it, then you can pretend you're on a globe.
That I could, I guess. Or if like I'd been taught things and knew critical thinking and then used all kinds of other observations, then I could also do it without rubbing the beach ball.
Like what?
Oh, the famous things. Ships bottom up. Sextant. Elevation angles.
So
Sextant elevation angles. That's flat Earth proof.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Ships bottom up. That fucking 2015 called. They want their disheveled.
Yeah. You get an angle. You get an angle.
Really? 2015? 7 years ago? That's fucked up.
2015. Like 2015 argument.
Like for real, you get an angle from a flat baseline, and then you look at a beach ball and say, "Oh, I must be on the globe."
Bottom up. Well, that's a cause and effect relationship. A natural cause and effect relationship. What's the hypothesis? And then post the experiment validating your claim. Yeah. Good night.
Yeah. By the way, I will submit to the audience that the only experiential claim that the average globe-believing person has, whether they be, nominal or a zealot, is the bottoms of things disappear, and they can't fathom any other cause except an obstruction in between point A and B.
So that means it's a false cause fallacy. They haven't demonstrated it.
The only reason it's a globe, it's because it's not.
Of course,
Absolutely.
we have there's all kind of demonstrations of that geometric horizon, that fairy tale that keeps on blocking boats and buildings and shit. Where it's supposed to be.
That I almost agree with AI, except there's a second thing that I have experienced.
What's that?
And I mean, you guys, you'll reject it straight up.
What's his name?
I know it'll be rejected straight away, but in terms of just raw, my own personal direct experience,
we don't reject stuff straight away. Stop over talking me. It won't be rejected. It'll be deconstructed and then spat out with fucking virulence.
Yeah. Fair point. Let's criticize that as well. The only thing that you can reject out of hand, right, is claims that have absolutely no evidence whatsoever and or an incoherent logic string on its face. If someone makes an incoherent statement, you can dismiss it based on the logical structure alone. You don't need to examine any of the premises.
Good point.
Fine. So the two direct things that I have personally experienced is like looking out over water, bottom up type stuff.
I already fucking just went over this. So why would the fuck would you bring this back up again? Okay, let's go through this step by step. I'll put you on mute so you don't continue the diarrhea of the mouth fuckwittery circle jerk. It's like you're pulling crazy Ivans every 5 seconds. Now, this bottom up obstruction is your direct proof of a globetard. That's a natural cause and effect relationship. So in order to validate that, you would have to come up with a hypothesis. So give me a hypothesis, identify the independent, dependent variable, and then the individual, doesn't have to be an individual, the institution that has demonstrated that via experiment.
I have not any of that for you.
Then it's horsepuckery. Number 2. Go ahead.
Oh, laying on the ground in my backyard looking at the night sky for a couple hours before bedtime.
All right. What does that prove?
Yeah, it proves nothing. It's just a direct experience I had.
Direct experience?
Whoa. Yeah. You said you had a direct experience from what we were referring for what you were saying of the Earth being a globe.
Oh, yeah. Both of these things were direct experiences that I feel like I've had that meant it was a globe, but I didn't mean they.
So how's it a globe from just looking up at the night sky? This is dumber than your first one.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't mean to offer it as proof to other people.
Well, then that's what you were saying, that this is my direct experience that it's a globe tart. So then you gave us the second one that it doesn't prove or disprove any fucking thing.
Yeah. What you need is to take those observations, all right, at least, at the minimum, put them into a logic string where the conclusion follows from the premises.
Yep. You can't do it.
So I'll do it for you. I'll do the first one for you, and you can try the second. So the first one goes like this. If the Earth was a globe with a big hump of Earth curve in the way, things would disappear from the bottom up as they go beyond or below, right, that curve, right? Now, the next part is important. Things do, quote unquote, disappear from the bottom up. Now your next sentence is crucial. If you say, therefore the Earth is a globe, you've committed a logical fallacy. If you say, therefore the Earth could be a globe, you're in the realm of saliency.
Yep. Very good.
But nobody does that. Nobody says, oh, therefore the Earth could be a globe. They axiomatically just spurt out, it is a globe because of this logical fallacy, which is literally defined as a formal fallacy.
Yep. Yep. So you got two fallacies.
It would be true. Yeah, and it would be true if the initial premise necessary for the conclusion to follow was proven, which is the Earth being a globe. You can't use assuming it in a fallacy to then prove it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, well, the first part is that the argument's void as soon as you invoke a logical fallacy, and you got two of them. Like he said, affirming the consequent, form a logical fallacy with the first one. That's number one. Number two is a false cause fallacy, spurned by the affirming the consequent.
Yeah, so knowing that, now we'd like to know how looking up at some lights in the sky gets you to Earth's a globe.
Yep.
I mean, that was actually a pretty good job, dude. I'm on my heels.
You should be. You should have been on your heels as soon as you come out of the womb.
Nevertheless, here I am. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint.
I feel like there's a lot more that I was taught. A lot more that I was taught in school. And
right.
And you could call that
you were taught.
and you could call that indoctrination, and I'll concede that. And then the stuff I'm saying was consistent with the indoctrination. So that's kind of why I.
So
no.
So they consistently indoctrinated you.
Sure.
Well, listen. To be fair, okay, if you were actually going to try to attempt to explain it to me with a logic string, the only logic string that you could come up with, in my experience, I haven't had one contrary, is just another affirming the consequent fallacy. Now, to be fair, there are many of these in the globe model, paradigm, whatever you want to call it, right? There's plenty of them. If it was a globe, then this would be. This is, therefore it's a globe. That's where they go wrong. They teach all the kids, therefore it is a globe, without proving it in the first instance. Because that logic string doesn't follow the conclusion necessarily. It could be, but it's not necessary.
I agree.
They don't understand the difference between sufficiency and necessary.
Yes. Awkwardly, I agree with both of you.
Right. So you have a collection. The
whole if and only.
Logic. Yeah, you have a collection of logic statements which are either fallacies or where the premise isn't proved in the first instance. So there are some that aren't fallacies, but you need that initial premise to be proven first. So here's what they do, and here's the sleight of hand. Check it out. They find a coherent logic string, right, which would actually follow if the initial premise was true. And they present that as the stone cold evidence. But the initial premise is proven where? In the previous formal logical fallacy. They borrow the conclusion from a fallacy to put into a non-fallacy. And so you end up with a big circle of fallacy.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and just admit that the shape of the Earth, that it's a globe, has never been logically, mathematically proved to me. It's a totality of evidence kind of thing, not a proof. That's why
the totality of
no. Wait a second. Hold on. Evidence is proof. So you said the totality of evidence and proof are synonymous.
I think evidences are a collection of facts. Evidences are facts, and then the meaning that you derive from them is something else.
Negative evidence is proof.
So wait, like we found, John Smith's DNA. We found John Smith's DNA at the scene of the crime.
It.
Doesn't prove.
Define it.
Define what?
Define both. Citation, please.
Define proof and evidence?
Yep. That's how we can tell the difference.
I don't. I can try to get back to you, but I do not have anything.
Nah, that's okay. I'll do it for you.
Can I read them, though?
Yes. 1 second.
Awesome.
Six minutes after the hour.
I see it. Evidence, adjective from Merriam-Webster.com, an outward sign, indication, or B, something that furnishes proof. Testimony, specifically, something legally submitted to a tribunal to ascertain the truth of a matter. From OxfordDictionaries.com, proof is evidence or argument establishing a fact of truth or statement. From CollinsDictionary.com, prove, 1, test by experiment. Well, that doesn't mention evidence, so I'll ignore that. From Merriam-Webster, proof synonyms, confirmation, evidence, validation. Sound damning to my statement there. And then... yeah, okay. So yeah, I think evidence. I think, geez, boy, that's rough. I think of the word proof and prove. I think of them as math and logic, and evidence. I think of more epistemological grounds.
Incorrect.
Oh, it's not automatically incorrect. I mean,
it doesn't matter. It's a red herring fallacy. Proof is evidence. Evidence is proof.
But you agree that there are math.
No, I don't agree. No, yeah. Mathematics is only domain specific. It's only descriptory. That's all.
And logic?
Depends on what type of logic you're using.
Formal
logic.
Yeah, can formal logic prove things?
What's formal logic?
It is concerned primarily with the form of the logical argument.
So you're talking syllogistic logic.
Sure.
So yeah, but the premises could be false. The statements can be logical, but invalid.
This is true. Yeah.
Yep.
I would awkwardly argue that the Black Swan is a case in point.
A case in point of what?
Faulty premises.
Really? What's the fault? You've got conditional statements. If the Earth is a sphere, radius 3959.
And light travels in straight lines.
No, we're not talking about light here.
We're looking.
So we just the argument. Just the argument.
But we're looking.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's the premises are right as the range. Yeah. That's a sound logical argument.
With faulty premises.
All right. What's the premises of the Black Swan?
Earth is a globe, curving away at whatever 8 inches per mile squared, and that light travels in straight lines.
No, there's nothing about light.
Well, of course, it's omitted purposefully.
It's not omitted. It's not part of the argument. It's a geometric argument.
But the Black Swan you're looking at something. So light.
No, the Black Swan argument is not looking at something. It's an argument. The evidence is when you start looking at something. You got the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Yeah, it finally hit home. Did the penny drop for you?
Oh, the penny has dropped so long ago. I have elevation angles, yeah?
It should have dropped then.
It's the year of the sextant.
No, it's the age of the sextant.
Yeah, never mind the year of the dragon or whatever. It's the year of the sextant.
So back to the logical consistency argument. It can't be... All the premises are all true. Conditional statements are true. The only thing you could say about the evidence from a geometric argument is a category error, and it implodes the whole fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. The guys haven't got a hold of this in over 2 years, which is fucking scary. The moment you say refraction in response to the Black Swan argument...
Whoa. Have I said that word?
No, but you're getting to it. So the moment anyone says refraction in response to the Black Swan argument, the prosecution fucking rests. But that's all you guys do because you're like automatons. You're numpty dipshits that are fucking clueless. That's why.
But I didn't use that word.
You got close.
Maybe, but I didn't use it.
Dude, what else did you do? Think about it.
So but I want to go back.
To say I didn't use it is being disingenuous. I mean, in a way.
In a way, but I want to back up to the evidence proof thing. Evidence submitted in a jury criminal trial proceeding.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
It's not, but that's not proof, right?
That's subjective. We're not talking about that.
Well, what do you mean it's subjective? The evidence.
What do I mean? So in a court, it's reasonable doubt, right? Well, this isn't a reasonable doubt. We're into empiricism here, so there's no subjectivity to it at all. It's objective. Follow? Just like the Black Swan argument, it's objective. It's all geometric or geometry. That's all it
absolutely.
is.
I agree with you that the criteria to convict is reasonable doubt or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not the criteria used to submit evidence before the court.
Yeah. Well, if you submit
Who cares?
evidence, hold on a second. If you submit evidence and it does not affirm proof, then it wasn't evidence to begin with. It was only in name only.
But both sides, the defense and the prosecution, submit evidence.
Who gives a fuck? That's a red herring, dumbass fallacy. You got to come up with something fucking better. What are you trying to debunk here?
I'm not trying to debunk anything.
Well, what's your point?
That the evidence and proof aren't synonymous.
Oh, they're not.
Yeah,
so you're
perfect.
going against the definition. Hold on a second, AI. Just wait a second. You fucking read out the definition that said that they were synonymous. Now you're going against that. That violates the law of non-contradiction.
Those were interesting definitions.
Yeah, they were from Merriam-Webster. What's your definition?
Like definitions before the
Yeah,
court.
they are definitions. Merriam-Webster provide the definition. Yes, they're definitions.
What court, dude? What court are we in?
I mean, QE wouldn't accept everything from Merriam-Webster, so
That doesn't that's all or nothing fallacy, by the way. So your argument's void on that point. Next.
It is. I mean, is Merriam-Webster
yeah, it is.
a source or
yeah,
not?
Yeah. Your question was it is? Yes, it's an all or nothing fallacy, making your argument to that point void. So yes, it is.
I'm genuinely curious to hear like all or nothing fallacy and argument appeal to authority fallacy.
Argument
seem like a very narrow.
That doesn't appeal to authority. Never came up. argument.
No, it
the
didn't.
all or nothing fallacy is just how it sounds.
Drace is here. Drace, what's the all or nothing?
Well, what the argument more or less is, or what the argumentee more or less puts out, is if a source states something and you cite it, then you must believe everything from that source. So if Joe fucking Coffee Monkey Baltard says 2 + 2 is 4, then everything, I agree with that. Then I must agree with every fucking incoherent bullshittery that comes out of his mouth. That's where the fallacy is, and you employed it.
This must be related to the appeal to authority fallacy, because Joe Schmittery, he could be an expert in math, but then make comments about all sorts of other things.
It's not. We can connect other things to that, but in this case, it's not.
So I can offer up a source, and then if that source says other things about the same subject matter, I can say, well, whatever, I don't believe that part, but I only believe this one part.
It has to be hyper topic specific.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Merriam-Webster's topic is defining words, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is that the online dictionary versions of some of those define level as it's adhering to the surface curvature of Earth's water.
No, it's
so
a
obviously they're wrong.
No, that's a contradiction. So let me see if I can find that. They contradict themselves. Merriam-Webster does. Hold on one second.
Here comes Lemon.
Let me search this. Oh, it's not going to be a long search. I just fucking found. Hold 1 second. So let's go to Merriam-Webster and listen to them contradict themselves in one sentence. They contradict themselves. So each tenet, each claim has to be evaluated on its own merit. Hold on a second.
It does start to seem circular. If the source's claims must be evaluated on their merits.
Every single one. Yep. Every single claim from a source.
Then how can it be a source?
Say again?
Then I just don't understand how that can be an authority on the subject.
Well, because like AI said, that Merriam-Webster is an authoritative source. Doesn't make them right about everything, but they're authoritative source on definitions. I mean, duh. I mean, do I need to go into why?
But then if they're not right about everything, and if some of the words are wrongly defined,
yep,
how can I trust the subset that you use?
You can't.
So then why bother citing them?
You can't. Well, because not everything, you're using another all or nothing fallacy.
But how do I know that the words that you cite are correct? How do I know the words you cite are correct?
It's not but. Well, you have to evaluate it based on basic reasoning and no law of non-contradiction violations. That's how. All right, let's see if I can find this thing. Hold on a second. I didn't.
Yeah, there's also. Well, I was looking for that. There's also logical differences between categories of things and between subsets within the same categories, like an adult and a child, right? Those are obviously two different things, and no changing of the definition of those is going to change those in reality. You can't call a child an adult, and it mean anything anymore. At that point, you're just using a token, the word adult. It's just a phrase, a phoneticization of the mouth. It has no meaning anymore.
Here we go. So let me put this Merriam-Webster. And this is the definition. 1 second. It's an adjective. 1 second. Merriam-Webster. I think it's level. Adjective. This is really going to be funny. Adjective.
This is going to be awkward for me, isn't it?
It's not awkward. This is really cool because I'm going to show you right now. Not only do they fucking contradict themselves. Uh-oh. Oh, no thanks. Not only do they contradict themselves right in the previous statement, but later on down the page, it's actually annotated. Hold on. This is really funny. Copy? Okay.
I got nothing.
Hold on a second. I'm going to get there. And that's Merriam-Webster 2. Okay. Let's go to 20 minutes after the hour. Skip the first definition. We're going to go down, choose the right synonym for level. So level, flat, plane. Sorry, level shouldn't be there. Flat, plane, even, smooth means having a surface without bends or curves. That's down on the same page. Now let's roll up to their adjective definition of level. Having no part higher than another. Okay, that's good. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. You got major fucking problems here. They contradict themselves because having no part higher than another, we're just looking at this statement. And conforming to curvature, curvature is defined as changing elevation, whereas the first part says no change in elevation. This first statement is a contradiction just inherently.
Whoa. Curvature is defined as changing slope. Am I right?
Yeah, and slope is what? Is the measure of the change of what?
Position.
Elevation, you fucking retard. So, back to my point. They not only contradict themselves inherently within their little definition, adjective definition, but they train themselves for the second time when they say level is a surface without bends or curves.
I agree. So either Merriam-Webster is full of shit, or the word level is complicated and misunderstood.
Number one, they just contradict themselves. This is the only contradiction I have seen in the definition of level.
Right. So they could be full of shit.
So Merriam-Webster? Yeah, but that's an all or nothing fallacy. There's a lot of definitions they do get right.
Well, yeah, but how would we discriminate?
Well, basic reasoning and discernment. Simple. These have no contradictions in them. From dictionary.com and Cambridge, level, having no part higher than another. There you go. That's the same thing Merriam-Webster said before they contradicted themselves. Flat or even surface. Level, being a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. Level, to make a level even or flat. So level is flat. From Cambridge, level. Not rising or falling or higher on one side. That's saying the same elevation. But even in all directions. Horizontal or flat. So flat and level are synonyms. Something that is level with something else is at the same height. Elevation again. There you go. There's no contradiction in these. So we're good.
Are those all of the definitions of those sources?
All of the definitions for level, yes.
Sounds compelling, if that's true.
Yep. Yeah, Merriam-Webster cracks me up with that level one. Especially,
what about Oxford? Oxford's not on your list. I've seen you cite Oxford before.
I don't know where they're at.
I've seen you reference Oxford in previous things.
Well, I've referenced a lot of people in my life. That doesn't mean I'm going to reference them right now.
Oh, yeah, but if Oxford agreed with Merriam, then it'd be 2 versus 2.
Oxford agrees. It's not an agree-disagree type of thing. These are axioms.
Well, yeah, but then we have like 2 authoritative sources versus 2 authoritative
I
sources.
already
How
got
would we
2
decide?
authoritative sources right here. I got Merriam-Webster that's not sniffing glue. Then I have dictionary.com and Cambridge. What else do I need?
So if I went out and found 2 other
Go ahead.
academic sources that offered different
Go ahead.
definitions, then what?
Go ahead. Let's see it. Let's see them.
I will save them and bring them on our next encounter.
All right. Fair enough.
Don't have. I mean, I will.
Okay.
I'll dig into it for you.
I said, okay, fair enough. Well, this has been a whole lot of fun. But it's time for me to go. So
I agree.
yeah, I bet you do.
Hey, Boulder, how do you feel about being a QE survivor?
I don't think you survived it.
I don't know. As long as you don't jerk QE around with a bunch of bullshit, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you start
QE is just intolerant of any. QE is extremely intolerant of any inaccuracy.
Yeah, if you don't mind me
You mean
saying,
he's pretty accurate?
You sound like a masochist to me. I don't know. I'm just saying. You just seem to enjoy it. Enjoy it.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
Kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happened, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. It hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think
so. You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So, it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So, it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely. But the funny thing is, it's 2022 and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
it? Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
All right. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the Blue Marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this was interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
Well, until what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof is not actually?
It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones that, like,
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So, what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay. Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes,
ceiling
that's the point, my friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway, and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long.
I
mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about
that. Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6-foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like like a plane. Like I don't know if like so every part. So right. So every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, like I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the math of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the top of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right, so that would be at the surface.
So then it'd be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So then
There's no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value. So you imagine,
resolution.
Yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water, make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend, you say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore, so you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay, and he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks, and he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. Right. So with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter it at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay, and this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellent.
Yeah, so
well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof. a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition, and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25 then 8 inches per mile times it by 8.
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's can't a laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it?
Well,
In
no,
fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and behold,
that would be a slip.
Lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything. One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before and you've been lied to before. So you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
from that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
okay, cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
so
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though. Definitely.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last like 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
like,
and?
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
Go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
just-
or anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But
Okay.
why would she lie? There's no way she.
And
could
you may
possibly
die. You may
I could've
die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No.
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's
No.
using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me,
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk when
Right.
you're here.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can
headphones.
solve. You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why. And to her dying day, she never told you. Does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? It can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glober logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to lie.
For example, for example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
That's hilarious. It was worth hearing again and again and again. It's not only very funny, but true. Except there was no robot dog in the making of this narrative. Yeah, what a stinker that AI is. Oh my gosh. The thing about the drill. Anyone else there? Or am I just talking to myself? Okay. Nobody's talking, eh? We have ways of making you talk.
You know what's really screwed up, Sonny? I literally just said out loud in a message to somebody, "Where did you hear me talk?" Question mark, like I was doing an audio transcript for a text message. And I said that into the text message, into the phone, hit send, and you immediately said that. And I'm like, wait a second, hold on. Worlds are colliding because I have my phone, which is a separate world, so to speak, and then I have Sonny, and that's a separate world. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not sure I connected the two things. Now,
okay,
what
let
did the
me
message
slow
say
down.
again?
Let me slow down so you can catch up.
Please do. Please do.
So I was just sending a text message to someone on my phone, okay? And on my phone, I was saying to the text message, like in my phone, "And where did you hear me talk?" Question mark. And as I said that into my phone to transcribe the phone for that message to be sent out to this person I was sending the message to, right? I'm on my computer and you immediately say what you just said.
And what did I say again? I said,
no one is talking.
Why is no one
We
talking?
have ways to make you talk. And I'm like, wait,
yes,
wait a
no
second.
one is talking. We have ways to
Exactly.
Where did you and you said in the text, wait a minute, I'm trying to still connect it. It's so weird. Where did you hear me say that? Or where did you
where did you hear me talk? And I sent that.
Where did you hear me talk? Okay, that's key.
Yeah, unrelated to you.
Don't go past
I'm like, what the fuck? Holy shit! I mean, sorry, don't cuss, because you know stuff like that happens.
Where did you hear me
You know how I feel about that stuff.
I'm writing
Crazy,
it down.
dude.
Hold on, 1 second. I gotta write this down on my little. I have a scribble sheet that I roll joints on, and I have all kinds of little notes on it, and song lyrics and numbers. And okay, this is gonna go over here. Separate little box. Message, text message. It's important to write down details. Text
At
message.
11 o'clock. You know what they say about 11s?
Kiwi.
Yeah,
I'll remember all of this with these little quotes. When did you hear me talk? Or where did you hear me talk? Where?
Where did you hear me talking? Yeah, I just transcribed it.
Where?
You can't see it.
Where did you hear me talk?
Talking.
Details. Yep, the details are important. See how easy it is in translation that, like, from one person to the next, it's easy to mistranslate what someone said if you don't get it specifically. Okay, where did you hear me talk? I know this sounds ridiculous to most people, but
listen,
dude. Talking, got it. Sonny.
That's crazy.
Says, no one is talking.
We have ways of making you talk. You sound like a German.
That's what it was. That's exactly what I intended.
You talk. You crack the whip with your shin high leather boots. You're right.
Okay.
You're pulled back and tied in a. Well, not yours, but you know what I mean.
All slicked back with a freaking some SS thing on. Okay.
We have ways of making you talk. No.
Okay, let me get that part because I got bleary-eyed for a second. Hold on. I was laughing so hard at that previous recording. I was sweating. Were you laughing? Did you hear that?
Nah, dude, I just keyed in. When you said that, I'm like, oh, I might have to start talking because it just happened.
No, did you hear it yesterday, though? What the bot was playing earlier just now?
No, what happened?
No, you didn't hear it. Did you hear it yesterday, maybe?
No, wait.
AI, we're talking to this British kid.
Mm.
Were you in the conversation? I think you were there listening the other night.
Tell me what happened.
Not last night, the night before.
Okay. British kid.
I was out riding my bike. I was at this creepy mansion I always like to go over by. It's this old mansion with all these grounds and stuff on the park and trails behind it and stuff. Most people, it would be kind of scary, but like I go there all the time in the daytime. I know the place like the back of my hand. I can even go there in the dark with my freaking 70-pound bike down inclines of like greater than 10 or 15%. Like you're almost going straight up and down. Anyway, that's another story. But you'll have to listen to it again. We'll go to the bot. I know I'm changed the subject. I'm still writing this.
What was the context, though?
The context was when that recording was playing. I was at the creepy mansion the other night, listening to the Discord out at night with the moon out, with this mansion there, and I heard something going zzz, 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 while I'm listening, and I'm like fucking looking around, like
what?
Like
the hell?
I'm looking around me because, well, yeah, there's a more of an inside story on my part of it with that place and myself and personal like situations, but like literally I heard this and I'm like, I'm kind of expecting things like that to happen. Like that, it's not that I'm just like out of my mind and all of a sudden I made up a thing about a robot dog. No, it's like I'm kind of expecting at some point for there to be something like that.
A robot dog to show up. Well, I saw a meme. Somebody had taken a yellow robot dog and they made it into a barbecue.
Well, cool, but wait a minute. Let me make the point because I didn't get to the point. So, I was in there and I didn't know it, and I said, "Was anybody using a drill?" And they're like, "No." And AI made a comment. He goes, "Yes, I'm doing my own teeth," and he didn't admit to it. This is so funny. And if you knew, like, AI talk, AI and I talk. We speak and stuff. Talk to each other. So he's a great guy. But anyway, he's like, no. And then in the middle of the conversation, Napalm is asked this kid great information. The kid is pretty smart at first, kind of until the end. But
what happened with him?
I don't know, man. You have to listen to that clip.
All right.
You have no idea what I'm talking about until you actually listen to that clip. And it's in the bot. What happened to my screen?
How's your weekend otherwise, dude?
I hate how the screen blanks out when I'm using this mobile. I have to fix that setting. Or is this Discord is kind of glitchy on mobile, I noticed. Anyway, skip around from stuff. I'm just stoked that I can even use the mobile and it's that easy. Like I'm starting to intuitively figure out where all the screens are and stuff, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, the app's pretty dope. One thing can really get you tied up is when the list disappears and you can actually access the chat.
Oh yeah, so now I figured out you could just scroll when you're at the text chat.
Yeah,
you can scroll. Oh, that didn't work. No, you can. You can scroll up from the bottom. Wait a minute, because it's right there. Oh man, hold on. Okay, you'll have to excuse me. I'm like a boomer. Yeah, you're right. When the list disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah, so what you do is to get rid of that is at the top of the very tippy top where it says live stream. You just click on that word where it says live stream and it'll open and close the list. I didn't realize that. But if the list closes. You know what I'm saying?
At the very tippy top.
Yeah, so you've got the live stream that shows like all the participants, right? The list.
Yeah.
Then above that it says live stream voice text. Right?
Yeah.
Now just above that it says live stream. Are you on the mobile?
Yeah.
Okay. Just above
live stream on the left.
It literally just says live stream.
The list. Yeah, see that? I thought I always had to go that long way. Okay, so hold on.
Yeah.
So I'm in the live stream voice text screen.
No, okay, listen. Hold on, slow down. So, when you open up the column, right? So you have the actual like live stream text window, but if you click the 3 lines on the top left-hand corner, it takes you back to the list of stuff. So you'll see the actual live stream with the list of guests, everybody that's here in the room. Above that, it says live stream voice text, right? But above that line again, there's just a word that says live stream. That's it.
No, I don't see that.
No? Okay, maybe your layout's different then. Because if I click on that, that's how the room list will open and close. Because when that room list closes, you have almost no way of accessing the chat.
I have a very old phone, so you probably may have different functions on Discord on different mobiles. But I look, when I'm in the live stream voice text, I can swipe to the right. I mean to the left, and it shows the list of all the members.
Gotcha.
Like moderator first, like Indio's at the top. It says invite members, then it says search, pins, notification settings. Above that it says, oh, the 3 dots. Hold on. Wait a minute. Please refrain from posting this channel if you're not. Oh no, that didn't do it. Okay, that was just more. Interesting.
Be right back.
Like all the members. Okay, no. Let's see. So if you swipe left, you'll get all the members. Swipe right, and it brings up the list of all the voice channels and all the channels. Let's see if I hit on the. Oh, okay. So if you hit on the emblem, that just brings the voice text back. Live stream voice text. Okay, swipe that back. Search. Oh, that's pretty killer. That's how you use the search, just like you do on the laptop. That's right on. At his recent mentions. Okay, I know this might be boring for some. Oh, there's all my settings.
Settings are good. Then ensure that you set
I'm just looking at all
correctly.
I didn't find this all these settings before, but
good man.
Oh, really? This is pretty cool though. It's funny. It's not like that, like the list of everybody in the chat now, like you said. It's funny that that's not down at the bottom somewhere. Anyway, I have to eat something. Famished.
You're a food guy.
It's just as easy for me to swipe to the right. I mean, no, all I have to do is, what if I go down? Oh yeah, if I swipe the live stream down, then the list of all the channels pop up again. I can just hit anywhere on the list of people in the live stream, and the list comes up.
Nice. All right, everyone, take care of something. I'll be back in a bit, man. Enjoy your food.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Touch, man.
Hello? Good morning. How's everybody doing? Anybody in here? Or is it all just sleepers?
Hey, rookie. I'm here.
I was going to say, I know Sonny's here. How you doing, buddy? So what's new? Anything?
Having trouble getting my mic to work. I'll turn it on, then all of a sudden I must have hit it too many times or something, and there's a delay. Excuse me.
I run into the same problem all the time, even though I have the same headset. I just got this new one. I don't know if it works better than the other, but I have both headphones that work, and when they fall off my ears, they stick right to the end of the band that goes in my neck, so that they don't get tangled up and get pulled out. It's really cool. I like them.
Ah, I figured something out finally. You hit the speaker, and that's when everybody's name pops up from the list. Now I get what.
I've been having that same problem where I click on there and I can't get their names to pop up, and I click on them.
Oh, I figured out how to do it just now. When you're in there, let's see. You just click on. You hit that very upper left where the speaker is. You just hit the speaker itself, not the live stream where it says live stream. Hold on, let me see. I'll go back to now when you do it. Let's see, how did I do that?
Are you talking about the pop-up, or are you talking about when you've opened Discord?
Yeah, I'm talking about if you hit on live stream. Wait a minute. Wait a second. There it is. Yeah. So if let's say you're in the live stream voice text, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm with you.
And then there's a bar up above that has different colors. Like if you get a good connection, it's green.
Mm-hmm.
And that says voice. That says voice connected 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you hit right on that, the name list pops up. Then, if you want the live stream voice text again, you swipe to the. Let me see. You swipe it down. You could swipe the list down, and the live stream voice text is right there behind it. So then, if you want the voice connected, you just hit the green bar again, right where the speaker is, and the list pops up again. So once again, you could swipe it down. And then live stream voice text. Awesome. And then if you swipe to the right, then you get the list of all the channels. Yeah, badass. I like learning new stuff.
I like the Android version of it better than I like the computer version.
Too.
Even though you can
I
see
do
more
too, man.
on the computer version.
Yeah, I'm starting to like it. This is only my first week, honestly, of using the mobile. It's only been like 3 or 4 days, and I'm so excited because I can go out and do everything I need to do pretty much with a little distraction just to make sure if you want to stay connected, or like if my battery starts going down, then I have to disconnect, charge it up for a while, then before I come back on.
Yeah,
but that's not bad.
I charge it while I'm using it. I don't care. It gets hot and everything.
I have to. Listen, I have to charge it while I'm using it, but it still goes down continually after so many hours.
Right.
After maybe like 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah. Exactly.
2 or 3 hours, it's gone. Yeah, and then I have to
if you're using your headset. A Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I actually found a Bluetooth headset that I didn't even know I had, and all this came together in one day. All of a sudden, found the Bluetooth, figured out how to use the mobile, went on the road and used it, and I'm like, whoa! It took me 2 years of Discord to figure it out, or to get. I don't know. Actually, you know what the main thing was? I didn't think I ever had enough data. I don't think I did actually. And now, like this year, they changed it to where I think I paid $6 for extra data. $6 a month.
Sure oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
You're right about that. I didn't realize that because it used to be whenever you would back out from the, where it shows the squares and the pictures of people, and it shows them highlighted whenever they talk, and it's constantly moving around because and then when you go back out of there, it usually would go to the list of names. But you're right. You can click up there at the top with a little picture, a little people thing at the top. You click on that, and it gives you a list. You're right. I didn't notice that before.
That brings it
I never
right back
clicked on
up.
it. It's funny,
So
because in the heat of the moment, I don't think to click on stuff like that to find out what it actually does.
I didn't either. I thought that was more like what my phone was doing because it was so up at the top, and if I go up too far, then it'll bring up my phone's menu by dragging them down.
Yeah, that can be frustrating. Definitely, because it's always constantly pulling it down for your phone, or it's going to whatever app you have on the left side or whatever. Yeah, I know what you mean.
But it's pretty trippy considering, I remember when Android first came out, I had one of the first phones. What phone was it? It was a LG. It was a tiny little thing. And I still have that phone. I dropped it in the toilet once, 12 years ago. I still have this phone. It still connects to Wi-Fi. Everything works on it. Even after 12 years. It's the same LG. And actually, it's better than most new phones because I can connect it to any other Wi-Fi. I can still connect it even though it's not on in my name. In other words, like how you have to do Google and you have to sign in and all that stuff. It's no longer valid for me.
Oh, really?
But it's wait a minute. I don't know. I might be talking. I might be wrong about what I just said. I don't know, but all I know is it still works. All I know is it still works, and I could still. So as an emergency, I can connect to Wi-Fi and still get on that little phone. That's crazy. After dropping it in the toilet.
You have Wi-Fi calling. Gotcha.
On that one, I can use Wi-Fi calling. Yeah, I could if I needed to. Yeah. So, but this phone's it's a cheap free phone, Alcatel or something.
Aren't you kind of surprised at how quickly they convinced us to carry a phone around with us? 'Cause remember when they first came out with cell phones? Me personally, I thought it was silly to carry around a phone. Why would you want to carry around something that's going to constantly ring?
I know.
You know what I mean? And then after a while, I hated it. And then after a little while, I got used to it. Now I'm stuck on the damn thing.
Well, before there used to be all these payphones around, so you could I could just use Trellis or something and go to a payphone and get all my messages. That was pretty convenient.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did at first. Yeah. That was right before the cell phones came out, and then I got some cheap cell phone, a big old. No, I don't know. It wasn't
one of them flip phones or one of those direct connect phones. That's what I had for a while. It was a Motorola direct connect things. Those things were awesome. The push to talk. Remember, I don't know what they call it exactly, but I think it was called Direct Connect, but it was a Motorola thing. But anyway, I guess we should be talking about Flat Earth, right?
All these phones only work over a flat Earth.
We're talking about phones on the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How about them undersea cables, eh? How about them? Those fiber optic ones. All that data going under the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean, all the way across to Asia, all the way underneath Asia, or outer. There's no under. Outer planar. There should be different words because they all hoaxed everybody with all these words that don't match reality. So there should have been different words in place of them. Like, yeah, out on the outer planar. Are you an outer planar? Yeah, I'm way out there, over in that side of the plane, over in the northeastern side of the plane. Mm-hmm. Or whatever. What have you?
You're a planetter, kind of like a planeteer.
A Europe planar. You're out there in the Europe part of the plane.
You're a planeteer, get it?
What? It might be slow.
You know, flat, and then plane, right? You know, like airplane, airplane. So instead of a planeteer, it's planeteer. Get it? Plane.
Planeteer. Gotcha.
I admit it was a very cheesy joke.
No, I get distracted easily because I still, for some reason, think I have to stand in one place. That's a weird psyop because I'm so used to having it on a laptop that I'm not used to having a mobile. I should put my headphone on, but it started bugging my ear. Putting that little in my ear.
Yeah, I've noticed the sweaty ear thing. I have to use like a smaller, like little piece to go in your ear, so that way it works and it doesn't drive me crazy.
Yeah, but my Bluetooth is pretty good. Other than that, and it's kind of an older one, so I like it because the unit is actually not right at your ear. I should put it on.
So one of the headsets with the air gap?
No, they're wired together. The whole unit is wired together. A short wire though, that goes under your chin. I mean, it's not real.
Have like some air, otherwise it'll like stop the sound from vibrating your eardrum, right? Because I've had most of my headphones, if I put them too far into my ears, it gets to where I can only hear like bass, and it kind of like cuts off all the high points. It's weird.
Yeah, well, I kind of have a problem with my left ear for a while. I started getting an infection, so I can only do like one side, but one side's missing the foam. And I hate to keep taking the foam off because eventually I'm going to break it. But I should put it in the ear. Right now I'm just using the mobiles. Is the mic okay with just the mobile like it is right now?
It's fine for me.
Yeah, you sound clearer than you did yesterday. Yesterday you were like, it was weird. It was like you were clear and you were really loud, and then you were like distant and I could barely hear you. Like, remember when somebody was complaining about your mic yesterday?
It's probably where I keep this thing. I haven't figured out the ideal way. I've actually recorded music from this phone. You said my voice is clear in this phone. Like, I've actually recorded tracks and put them in Audacity, guitar tracks and stuff that actually sounded pretty amazing, considering it was just a phone, simple recording with no controls. Just the distance, the phone distance to my amp and stuff like that was the control. Hold on, let me turn this other thing on. Whoa. I like this, the Bluetooth goes, a nice lady's voice, goes like ready to pair. She says, hello.
Like, I've got a couple of those little mini speakers that you carry around with you, and one of them, a couple of them actually do the same thing. They'll go bring, and then they'll say something like, welcome to blah, 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 and then it'll make a noise again, and then it'll say connecting, like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's funny. So it's like, why are you talking?
Yeah. So this is the Bluetooth. How does that sound, right? Not bad. Hello.
Hang on, I'm looking. You know how it is to have to push back.
No, can you hear me, though?
But yeah, of course. Yeah, you sound clear.
Okay, good. Okay, I switched to the Bluetooth, so.
Yeah, your Bluetooth is good. That's why I said it sounds great. You sound good with that. I'd say leave it that way. But when the battery goes dead and you have to charge it again, then you'll have to shut it off and you'll have to use something else. But my speaker, my regular speakerphone works too.
So yesterday I was on my bicycle. That's why.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I was outdoors, so that's why.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Heard all that noise.
I didn't realize you were riding there when you started talking the first time.
Yeah, I was riding the bike.
I would have known why it was doing that.
So you probably heard a little vibration noise from. I'm actually making some moonshine right now. I'm trying to pay attention. I'm slowly increasing it. It's the first time I made some wine from the fruit that I've been talking about for a year. This quince fruit. So I still have dozens of pounds of that fruit just hanging up in the trees. Probably 100 pounds of fruit hanging in a tree right now. So I made a batch of wine, about, let's say probably not quite 2 gallons, maybe 2 gallons of mash. Not quite 2, probably like a little over a gallon of mash. With the fruit, some apples I had, you put some lemon juice in there. And some of the rind, you grate some rind of the lemon, so you put some lemon peel and the juice. That's your acid mix. That helps it. And then put the yeast in there. It all has to be room temperature. So like after you cook the fruit or whatever you're going to use, you have to cool it to room temperature. It takes a long time just to cool it down because you boil it for a half hour. And mash it all up, take all the seeds out. Then I put it in a 5-gallon bucket with a bag, big grocery bag, one that didn't leak. And put all the stuff in there for 7 or 8 days. And then when I strained the last couple nights, when I strained some of the wine, it's like wine now off the top. It's stronger than any wine I've ever had. Oh, I forgot about the yeast part. I put the yeast in the beginning. I put it all in the bag, in the bucket, and tied a knot in the bag and put the seal on the bucket, but not completely sealed, so it could let the CO2 out. And for 7 or 8 days, when I strained it off the top, that stuff got me, whoa, like a couple of sips. It was like taking a shot. So I had to be really careful because I don't drink. Like I haven't drank in a month, not anything. But every now and then I'll have some because I have pain, you know. And it does help the pain if I just do just a couple of sips or here and there, you know. It helps. All right, my temperature is reaching 100 degrees. Good. You're boiling it. I'm 20 or 30 gallons of water so far. Try to keep my water supply up. If I want to just keep enough water up, I have to make at least 5 gallons a week distilled water. But to get ahead of the game, I'm going to have to be running it more often. Won't be able to take any breaks. I'll have to make distilled water every day. Lately, I've been able to make 2 gallons a day, though. That's pretty good. Thing I don't like about it is you have to watch it the whole time. You can't really leave it. I could leave it for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, go down to the store and back, but that's about it. Yeah, I'm sure everybody loves hearing me talk about my little experiments. Excuse me.
I think we should do more experiments, like serious ones. Like, you know, just even if it's not necessarily directly tied to flat Earth or whatever, like maybe we should all get together and learn more about that stuff. Maybe we could learn stuff like we could share with people, you know.
Yeah, to learn things. Like this is technology that's been lost. Like this would be kind of a normal thing that everybody would know how to do. How to make your own wine. Go make the wine, Johnny. And you know, like this next thing I'm doing right now, like honestly, I'm gonna make a distillate, right? So that's good for a solvent. Like I'm an avid bike rider, cyclist, and I have to keep my bike in shape. So if I have solvent, I can clean my chain, clean the gears, clean the bearings, like so then I won't have to go buy somebody's paint thinner or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'll make it myself. Duh. So so literally fruit that I can eat, I can gather enough that I have too much. I can make wine from it. I can distill that into a liquor and use it as a solvent, a cleaner, a pesticide. Like, can you imagine? That's a self-sufficiency.
What you need is an orange tree to make pesticides. Orange oil works really good on most bugs. It keeps them away.
A lot of these oil. Well, I'm making an alcohol, so yeah, they don't like that.
Yeah, just fermentation. Yeah, it usually pisses them off.
Tell me, man. So, like having all my own stuff. Like I started. Like if I have enough milk, I'll make kefir continuously, and I'll have like my own organic yogurt all the time, and sauerkraut, and wait a minute, what else was I? Kombucha, which is fermented tea and sugar, and I got that going already. I got my own little thing. That's a starter. It's called SCOBY. You grow this little lily pad of fungus on your tea, and that's how you. It's a trip, man. That's what ferments it. So I'm learning all about all of those things. Pretty fun. I hear it boiling in there. So, okay, anybody, here's a test. See if anyone can find the answer to this. Who knows at what temperature does alcohol boil off? Can someone look that up for me? Anybody?
You mean the boiling point of it, or you mean the evaporating point of it?
Evaporating point of alcohol, yeah. Well, it's actually.
I don't know
boiling.
what it is right offhand, but I know it's low temperature. I know it's not warm. It's like a cold temperature.
I want to be careful. I hear it boiling in there already. So.
But that's a very good question. I'd have to look it up. To be honest with you, if you're asking me.
Well, that's what I mean. You might not be able to, but if anyone else is listening, that can chime in. Does anyone know that evaporating point of alcohol? No one else listening. I guess I could do it myself. No, Sonny, we're not going to look it up. Shut the hell up with your project. Look it up yourself. That's what's fun, when you learn how to be your own devil's advocate. Start gassing on yourself, like really. Start trolling yourself, man. It makes you,
found
it
that
makes you
works.
more witty.
Sometimes people won't troll you. Sometimes
It makes
people
you
won't troll
witty.
you
It actually, yeah, it makes you more witty, because if you control yourself, then you're prepared for. You're like armed. You have.
That's
you're
right.
armed
You
against
can't
trolling.
troll the untrollable, can you?
Whoa.
If you can't troll the untrollable troll, what do you do? Because you can't troll a lake, can you? If the lake's dry, you can't troll it, can you? Hey.
It's just a matter of logistics. Look, if you practice something, then you become better at it. So if you're the better practiced troll at trolling yourself, who do you think's going to win that? Well, it's not about winning either, really. I mean, I shouldn't say win that. I mean, but it's pretty hard. Like you said, then your statement comes in to play right there. Yeah, how do you troll somebody that's like better practice at troll, better troll than you are? Like, that's why the trolls amuse me. And I just have this little smile on my face. A duper's delight. I'm serious. It's so funny, man. You wouldn't believe how comical and how amused I am at some of these conversations. The things that Glover said.
That's the point. Like, when you've been the butt end of jokes and you've seen it all and heard it all, it's like, really? Is that all you got? You could do better than that, man. Come on, brother.
I know, and I should tone it down. I know people are like,
What do you mean?
Because, well,
It's like-
AI is right though.
Hold on, Sonny. Sonny.
Okay, go ahead.
I think what you're trying to, and I always say, it's like trying to play chicken with a psycho, right? You have no idea what that other person is willing to go to in terms of depth. Playing chicken with a psycho, right? So, and then people on the internet want to show up and like tough and act tough on the internet. It's like, hey, you want to play chicken with a psycho? Keep talking your big talk, but like, what are threats on the internet until somebody loses an eyeball?
Yeah, it's pretty funny, and sometimes I use that in real life, not to any extreme or anything, but it can be used in real life too, because when you're out there on your own, whatever, like I am, you never know who like will cross your path. Usually, I can sense things before they happen,
and that's why it's important to maintain respect always.
I'll make a turn. I'll make a turn to go a different direction sporadically, just because I get just a feeling I want to go this way now, and I don't really think about it much. But I think it's kind of, in some ways, I'm being directed to go the safe way. So,
Yeah, I do a lot of anticipation about what people are going to think about what I'm saying, and I know that sometimes I get caught up in it. You ever had that happen to you?
yeah, not just what you're saying, but like just being out physically out in the world where there's other people out there, and you might not be in some place that you might be in a place where you feel vulnerable, like you're out there walking or something. You know what I mean? So there's a certain vibration. I mean, sometimes I'll see a group of people walking down the street coming the other way, and I'll cross the street to the other side of the street. Then other times I'll see a group of hippie-looking like young men, you know, but they have long hair like me, and I don't know who they are. They look like a group of skaters or something, like out for the night or something like that. And I'll say, "Fucking hippies," and there's like 6 of them, and they look at me, and I look just like them, and they're like, at first they're like, "What?" And then I go, "Just kidding, man." I mean, see, like, I don't know. That could be a dangerous situation, but I just play it intuitively, and it always seems to work out. So I can just be myself, but like you said, yeah, like that. Now, certain groups of people I wouldn't poke at. Being a skinny little white kid, still. Bah. Okay, pay attention, Sonny. Sonny by I had a really interesting father. He's passed on now, so I guess it's okay to talk about the good things. He was a sailor in on Lake Michigan, and as a teenager bought a boat with some other people. They got shipwrecked on Lake Michigan. They got washed. They got blown all the way across Lake Michigan and wrecked on the shore on the other side, on the Michigan side, and had to get on shore with a dinghy and walk down the beach till they saw a light to get help. So I heard stories like that my whole life. No wonder I'm so weird. Okay, let's see if I could get this screen back. Good. There we go. Okay, I know what that is. I better plug this back in. Okay, so nobody's freaking helping with the freaking evaporating point. Well, Sonny, why don't you already know the evaporating point, you nutball?
Yeah, what's the matter with you, Sonny?
What the hell?
You're doing well, Sonny.
Huh?
You're doing well, Sonny, but you need to work on your mute, my friend.
Excuse me. Sorry about that, sir. No problem.
I'm not your boss, mate. I don't own the place. It's just constant chatter from you continually. We can hear everything in the background. You're not used to having a microphone that's live beside you continually, is what I'm saying.
And that's how you scare the entertainment away.
So what you think about Kiwi's? I saw it on Sunday. I didn't see it on Saturday. What you think about his rant, quote unquote?
Honestly, I didn't watch it. You say what you want about that, but
Like I say, I mean, we makes a point where he says the when they're talking about medium is a substance, something that it's physical.
There you go.
Globers to the left of me. Globers to the right. There's somebody. Invade. Vamos. Anyone live in here? So you started off with nothing and your brother Joe is self-made man. All my friends say please.
What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
What brings you to the server?
Oh, should I always come here? I've been listening to you guys for a long time, and I finally got on the other day, got voice connected, verified, and I was chilling at work. I ain't got nothing to do, so I'm sitting here listening to you guys say nothing.
We are all here.
I just woke up actually, so I'm moving around doing stuff. I'm just listening here. I'll probably be back on later and chat with you, but I'm listening, so don't say anything stupid. You feel me? I'm just kidding. Say anything you want. Okay, bye.
I'll try not to.
So what do you think about the shape of the earth, bud?
Oh, it's flat. Or it's bigger than they say it is. One of the two. But I think it's flat. I mean, Polaris. Somebody was telling me the other day that there's 2 points of rotation. I said, no, there's not. Show me that. Show me the second point of rotation. There's a Sigma Octantis. And I was like, man, I don't know, man. Getting through to people's real hard sometimes.
Yeah, that's 100% correct.
And then they started spouting off about Phantom Morgana, and I'm like, dude. It takes more than just spouting off logical fallacies and takes real research and looking into it, you know? Opening your actual thought processes.
Well, it's obvious. It's telling, right? I mean, if they got to go to all these different places and do all this different shit in place of just presenting one direct physical curvature measurement, the jig is up. It's that's game over.
Jig is up with water level. I mean, if the Earth is 86% water or whatever it is, and all water finds its level, then it's over. There's no argument.
Exactly. And listen, if they're even if the 71% or whatever is like an overstatement, bro, if this place is 25% flat water, 10% flat water, it's not a fucking sphere. Like, get the hell out of here with that. It's just funny.
Yep. And their whole gravity argument, I mean, that's been dead for years. I mean, even Einstein said that there was no way to physically observe a body of movement without having a third point of observation. You know what I mean? You have to be off the object that you're trying to observe it.
Exactly. I like that. It's not even an argument. That's just it's truth. It's like, so if I'm going to see how fast something is going, I can't be on that thing because I need to be on a separate reference frame to have the speed in reference to something else.
Exactly.
I can't know that I'm going 65 miles an hour unless something outside of the, let's say vehicle is telling me that I'm going 65 in comparison to what it is doing. Like, come on.
So I've been making YouTube shorts of like some of the best conversations that I've heard, and like just me doing whatever, skating, walking around, whatever. But it's starting to catch. It's starting to catch an audience.
Post it up in here. Post it on live stream voice text.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, dude. Free advertising up here for flat earthers in the voice text.
Right. Oh yeah. About it. Let's see. How would I share my? Just post a vid and they could go to the channel.
Oh, roasting your ass out here. Cool. It's hot. What?
Well, I don't know. I'd say just keep running.
Keep running?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you guys want to leave early or shoot me.
Okay.
Is that what?
Well, yeah, because I got to leave at 2.
Okay.
Okay? Because I got
If
to
you
go get a
guys want
shot.
to just
Work till 2?
run till 2.
Okay.
Testing, testing. Is anybody out there? Not just if you can hear me. Is there anyone at home?
Is there anyone? Look out now. Good Lord.
Was that weird? We are all here singing Pink Floyd with me?
Yes, sir.
Alrighty then.
How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. I'm making moonshine.
Yeah.
Stuff's at least 99%. I mean 90%.
Damn.
At least 90. It's it's 90%. Yeah.
Damn. What you using that
You
for?
want to make sure. For mechanic work, it's a great solvent.
Yep. Just like on the Matrix, he's like, oh, it's a great buzz, but it cleans the hell out of some engines.
Yeah, it does, man. Check it out. So I never thought I could do that with sugar water.
Yeah. Yep.
Like literally, I put a bunch of fruit, and I put yeast with the fruit and a little bit of citric. Acid, some lemon juice, and some lemon peel. Let it sit in there for 7 or 8 days, man. And when I skimmed some off the top, it was like wine, but it was like the strongest wine I ever tasted. Like literally a good sip or gulp.
Yeah,
was
man.
Like taking a shot. So like, whoa.
My aunt was making that so that she could make Phoenix tears from marijuana. And
absolutely. I never thought of that. I never thought of that.
Man. That's the stuff to make Phoenix tears with, bro.
Dude.
Yep.
This is absolutely the best ever. Like now I'm realizing how many different uses. Like literally, this stuff could be used for fuel.
Yeah. Yeah. We ran a lawnmower off of it.
Mm-hmm. So
we were testing to see if it would do it, because I was like, man, that stuff's so strong. And she was like, nah. I was like, dude, I bet you if you put that in a lawnmower, it would start that thing. And sure enough, dude,
it would. You could run off it. You'd probably have to dilute it.
Yeah,
it's strong stuff.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. So I've just like tasted a couple drops from that. Tastes great.
Good, man. I guess you can put on. My aunt was doing the mango cinnamon thing. Oh, sorry, bud.
No, it's okay. I can add things to it afterwards. So what I'll
she
do
was doing this mango cinnamon thing, dude, and it was phenomenal. You put a little water in there, and then fresh mangoes and fresh cinnamon.
Yes, exactly. So it's a great base, and then this is made from quince that I found from a couple of wild growing trees that are very rare.
Yeah.
And I don't know how they got along this creek bed. It's only a seasonal creek, but these plants apparently can't propagate unless they freeze, and it never freezes here. Like rarely freezes. So I don't know how these plants got here. The seeds might have washed down from someone's yard that had a couple of these quince trees or something, or someone was eating some quince and happened to drop them right at the right time when there was enough water, and then it happened to freeze pretty rarely. So these are probably about 30-year-old trees, 30 or maybe even 30 or 40 years. They could be 40 years old.
That's cool, man.
So I found these trees that grow quince, and they drop about 100 pounds each every season, at least 100 pounds. I think there's 100 pounds in both trees right now.
Yeah.
And so I can go there on my bicycle and
load her up and
get about 3 to 5 pounds in my bicycle basket.
Nice.
And cruise home and do that a couple days in a row. And the thing I love about this particular fruit is when it's ripe enough to come off the trees, like now, it's hard.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to eat it. So you either have to cook it or just let it sit there for about a week.
Yeah.
Until they get ripe on the shelf. So what I do is I put them like in a colander, and I put it on the counter next to my stove.
Oh, there you go.
And it just kind of heats them, and it sort of gets them riper faster.
Sweet.
So what I like about them, I can control how fast they ripen.
Oh, yeah.
The temperature is. So if I wanted to store them in a cool, dry place, not a dark place, but a cool, dry place, but not too much light, they'll stay for a lot longer, and then later in the season, they start getting so ripe even on the tree that as soon as they fall down, by the next day, they're already like softened. Some of those are actually edible right off the ground, like when they fall right off and they're there for a day. You go pick them up, wash them off, and eat the whole, like, they're kind of very tart.
Yeah.
So it like
power on them.
Last year when I first tried it, they were really sweet. Like they were bigger last year for some reason. There weren't as many, but they were larger fruit and they were a lot sweeter. I guess I got them later in the season because right after that, like dozens of pounds fell out of the trees onto the ground, and they're all sticky and nasty. It's the sweetest, stickiest. It's like glue.
Damn.
So that's another thing you could use from this particular fruit. You could make glue out of it. But anyway, when it gets ripe and sweet, and they're just like almost like fermenting by themselves, the fruit is delicious that way. It's the best thing I ever tasted in my life. It tastes like I don't know. I can't even describe it. It's not like any other thing. It's like a pear or a persimmon mixed with apple, like kind of a tart persimmon, but really sweet still, very sweet. Nice. These have a lot of flesh on them, but the seeds are huge ones. And I still haven't found the variety, because every time I look like in Google about this quince tree or quince fruit, that shows a different kind of shape to the fruit, but sort of the same, but like a weird shaped pear. I don't know how to describe it, man. But the seeds are huge. They're big seeds, and they're related to the rose. They're in the rose family, just like apple.
Wow. That's crazy.
They're a rosacea variety, and they actually originally came from Mesopotamia. Well, not Mesopotamia, but near Mount Ararat, really, actually. And at last year I'd like been listening to you guys for a year, and so I'd like been reading about Genesis a lot, and like that.
Hold on a second.
Noah's Ark and all that stuff.
Yeah, brother. Genesis 6:14. How did you get into Mount Ararat, brother?
Look, so I find these trees amongst this awareness of flat Earth. Well, I discovered flat Earth 5 years ago in 2017, so going on 6 years. But since Discord, I've learned so much more about what is going on here, through the discussions. And so I start learning how to forage and identifying plants, and that's what led me down these trails and these literal paths in nature and find places that I feel comfortable to sit in the sun and just veg there with no one bother me, nothing to worry about, no technology, just me, my bicycle, and the forest. So I happened to find this place, and that was through daily just going and exploring around, finding different places, finding places that are cool, like where the sun is, where I want it to be, or if I want shade, where the shade places are. So I found this place that's really comfortable and cool, just a really nice place in the summer with shade and out of the way. So like there's paths, but they're going like on either side. And when people are walking either to or fro from the area, they're not looking that direction, so it's a private little area. It's like freaking great, man. So and then I found these trees, and I'm like, what is that fruit on these trees? And it was ripe enough. I go, whoa. So I took the fruit home, and I went online and I looked it up. And that's when I discovered that these trees originally came from around Mount Ararat.
Yes, sir.
And I'm like,
yes, sir.
Holy crap.
That's the OG spot, man. Here's a little... so have you gotten into Ron Wyatt?
Ron Wyatt, the comedian?
Ron Wyatt, not this guy right here.
Oh.
This dude. I just posted him,
There's a Ron Wyatt, the comedian that drinks a lot, so...
in the live stream chat. That's the dude that discovered Noah's Ark in Ararat, Turkey.
Oh, yeah. No, I've actually seen all those.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I just didn't connect the name right away.
Cool.
Yeah, I got to go to my settings.
So, Glatt, you were calling out some folks that are in the chat. What's happening with who we got? Stay Lifted. You still here? Nope, they're gone. Okay, cool. Mitchell's still here? Yeah, I see Mitchell's still here. What say you about the earth we walk upon, my friend? Mitchell? Check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hey, there we go.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good, brother. How are you, man?
Good, very good. Yeah, good.
Whereabouts are you from?
What's up?
Whereabouts are you from?
Yeah, just U.S. What about you?
Very cool. What coast? I'm in Canada.
Yeah, I'm south of Canada.
I'd hope so. Unless you're in Alaska, of course. East Coast. Okay, cool. Awesome. Are you near a body of water?
Yeah, I grew up in Florida. That's like what I usually say. I'm like no matter where I am, I just tell people I'm in Florida.
So you're familiar with obviously Key West. Then have you had a chance to visit Key West?
A few times, yeah. You like it there?
No, I've been to Florida, but I've observed Key West. I haven't had an opportunity to actually visit. I just go with Key West because it's like the most further or the most southern point in Florida. Correct?
Yeah, that's what they say. I mean, as long as you believe the maps, you're spot on.
I love your cheekiness. So, what are your thoughts? What are your observations with respects to the shape of the realm we dwell upon?
Yeah, it is an interesting one. Try to keep it on the level.
Hey, let's go. Well done. And I always like to throw out the term, whether you live in New York or you live in Florida or you live in the UK or you live in Australia or China, you're going to hang a TV on your wall. You're always going to observe level.
Mm-hmm.
But that's awesome. Have you conducted any personal observations or things that you theory craft with respects to what we're sitting on?
Well, I certainly come on the live stream chat to listen in on the intricacies of the debates and all that, just to enjoy the epistemological kind of interests. That's what I'm mostly into these days. Like when it comes to the realm of knowledge about like conspiracies and stuff like that, it's really enjoyable for me to see where people are coming from and how they kind of navigate the lies and shit that people have to figure out.
Yeah, the spider webs, if you will.
Yeah, I like that way of putting it.
That makes sense. How long have you been on we don't really entertain the conspiracy aspect of things too much on this channel, obviously, with all the YouTube police and whatnot. But how long have you been looking at the conspiracy, quote unquote, CIA term? But how long have you been looking down the conspiracy hole for?
Well, I mean, the flat Earth stuff, like since 2018, but I'd heard of that in like 2017 or like 2019. I was hanging out on the flat Earth server back when it was like a kind of see if I can see if anybody's still. I don't know, like gone through so many cycles. Like I've gone through so many different avenues and areas and shit, but this is like a cool spot on the map of the conspiracy world.
Right. Good stuff. I'm glad to obviously have you here from a standpoint of being able to observe what's happening and theory craft as to what else we're looking at.
It's a lot of trickery, dude. A lot of trickery, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I like the esoteric stuff too, and biblical stuff. Like,
so are you familiar with what he created on the second day? Then,
what do you mean? Yeah, like, please tell me.
So with respect to Genesis and the statement, and again, I'm not to take it down the aspect of religion or anything like that. We'll just quickly take that piece out for what it's worth. But the biblical or the scripture statement is that the firmament was created on the second day. Mm-hmm. And with the understanding of gas and how gas works being a closed system, throws away the idea of this space idea or the possibilities of going to this space place. What are your thoughts on gas as a principle within the system that we're within?
I mean, I do enjoy, like, I've grown up on the space kind of model as a young man or a boy, and then just having to kind of gain like some like orientation about the world and like imagining I guess I wanted to think about it as like an interest. I made a diorama when I was a kid. I found that like in my old stuff, like when I was really young, like of an astronaut and like planets and shit, like in a shoebox. So of course I was into that shit. And I think it's kind of exhilarating to an extent. They certainly can make a movie or two about it. To like think about what I don't know. I mean, I enjoy going on YouTubers like that have like their own telescopes and stuff, because I don't have one, and I don't know. I mean, I don't have as much of like a. It's really easy to get a kid's imagination going though.
So wait a second. So you get a telescope? What have you been able to find anything in your observations of The stuff up top.
An orientation of the diorama. Like we're in that little shoebox, I guess, in a sense. I don't know. The lights in the sky.
Think that we're in a shoebox, or what do you think?
No, I mean, like,
how do you think this whole system works then?
In that kind of like child minded orientation, like, you know, just, you know, like as they tell it, you know, from on high, this is what it is, and like here,
Gotcha.
regurgitate.
So what they sell you.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to get a kid's imagination going with that.
Now, I mean, you at your age now, you're at the point where you don't observe, or you do observe things that make you go,
Well, I mean, I think about it as probably more like a Santa Claus kind of fantasy that I could as well kind of impart to my own kids at some point, that here's this, you know, regardless of whichever model I choose to go with, I would think that I would probably...
the thing. Well, hold on a second though, and let's be legitimate about things. So you say that you have children, so that means that you...
No, I don't have children yet, but I will.
Okay. But you plan on having children, so let's establish the fact that you are a man and can pass on, you know, things that you observe. Now, my question to you is, do you actually have to believe in a model in order to observe certain things that you see?
Well, like, it is beautiful, like I guess at the most...
No, beautiful is an opinion. That is relinquished with feeling. I'm asking for observance, which is fact. What are the things that you see in your visits to Key West that show you facts that counter the story that you've been told? It sounds like there's some uncertainty in what you're saying with your chest.
What am I saying?
What I'm asking for is, what do you observe? Because you say model, right? So at this point in time, do you believe that we are standing upon a flat or perceived flat realm, or do you believe that there's an aspect of it that's not understood?
Well, I fully embrace the flat Earth's kind of dictates that whatever you believe, you better be able to defend it and have some, you know, some measure of input on your own from your own experiences and all that, because like people are so fucking quick to adopt whatever they're told.
I mean, Mitchell, respectfully, that's the idea of saying it with your chest. So I'm asking you that when you go to Key West and you stand out on the looking point and you observe to the distances that you do, are there things that you see that make you question the story that you've been led to be told, or the story that you've been fed?
Well, you gotta love how the rockets tend to go up and then out and then curve over and then
Right. Now,
yeah,
my question to you is, you definitely mentioned the term level way back at the beginning of our interaction. So with respects to level, you do agree that people in Australia and people in New York City still hang their TVs observing level, do they not? Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So by default, do you think that leads us to believe that we're all on a level plateau? Or do you think that leads us to believe that we're on something else?
I mean, that's a fair point. I can go with you on that one, yeah.
Okay, cool. So no, and right now, here's the thing, and I'm trying to respectfully have a conversation with you, but I don't know where your say it with my chest line exists versus, i.e., what you actually can firmly believe in, or if we're still at a point where we're discovering things to say, hey, I'm still observing things. So you're still observing things, which is totally cool, and there's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate that. So my next question for you then, in retrospect, to state what we observe is, when I construct a bridge, do I observe level the entire time? A pier bridge, not a suspension bridge. We're not going to get into cable bridges yet, but let's just take the idea of a pier bridge. Do you think a pier bridge always establishes level.
Don't they like just do like some survey work and then just drill some pillars and build on those?
But that's the question. You exactly nailed it in saying drilling some pillars. Now my question is, when they're drilling into the floor bed of the basin of the water, if you will, the base of that pan, how will they be drilling? They will not be drilling askew, i.e. 10 degrees off of perpendicular. They'll be drilling perpendicular into the earth established, which is perpendicular to level, would it not be?
I think so.
Which is like the essence of a plumb bob, right? And now plumb bob will just unpack the idea of a plumb bob and say, hey, a crane, because really a crane is the same thing as a plumb bob, is it not?
Yeah.
So that's my thing, is that if we are all either observing this hanging type of aspect, which these kids nowadays call gravity, you don't know about gravity. They talk about gravity. However, we just observe down, because there's a long string with a weight on the end being down. And then I realized that, holy crap, if a caveman saw a line hanging from a tree branch with a rock on the end of it, and he said, down. And then he observed the horizon in front of him was perpendicular to that. And he said, level. Where does this magic curve show up? That's my question. And that's where I'm looking at stuff from maybe too small of a degree, but I don't know. I don't see where this magic curve shows up, right? If we're always observing level, which you agreed with, right? In Australia, New York, wherever we're observing level, where does this curve show up? What do you think?
Where's the curve? Oh man. We're like supposedly now supposed to flatten our curves. I
can't even laugh at that, because that is such an awkward joke. That feels like Bambi learning to walk as a joke.
But nonetheless, pun received and accepted.
No, I mean,
make it funny, my guy.
It's kind of like the center that I'm like reluctant to like jump into the whole of like, you know, this is one philosophical point of view that you know, just buying in hook on like going all the way. I don't want to go all the way with any philosophical.
Hold on a second though.
Yeah.
Where in construction principles we just literally chatted about building a bridge. Contractors and guys who pour concrete for a living don't do philosophy unless they miss their calling in university or college. Right? We're not philosophizing when we're talking about constructing a bridge. So I'm just asking you, you're constructing a bridge, right? You're building a deck for your parents. You're always observing level. Where does this magic curve show up? That's not a philosophy question. That's a literal question.
Point. I mean, it is a practical nature, like to, you know, to actually build shit. And I don't know how much I you know, get an opportunity to like talk construction and land work or whatnot. But like, to be honest, I have a big interest in that. So I don't know if
here's the thing. We've got bridges that are constructed as pier bridges, which give us an absolute nail in the coffin when it comes to the observance of level. And then we go up in high-rise construction. We can go to Dubai, anywhere you want, the UAE, and look at the high-rise construction, and they always construct from a center point, and they're always using a construction plumb bob, i.e. a crane in the high-rise construction. So if we have you going in the X and Y axis on building things and you're always observing level and perpendicular to that being down, I don't know. I'm gonna sit here and I'm confidently gonna sit here and ask you with my chest, where's the curve? Glatt can back me up on that. I don't know if Glatt's still here, but yeah, he's there. And that's the thing, dude. That's
Okay. Hold on. I appreciate this conversation, and I don't want the conversation to end. But I think, for fairness, to Mitchell, since you're new here, since Mitchell's new to the server.
Not at all new here, by the way. I'm not at all new.
Okay. So I'll retract that part. Okay, so just something about your statement where you said that you don't want to go full in on anything, and I totally relate to that. So I wanted to say something there about that and about my own experience, because that's all I have to offer is my own experience, as well as everyone else does, So just to like kind of stick a pin in this statement you made of that I'm not going to jump 100% into anything, and I agree with you. And here's what I would like to clarify. That for myself, where I separate it is there are things that I can prove and there are things that are provable, and there are things that I cannot prove, and there are also things that are unprovable. So where I separate the things, I will never jump fully into anything either, because if I'm going to stay skeptical and stay curious, I'm going to have to keep my mind open to those things. I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket, right? Like they say. If I can't prove all of the aspects of it, then I'm not going to say that something is for sure in every aspect. But then to get back to your point here, that there are things that we know for sure that can be empirically tested, and that is my delineation. And it may as well be, it might be your delineation as well, as far as where you draw the line. So I wanted to say that, and then I want Kiwi to get back to the conversation after your answer to the peer bridges. But if you could respond to that, Mitchell, what do you think?
Totally. Like I've been interested in this shape of the realm, shape of the like models and or validity of certain models, and wondered what evidences what like provable foundations I've been able to like draw from like certain videos or like pieces that I've been putting together, and then like certain things happen, and then I like retract. I'm like, oh shit, like there's potentially some trickery here too. Like I'm gonna have to walk that statement back, and I'm gonna have to like rethink this and rethink that, and so I've been I don't know, I've gone through a few different phases as far as like how much like willing I've been able to advocate for one model or the other, and I don't know. So that's why I guess at this point I tend to have like most enjoyment from, like I said, the philosophical kind of conversations, just because it kind of gets veers in many directions from the initial starting point of how like people's investigations into the central core of the point of like what are we doing here, or like where are we, and how does this work, like there's a lot of directions that investigation goes.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with you, and that's why I asked you that question, is so I could hear your side of things and hear kind of how you speak about these things, and because I think that's the most valuable thing we have from each other is the information that each one of our individual unique experiences provides to the information. And then we can take what is actually real and what can be verified. And yes, there are many unanswered questions. So the things that we are able to verify, then we start hopefully to connect the dots, of these things that are not connected yet. And yeah, cool. Welcome to the server. And go ahead, Kiwi.
Thanks. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
And then I see We're All Here. He's also VC verified. He's off. He's unmuted. I don't know if We're All Here is around. Are you here, my friend?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on, dude? How are you?
Doing all right, man.
Good, brother. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. The CB. Hey, cookies, brownies. Let's go. CB, what's going on, dude? It's good to see you. CB Radio is in the house with the samples running the wheels of steel. So, we're all here. A question for you, my friend. What do you think about this surface that we dwell upon?
Oh, man, it's flat.
I love those. You're what we call a lay-down customer. Oh, I'll be back for that printer. Walks in, picks up the printer. Thanks. Take it. Okay. But I mean, has there been anything that you like? What do you like? Here, let me ask you this. If I ask you any questions, feel free to tell me to shut up and kiss your butt. But I won't actually. But you know what I mean. So what do you do for a living?
I'm a plant manager for a water company.
Sick. That is absolutely fantastic. So you're in logistics.
Production.
Cool. You got to know how shit works. Basically, you're not an idiot.
Okay, cool. Exactly.
So I'm talking to a man who understands. You don't sit in a stupid office wearing a white collar. You're a blue collar man. You know how shit works. All right.
Yeah.
So what's the thing that you hang your hat on when you go home at night? You're like, yo, this bitch is flat, and I can't believe people are still hanging out on the side. Pardon me?
My clothes hanger, my hat hanger.
Yeah, that's right. Tell me about it.
It's level, man.
From a standpoint of what though? Like, what are you operating from? Like, what's your principle? Like, here's the thing. I'm not in construction, but I do plans review, so I understand the concepts of like building stuff on what we dwell upon. And there's just certain observations, as we say. We were talking about level earlier with Mitchell. It's the whole idea of like, where does this magical thing show up? So, like, is there something that you've kind of pinged on? What was your flat Earth journey like that took you down this path?
Man, I've been through all kinds of everything. What's up, Matt? I said you can open your door. Oh, okay, cool. I've been through all kinds of. I've been through the whole journey, dude. I went from water level to NASA videos to crepuscular rays to. Man, finding out that gravity isn't real, and
yeah, gravity's insane.
You're saying it wrong. You're saying it wrong. You got to say it gravity. It grabs everything.
Gravity. Oh yeah, gravity. Gee, I like it. Gravity. So gravity's interesting. I put a little thing together for my community on Friday, and I was looking at gravity, and I thought to myself, how are you applying this magical average speed to a car that's falling to the earth versus a rock that weighs 10 pounds that's falling to the earth? It makes no sense. It seems to be this. No. We're gonna average everything out.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Well, see, then brings you to the question, why do they lie?
Well, as you know, Sonny outlined so eloquently earlier, is the idea that, right? You can't build a court case on why. Like if the evidence is they've been lying about it for 62 years.
Yeah.
And they've done things that shows that their hand is in the cookie jar. right? Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl. Those are huge. I mean, that's just for me on a personal level, but it's like, hey, we found our fence, we found our ceiling, we're gonna attack it, and then hope that nobody asks why.
What's really going down in Antarctica? What's really going on in the Arctic?
Well, you say what's really going down, as in, is Antarctica a place? But if the Arctic is the north,
yeah,
and let's just take the idea that north is the bullseye on a map. Right. And through the process of circumnavigation, we realized that south is just the area all around the bullseye.
But is there land, exterior to the wall, or whatever you want to call it?
Well, as soon as you can get there beyond the 60th parallel,
right?
You can let me know.
Yeah.
You let me know how that goes. But yeah, dude, the 60th parallel, people try to cross that. They're like, you can't do it. No, sirree, Bob. Right? And the thing about it is, all of them countries have been on it since. I mean, they started out initially with a few of them in the 60s, and then I think it grew to almost everybody. I don't know how long it took, but everybody's on that damn treaty now.
Yeah.
How convenient.
Have you ever seen that video of this guy? He's on Google Earth, and he's looking at Antarctica, and he hits a street view, and it shows like these crazy ass bushes, and it's all nice. There's no snow. It was nuts. I'll see if I can find the video, and I'll post it up here. But yeah, man,
it's crazy. Thanks for the share. Appreciate that.
Absolutely, but
I don't doubt that one bit. Yeah, man. We're all here. We think it's flat. No, wait. We observe we observe it's not what they tell us.
Yeah. Exactly. And then you start getting into deeper stuff, I mean, you would think that flat Earth's like the top of the glacier, but it goes into so much more, and it's crazy, man. It's crazy. They've got so many CIA documents that prove that there's a war on the people of the world, not just the US. It's the whole world. And I mean, if you go through those documents, and it's nutty, dude.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to unpack.
It's a bit messy. So much to unpack.
The big thing is, if you can get to the 1750s and understand who Napoleon was and why he had his hand in his pocket, his breast pocket, and then you realize that the Rothschilds built their empire, making those plays by getting the letter carriers on horseback to report to them who won the war so they could make the financial play accordingly. And then Jacob Rothschild, so famous, he said, I don't care who's in charge of the world's money, I don't care who's in charge of a country. I only care who's in charge of the country's money. And they control the country's money, so therefore they control the country itself. It's from that point you kind of get everything.
So more than just control of money, it's control of the human spirit. It's control of because they don't want you being the best that you can be, dude. You know what I mean?
Like G.I. Joe kept telling us, be the best you can be.
Yeah, and that's funny that they have that. That's the Army slogan. What it used to be, anyway. Be all you can be in the Army. Be all you can be right now. Because we're in the here and now.
Voice chat, baby. This guy, Jacob, one of the Sith Lords. And then
I find it interesting. You work in the field of water production, and he asked you, "What do you go home and hang your hat on at night?" I bet you're looking at all that water. Every time you look at the top surface, what is it doing?
Oh, it's level.
Is there any exception to that rule?
No, there's never an exception to the rule. Ever.
Okay, so let me ask you a few questions then.
It's all liquids.
Yeah, okay, exactly. Yeah, so in other words, if you have a big vat of water somewhere and you know the level, let's say you can visually see that level, and you have another smaller container way across the room, that's never at a different level on top, is it?
At the same level here as it is in Dubai.
Yeah, I know I was kind of leading the witness, but I think it's kind of obvious, Your Honor, where I was going with that.
The Globe objects. He's leading the witness. Oh wait, you just said that. Never mind.
Okay, we need CB to come in as a judge and just clarify about the objective nature of water. All right, thank you.
Stop! You violated the law.
Yeah, we can't violate the law. Thank you, Your Honor. Anything else, Your Honor?
Hold on. The judge has one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Stop. Drop it.
Stop, drop, and roll on the flat plane.
Swing the gavel, man. Drop the hammer. Let that decision ring. Is flat. Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, sorry about the short aside. Carry on, gentlemen.
Mountains prove that the Earth is flat. You can look across the peaks of mountains, and you can actually level them out. When you get pictures from a jet or whatever, and you're up there, you get that spirit level. You can literally level out the mountain. That was one of the big things that I had. I'd flown a plane to Texas, and my big thing was doing the whole demarble thing. Oh, I'm gonna take my spirit level on the plane, and dude, straight up.
Wait a minute. Holy shit. Sorry to cuss, but this is a massive holy shit moment, boys. Holy shit. All right, Sonny, I need you off mic. Whoever's actually listening to this chat, I need you all off mic. Like CB, I know you're in and out. Boys, this is big. I just realized something. Damn it.
You mean you need us on mic?
Whoever's here, yeah, that's what I mean. On mic. Damn it, because this is something that we need to talk about openly. This is definitely. Okay. I'm about to throw a bone. I'm about to throw a bone into the play box for chat, guys. If I'm on a plane and I have a glass of water that's sitting on that table from the seat in front of me, that cup of water stays level the entire time unless I hit turbulence, does it not?
It does.
So you're telling me from the TV that I hang on my living room wall from New York City, flying to, and I observe the cup that's in the table in front of me, with the water in front of it is measuring level, and I get to Australia and help my buddy hang his TV on the wall, we observe level.
Yeah.
Where does the curve show up?
There's no curve. It's all live.
But there's some very interesting things going on there, because look, if you're able to see that water level the whole entire time, well, not even that. Even if it's just most of the time, and it's for sure level in the beginning, once you achieve level flight, and in the end, before you start descending for your landing, if it's level both times, that is verification that the plane did not dip its nose to negotiate any curve, therefore it was flying in a straight line the entire time. If the surface had dropped away at 8 inches per mile squared, you would be thousands of feet, if not miles, above your designated location. You'd probably be past the thermosphere or something. I don't know.
Holy crap! It just hit me like a brick shithouse.
Information, man.
That's actually a verification that you were flying in level flight, because if you could watch it the whole time and it never changed its level or didn't angle down, the water didn't angle down, or the liquid didn't angle another angle other than level, then the plane did not change its attitude, because the cup
attitude. Yep.
Attitude, because the cup did not. The cup is on the plane, on the horizontal. That is the plane. The plane is built that way on the horizontal, so it can fly over the horizontal.
I could just see Globers coming up. I use bottles on flights. Listen, man, I want to hear about your bottles on flights right now. We're talking about a cup of water, damn it. Right? Your gin and juice for all that matters, damn it. Conversation. Yeah, that's right. I said station.
Yeah, that's awesome.
No, that was definitely the visual that we were all talked about flights, and that's what I keyed in on. I was like, wait a minute, there's a cup of water on that flight, and that cup of water observed level the entire damn time. I'm here. I'm just in and out a lot. Or if you're going back to work,
What's work?
That thing that Rihanna was singing about.
You know, I don't want to do anything that Rihanna does.
Sounds like a really good plan.
You know, Rihanna actually is a really good singer, though. I've seen a lot of live performances where, you know, I could just tell that she was not faking it at all, and it's cool. Her and, but especially, who am I thinking of? Yeah, never mind. Anyway.
Well, I think I found my new calling.
What's that?
Making moonshine.
Oh. How are you going to sell it?
You know what? Easily.
Yeah, I didn't know homeless people had that much money. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well.
You're going to make moonshine.
Well, no, I'm using it for a solvent.
Oh. That's more like it.
Yeah, well, it has multiple uses, which is great. I don't plan on sitting here drinking it. That's the good thing about this. Is like I have no desire to sit there and drink any of this. Like I might have one shot or half a shot, or mix it with something so it's like a quarter, and then just have one drink. But I don't plan on it's dangerous. Like when you make it yourself, you go, holy shit, stuff's freaking flammable. I'm not thinking that crap. And I'm glad I have that attitude about it because man, oh man.
You don't smoke cigarettes, do you?
No.
Just imagine drinking a little bit of moonshine and then going outside to have a smoke and
poof. Oh man.
Let's just say Michael Jackson Pepsi commercial, go.
Yeah, basically,
I said beat it, damn it. Beat it.
Literally, you got to beat my face to put the fire out. Okay, sorry, that was bad.
Beat my face to put the fire out. Beat it.
You can make jam out of that.
Everybody do the Michael Jackson impression now. 1, 2, 3, go. Just kidding.
Hi, my name's Michael Jackson.
That was pretty good.
That was CB and his soundboard.
Nobody could do it as high as freaking Steven Tyler, though. Holy.
No, I was like, let me just see. But nothing came up, and I felt a little out of pocket after I did it. So,
what's the song? The song. Try to hit this note. It's Adam's Apple by Aerosmith. Try to hit that freaking note in that song. See if you like. It's so freaking high. Well, it's been medically proven that the dude's got like another freaking vocal cord, extra one.
Listen, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if Steven Tyler was surgically altered to achieve those high-pitchingly screeches that he does.
I don't think so, because I've done it myself when I was younger. I used to be able to do it.
Fine.
I could still do it now, but I don't want to cause any more damage. I'm not I was never really trained as a vocalist. So.
Yeah, don't go killing any cats.
Okay, better shut up before old dude gets on my ass again. All right.
Sidonia genus, part of the Rosaceae family, includes pears and apples, so they are close relatives.
No, you can't compare apples to oranges.
I can compare Keats to apples.
Yep. And it's funny that the trees grow like a rose vine too. They grow like a rose bush. It's really weird, but just like a giant one. That's pretty strange.
So you could make jam with that stuff, like jelly.
Oh yeah, yeah, because it has a bunch of pectin in it already.
Oh, nice.
In the fruit. Yeah, the pectin is already in there, so it coagulates on its own. So yeah, you can make jellies and jams with it, or put it in pies. They actually use it in apple pies because of the pectin.
Yo, Teddy, jam.
So a miraculous find. How is that possible? To find something that's like, now I find it so useful that I'm like, holy crap, this is how productive you can be with just something from nature. And I found a proper use for sugar, although I love it in my coffee still. To make alcohol with it. I mean, alcohol is useful for first aid, for cleaning, for insecticide, for all kinds of things.
Have you guys ever heated up rubbing alcohol or vinegar? I'm talking microwave it for like 55 seconds.
No,
that shit gets corrosive, guy. You can clean your bong with that. But no, seriously, like vinegar, you could throw I throw it in the microwave for 55 seconds. I was testing stuff out, and it cleaned my pipe. I was like, bro, this is sick. Yeah, man. You microwave vinegar, it turns it corrosive. I was like, why does it do this? So I Googled it, and yeah, man. Just a little FYI for you boys. If you guys are ever looking for a good cleaner, obviously get gloves, because that'll wreck your hands.
Well, check it out. That's how they say to clean the still, because the product goes through a coil of copper. So that's how I cleaned the still, with a solution of vinegar, white vinegar, and distilled water. And I ran that through the still. That's the first thing I didn't run it through.
Yeah, so calcium in water, you must get that a lot then, right? Because it's
well,
fluoride. Do you guys have fluoride in California?
Yeah, only in the cooling pot though, where it's coming out of the kettle. Yeah. It's vapor.
Oh,
it's vapor going into the kettle. It's condensing. It's condensing inside the coil.
Right.
That goes through the cooling pot.
That makes sense.
The cooling pot just has water running through it constantly through the coil, through the pot. So the coils going through the water are cooling. As the vapor comes up, it goes around the coil and cools off in the cool water, and then it drips out.
Sasha, you put olives on it though, dude. You ruined it. Who put olives on pizza? What's wrong with you? That's blasphemy. Who eats olives?
Now
That's even further blasphemy. But
oh my God.
Have you seen have you looked in the voice chat? Have you looked in the voice chat?
No, I should.
You should look in the voice chat.
Let me turn my mic off.
I can't even say I pick off the olives because the olives leach into the pizza. But the pizza is definitely making me hungry, Sasha. And I just ate.
If you want that definition, you cannot have gas pressure without container. You can almost say you cannot have pizza without olives. You can have it.
Stop it! Look, I'll counter your olives with pineapple. Damn it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Olives on a pizza. Come on.
Put,
You tell me that black olives are good. You crazy?
I will put it olives and how it's in English. That
What are you
fish.
gonna do?
Fish.
Sardines?
No, it's like sardines, but it doesn't call like that.
Yeah, the little
Anchovy.
small fishes though. Anchovies. Yeah, anchovies. Yeah. Man, look, you can take your salty pizza and no thanks. So I used to work at Domino's. They used to make pizza for people. So they order it up, and I'd say okay, and they'd ask for sardines or not sardines, anchovies on their pizza. No. Run the other way. We'd have to put on gloves and yeah, dude. I don't like those things. Bleh.
I never made pizza with the gloves. Never ever in my life.
You never made pizza with a globe?
Gloves? Did you say gloves?
Oh, with gloves. Yeah, with gloves. Yeah. Well, yeah, because that fish. You had the fish in the olive oil. You had to. We kept it in the big, huge vats. So you'd reach in with the gloves and like pull out the little guys and throw them on the pizza.
You need to do that with fingers. Yeah, because every pizza man should have clean hands, and that's it. And you don't use gloves.
No, I use gloves because we get a fresh pair of gloves because I didn't want my hands stinking like fish. So
I know.
Always go back and forth and wash our hands. Like, don't pull out the gloves. Get the gloves. This might be a little cold. What? Bend over. Grover calling.
Hey Kiwi, is your avatar of your car?
My old truck, yes. My old truck. Rest in peace, my old truck.
Man, what happened to it?
I sold it to somebody for a deal, and they were supposed to take care of it for a while, and then they sold it to somebody else, and that person had an unfortunate meeting with another car. So rest in pieces, as they say.
Yeah, that looks quite customized.
Yeah, it was a Ford Flex, 22s, bags, air ride, then like tinted out the tails and stuff. Pretty cool. Just there wasn't a lot to do with that platform when it came out in 2008. So I just ended up just doing a lot of stuff that I could, or little things that I could find everywhere, and it kind of just added up to something that was workable on a daily driver. But thanks for noticing, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it actually made me think it was like one of those cars out of the 20s at first, and then I was like trying to look closer and closer, but you know what I mean? Like the cars from the 20s?
Yeah, got you. I'll actually, it's funny, you can actually go on, if you go on Google and type in Ford Flex Air Ride, it'll actually turn up in the images search.
Wow.
But I'll throw a picture of it.
Hold on 1 sec, yeah.
There's a front quarter shot for you in the voice chat.
It looks sleek. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe how it looks.
Yeah, no, it's definitely different. My friends would say it looks like a giant hearse. Like, yeah, you can move some bodies in that because I mean you could lay the rear rows flat and you can fit a 4x8 sheet of drywall in there, no problem. So It's definitely a body mover, that's for sure. Kids loved it. Good for the family, whatnot. Do you have an eye for cars or what?
I mean, it's interesting, like the old cars that I used to go to a what's it called, a motorsports like events thing that had people bringing custom cars like out the wazoo. It was humongous, and I was just doing the parking lot work for a fundraiser for the wrestling team that I was on in high school. And then when we'd take our breaks, we'd walk around and like see custom cars and stuff. But like, I guess I got curious about like the 20s kind of cars, thinking about like before 2020 happened. I was thinking, oh man, what if people in the upcoming decade start kind of like going throwback culture to the zoot suits and the like moonshine, like what is it? Bootlegging alcohol, speakeasy bars and stuff.
Yeah, there's actually a company called Mob Steel based out of Detroit. Bear with me, I'll get the link for you. And they are very, very much inspired with the whole gangster, movement. They've got an absolutely insane Lincoln Continental. Let's find it. Yeah, there it is, a 68. Which obviously gives a lot of homage to the Matrix. First time he meets Trinity and the crew, go for a ride in the back of the car with the suicide rears and whatnot. But what we love about these cars is they're low, long, and flat. What's so attractive about these things?
Can be quite an extensive project working on cars.
Yeah, it's definitely it's not definitely nonstop. Actually, this is the one I was thinking of. That one's a little bit of a not quite the one I was thinking. This is it here, the 63.
What got you started in your interest in this?
I hate driving things that look like everybody else's. I have to be different. Being normal sucks. I like being different. I have to be different. Just to make it different, custom. And obviously sense of inspiration, sense of pride. Something to be creative with. It's kind of like an artist in a canvas in a way. Right? It's like an outward expression of your mental state, if you will, I guess. But yeah, man, always been into it. I'm 42 now and always love modifying cars.
It's an outward expression of your beautiful, blooming personality.
There you go. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, really what it is, boys with toys, but it's, hey, look what I can buy and look what I can fix up. Hey, look what you can buy and look what you can fix up. And hey, cool, we're sharing this moment.
I think there's a common knowledge among car guys. There's a common knowledge among guys who even collect sneakers or take pride in their shoes and watches and hats. And there always seems to be this little common thread about shoes and cars and that kind of stuff. But yeah, man. Shoes or cars for your feet. That's what I always say. Mode of transport.
Yeah, I'm sure at some point I'll do the same when I have the money for whatever vehicles I'll have. I'll be able to appreciate the style points that, and of course, like, major upkeep. Like I'm most impressed when it runs well. like I'd hate to see a car with that much work going into it when it, or any vehicle with that much work in it, and the engine is suffering.
Yeah, if it doesn't roll, don't bring it. And I don't mean roll as in you're gonna push it either. There's a lot of good. Do you get into YouTube at all and look at different guys, builders, and things of that nature?
Not really. I mean,
yeah, there's a lot of good builders out there that are doing. I mean, it depends what you like too. Obviously, like supercars, modern day stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of builders as well that do a lot of old school rides, like I shared above. Mob Steel. Go check those guys out, and I think you can find them on YouTube too. They'll have a breakdown some of their builds and stuff.
I actually have some people working on a custom car right now. It's going to be all spherical. The steering wheel will be spherical. The wheels will be spherical.
I think I know what it's going to look like. Hold on, let me share it. I think
it's a custom build. The wheels will never go flat.
So hold on a second. So you're telling me that the air in the tires don't need a container?
No, they're going to be spherically held in by gravity. It's going to be spherical with gravity. It's going to be totally custom. It's going to be awesome.
Okay, because here's the model I was thinking you were pitching. Hold on. Give me a quick second. You said spherical.
Yep. And then I'm also doing a custom house, so it'll be a spherical house as well. To park in a spherical garage, I'll have the spherical car. I've got a spherical pool, spherical bed. The floors are curved, the walls are curved. When you turn the ceiling fan on, the room spins.
Whoa, wait a second. So you're telling me that the opposite happens when you turn on the fan? The room spins.
Yeah. Bro. All the fans do that.
Okay.
The bathtub.
So I get cooled by the wind in the room.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's right, yeah. And the house is actually going to be charged up with extra gravity so that you can actually make a rubber ducky disappear in the bathtub over the curve. So
rubber ducky go quack quack?
Yeah, rubber ducky over the earth curve in the bathtub.
You go by.
So, yeah.
But here's the thing. I heard that your house also wants to have an infinity pool with an edge that aligns with the horizon. So how are you going to fix that situation up in your curvy house?
Yeah, no, we just got a spherical infinity pool. So it's constantly cycling in a sphere.
So wait, You mean to tell me I have to walk into your infinity pool and then I'm surrounded by water?
Yeah, you dive in off the spherical diving board. And,
okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm starting to see the limits of your design here as we're.
It'll be a curve. Yeah, it's like a curved diving board into the spherical water.
The curved diving ball. I want that too. By the way, if you could build that in a curved diving ball, that would be great.
Yeah, it actually has a custom bowling alley where the balls are still straight, but the alley is curved.
Wait, you're telling me that in this bowling alley you have balls that are actually cubes and the pins are actually balls?
No, they're still spheres because everything is spherical, but you have to bowl. You have to bowl over the curvature though.
Holy shit! You have to bowl over the curve.
The pins are behind the earth curve.
Oh, you have to. So it's almost like you're gonna have the bowling alley set up like the paper towel roll model. Then, so you're gonna have to bowl over the edge of the paper towel.
That's right.
Towel roll. Got it.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Got it. That makes sense.
Yeah, to keep the theme going. The basketball court, obviously curved. Tennis, all that stuff's gonna be curved. Yeah.
Have you used curvy balls yet for your name? Curvy balls would be good. I think that's one you got to put up there at some point, like next month or whenever you get it to a point. But add to the list of possibilities. Curvy balls. I just need to put that in there. That's really good.
I've definitely done like cornered ball or a curved box or a box. What was it? A cubed ball.
Cube
Things
ball,
like that.
That's good. Yeah, cube ball is good.
Things like that.
So good. CB, I forget where. If we talked about it before, where are you located out of?
I'm in the Midwest, boy.
Midwest. I'm just gonna say Minnesota, boy, huh?
Ohio.
Ohio.
OH.
I love it. How cold does it get in Ohio, and how hot does it get in Ohio?
We get all 4 seasons, so.
Okay.
But actually,
I just showed my ignoramus because it's like, well, Midwest, you're located close to, obviously, Minneapolis, and Minneapolis obviously has snow, so killing you're pretty dumb. I'm gonna shut up now.
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Yeah. Because it's flat. Damn it.
when the Globers finally get that free trip to space.
I can't believe we came all the way out here and spent a week in the space boonies for nothing.
Mic check.
Who's that?
Sonny, the
Your
funny
mic
one.
sounds nice.
No, who's Mike?
Mike's
not home.
But his brother Dave is.
So does it sound better? I changed it. I turned off the automatic sensing. So is that better?
Dude, you're good, man. I mean, your audio
Okay,
before
great.
sounded crispy, and
You're not
audio
on
now
your
sounds
snowball,
crispy.
are you, Sonny? You're not on the snowball, are you?
No, I'm on a mobile with a Bluetooth headset.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I could
I have
be
a
mobile.
problem with the name of that microphone. I really do. I think they could have done better.
Actually, I broke the snowball, and I bought a better studio quality mic and an interface to go with it. So I have an audio interface and a regular boom mic with a suspension.
I can't believe you broke something
suspension
that was
bridge?
spherical, Sonny. How dare you break anything?
I broke the snowball. Well, the only part that broke was the part that was sticking out of the ball. That's stupid that they would have something sticking out of the ball.
Oh, well, so the ball was intact?
The ball was intact, just the little connection that went in was sticking straight out at a 90-degree angle to the sphere. So, of course,
Well,
it
that's
broke
why-
off.
Well, that's why a sphere is a perfect shape, because it's indestructible.
No, it's dumb. It's because if you want to build anything on a sphere, it's going to break.
No,
Because you
but
don't
like,
have a
that's why
level
it's a
foundation.
globe. That's why the Earth is a globe. It's the perfect shape.
I thought
I know that's true. Yeah, those are just minor difficulties that you must overcome because globe is the perfect shape. Yeah, exactly.
That's what happens. Like, you go 90 degrees from the surface, like, you start breaking.
Yo, mama's in perfect shape. Oh.
But why sphere is more perfect than pyramid?
Oh, I said that. I thought I was on. My bad, dog. I thought I was on mute when I said that.
I've got an upcoming brain operation. They're gonna smooth my brain around so it's extra spherical.
Unfortunately,
Yo, Sonny, that's not actually at your mom, by the way. You know about your mama jokes, right?
I know.
Okay,
but
cool. I'm just checking. I love you guys. You're so great.
Unfortunately, Sonny passed away from laughing too hard for too long after listening to 24/7 Discord. Our condolences go out to all of his family that's left that gave a shit about him in the first place. So you know who you are.
You guys are awesome. Holy shit. I swear.
Dang. And this is me just making the moonshine. Good thing I don't drink it, eh? I better smoke something to calm me down. Cha cha cha.
Bullshit.
Oh, there.
Like Cypress Hill concerts in here.
Say what?
I love that one, Sonny. It might be a little distorted, but he's like, it's kind of like a weed reference. He's like, this is bullshit. It's like a Cypress Hill concert in here. Saying the whole room is filled with smoke.
Oh man, thanks for telling me that.
Like Cypress Hill concerts in here.
Yeah, it will be. No, maybe not that bad.
I love that one. I just added like 6 new ones today.
So do you have like another server that you use as a soundboard, and you just have both of them open or something at the same time, and then you can just click on?
That's not a bad idea. I don't know how that would work exactly, but I have them on a separate device. So
I gotcha. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's what I kind of thought. All right.
Yeah.
And then you have the output of that device just goes into
right into the
laptop?
mic. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right into your interface, like thing.
Yeah, whatever. Cool. Because a lot of times I used to do this on my computer. I would I would in the morning. I would like get on, turn the computer on, and then I would use my phone as the sound. But now,
I see.
You know, I'm mobile all the time now. So like I've got 2 phones. if you've ever heard that song.
2 phones. One for the. Ring. Cell phone go ring. That guy's a little questionable. Ring.
That was an earworm like about 2 weeks ago for like just whatever random reason.
Yo, Elijah, what's up?
What's up?
Not much. Yeah, I actually have another device. Someone threw away a perfectly good laptop. So, I mean, it's an older one, but it's one of those ironclad Dells. That, like you could drop it out of a second-story window, it'd probably be okay. It probably wouldn't even open. Still be closed and locked. You go to open it, it's fine, no problem. No, so you know
Back
which
when
one
things were built to last.
Yeah, like the Dell Precision. This one is a Dell Inspiron. It's got a big ass heavy case, man. They're ironclad. Wow, that was a motorcycle scooter.
Yep.
Wow. Sound like a freaking Honda 125. Remember those? Honda 50s. Those little trail things. Anyway. I digress.
Any excitement in here today?
Not really. Except I'm making some moonshine.
It's funny that it's windy here because they're talking about in like the mid-Atlantic. It's like wild hailstorms and all this, that, and third.
Really?
Yeah.
Like lately?
Who?
Like lately?
Yeah. Like this, like today.
Hey, Elijah. So now I know like where you're coming from because now I use mobile. I'm inside the house right now, but I use mobile on my bike and stuff. So I know what it's like to have to modulate or adjust things.
It's not really possible. Either it's cool or it's not.
Yeah, so
it's very situational.
It totally is, but it's pretty cool when you find a little place to stop and then you can join in. And I end up stopping in the most freaking fantastic places with views and
people who can listen.
Yeah, it's fucking great, man. I was down at the beach the other day, so I had Discord on my towel where my bike was parked. I put my wetsuit on, went for a swim, came back out. The Discord's still on.
Could you imagine? What if there was like a whole bunch of people huddled around it? That would have been dope.
Huddled around like what? What do you mean?
Like your Discord.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That's what I want to do, like, but too bad the summer is already going away. Like, if I was able to have a big speaker, just go to like the beach and just play Discord or play like certain videos.
Well, check it out. If you play it right in a year or a couple, well, hopefully not a couple of years, maybe in the next year or something, or whenever. You'll be able to earn up enough ducats to freaking come out here and sail with me and Flat Earth Dude.
How deep is the water?
You'll be on a boat, so no worries.
No. That's like no. That's like saying, well, you'll be on a raft, so don't worry about the lava. It's like it's
no, check it out.
I got a good video for this. Hold on.
Guess what? So Flat Earth Dude actually found a dude that has a 32-foot Hunter down here just a couple miles south of me, and he's already got it planned out. We're gonna start sailing with this dude, and so this dude's willing to let us use his boat. He's going to be there with us, of course. But that's cool. So that's
get some observations. Word.
Yeah. That's just the start, though, because like next year, my money situation will be a little better, and Kenny and I think are going to buy a boat. So we're considering buying a boat. We're going to try to crowdfund it, maybe, and so we could have a flat Earth boat here parked in the freaking marina. Anybody can come down, and so for you, if you're not used to being on a boat, we'll stay inside the harbor. We'll stay inside Mission Bay or something.
Nah, I can swim and all that. I'm literally terrified of things unseen. You know what I mean? I can't see anything that's in the water. Like I have a big shark fear or whale fear.
I just posted a video of Eli. Please watch this.
Yeah, man. I've spent many hours with my feet dangling down from a surfboard. I never gave a flying F about it because I'm more concerned what's happening on the surface. But usually, if it's calm enough, you can see down, you can see down to the bottom, dude. You can see down to the bottom. That you can't touch. You can see down there. Sometimes. It's beautiful. But I don't worry about my feet on the bottom. I used to get all hung up about, oh, I better keep my feet on the bottom until I get all the way out, until I got stung by a stingray. So you learn to do the surfer shuffle. You slide your feet along the sand. That scares them away. Well, most of the time. But then when you just get deep enough to like float, I just lift my feet up and float and start swimming. Like I don't freaking worry about it. Keep my feet on the bottom. That's no security. You're in the water. You just start feeling more comfortable about being on the surface, just hanging out. But the thought does come up because you know that I shouldn't even mention it because I'll probably be in the water either today or tomorrow. But I don't care. So I figure if my time has come, and that's the way I'm supposed to end, like, I got to be okay with that too. It's not that I'm putting myself in danger, but I think I'm one of these humans that's meant to be in the water. I'll shut up now.
I'm sitting here watching this video. It's hilarious.
Are we doing it for the gram?
Why does it sound like Matthew Learns trying to coach him in? Let go, dude, let go.
I've seen it a million times, man.
When they were trying to get
First of all, it's crazy. You shouldn't be on the water if you can't swim. That's insane that people would do that. Knowing, like, if you know you can't swim, you should not be anywhere on the water. I don't give a fuck if you have a life raft. It's just like, fam, just learn how to swim.
Yeah. If you don't know how to swim, you shouldn't be in the water deeper than your ankles. Or maybe like below your knees. Like
that's the level where ballers start drowning. When the water is
well, that's a safe level then.
Well, no, it's not
think
safe.
about that.
It's not even safe. They start drowning in the ankle deep water.
Excuse me. Good thing we all have mic discipline, so when we're hacking up a lung after that laugh, after we just took a nice one, you don't have to hear all that.
Oh, my bad.
Hey, thanks for.
I guess I've been coughing this whole time. Fuck. Like, I haven't even. I'm sitting here thinking I'm on mute.
Well, that's all right. Yeah, that's all right. Like, that's interesting that we could connect like this at the same time, doing the same thing. It's incredible. It's like almost like we're in the same room, you know?
Yeah.
If you think about it, we kind of are.
You are in the same room?
Well, holy shit, at least our voices are.
We're in the same room.
We're all in the same room. Oh, you know what? And the room, guess what about the room? I hate to break it to you all. There's no room. It's all inside your mind. The room, the Discord, the voices, your phone.
No, not that. Like, I think he meant like, you know, we're in the same room. Like take away all the walls, and we're in the same room. Let's take down all the buildings, and we're all in the same room. Like, because there's only one wall, and that's the one that surrounds. Well, it's not a wall. It's more like a container. Like,
I get it. Yeah.
The sound containment wall. Yeah, you know.
We are.
So we're all in here in the same space.
That's pretty freaking trippy right there if you think about it. And we are thinking about it.
You know what's creepy though? I'll never understand it. Like, there's certain things that it's like certain things about reality, like for example, the moon. It's like, well, rocks suspended in midair, that doesn't happen, so it can't be that. But it's like, but damn, who made it look like that? You know what I mean? And it's like, you think that you know how light works and all that until you see the moon's light coming, across the water to your feet, or any light, actually, for that matter, coming to your feet, but not the person next to you's feet, and they're experiencing the exact same thing. What the fuck is that about? Who knows?
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Because you're like going to you're one observer. You're talking to the next observer over next to you, as if you were all one observer. You're like one observer A is seeing the light go to their feet, is asking observer B, is the light going to your feet too? Just like it is mine? Yeah, it is. Oh, really then? So who's doing the looking then? Is it me or is it you? Those are very interesting freaking questions, man. Because then it gets into who is the observer? And whose eyes are these? Like, yeah, they're my eyes, but who's looking through them right now? That was a perfect Twilight Zone moment. So, CB.
My bad. Smoke break.
Oh, dang. Okay, well, that's okay. Smoke breaks allowed. In my business, smoke breaks are allowed because I know the happier employee is a more efficient employee. Smoke them if you got them. That's pretty funny. So I don't know if you heard me. So I said that was a perfect Twilight Zone. You could have that little doo 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 doo.
Let me grab that real quick.
So listen. So what I said was, so if you're seeing the light go from the moon across the water to your feet, and I'm seeing the light from the moon go across the water to your feet, who's doing the looking? Am I the observer or are you the observer? And here's the point where you'll need to get ready. And then who's the one behind the eyes doing the looking? Okay, that was excellent. That was X-Files. But get the Twilight Zone one too.
Isn't this one the X-Files?
No.
Hold on.
I thought the piano was the one you just played. I thought that was it. Oh, that is. So what was that last one?
Yeah, the last one.
That's
like, just
search up.
And I heard it on a Mountain Bear clip. So it was like one of the bears made a video with the space stuff, and like it ended with that video or that music. Like I call it the super spooky music, the super spooky.
You know what? That's part of the X-Files soundtrack.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. That's another X-Files sound. Yeah,
I didn't know
recognize
that. Let me add the Twilight one.
Yeah, I started watching them again. Like 20 years later, I just like recently watched a couple episodes. They're actually pretty goofy, like very to my mind kind of sophomoric, but still kind of interesting, kind of fun. Some of it's funny as hell because it's so absurd, but it's pretty good. It's entertaining. That one. You have entered into the flat Earth zone.
Okay.
Things you thought things were the way you thought they were, or the way you've been told they were. But now you find out you've entered into the flat Earth zone. There may be no going back once you see the horizon as an apparent location. There's no geometric horizon. Shocking. How did these courageous observers make it through, knowing what they know now? Yes. The tale is yet to be told in its completion. We will have to continue on through all hazards, detours, obfuscations, and logical fallacies galore to get to the heart, the true meaning of the reality we find ourselves in the flat Earth zone.
This guy today in Cogdis was saying that we don't live in reality. He kept saying we're not in reality. He was saying like it's you can experience reality, but we're not in reality. And I was just like, so you're not in reality?
Weird.
Where are you?
That's very odd.
Literally, I mean, this is what they're saying now. They've reduced down to saying they're not even in reality. Oh man, it was too funny. It was like what I woke up to this morning. Some goofball saying he's not in reality.
That's hilarious. But I guess that depends on what you consider the definition of reality, then.
Let me see if I can post a screenshot.
What do you think, Hillary? What do you think reality is, Hillary? Could you tell the crowd, please? Thanks. I do a pretty mean fucking Bill Clinton, huh? That's pretty good. Oh, yeah, I like that. That's good. A little to the left. So. Sorry. A little comedy for your Monday morning. As you ride along, keep your curtains closed so you don't see the earth going by as flat as it is. We encourage y'all just to imagine what's outside the train here is a curved surface. You just need to believe the experts. We are running the train here, so we would know. Choo choo. Chugga 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 What's all that noise over there? What you doing over there? All that. Uh-oh. Oh, there's one harmonica missing. Hillary, do you have my other harmonica? Only the B flat. Okay, B flat. She's got my B flat. Whoa. Which one was the good one there? Because this is important. A. That one doesn't sound too good.
Sonny. Sonny. Sonny.
Yes, sir.
I'm not a sir. Can you please stop deafening everyone with like radical, really loud noises, bro? I just jumped out my headset there.
Okay,
there's new people in the room. There's a guy called Mitchell. Hiya, Mitchell. Welcome to the server. Feel free to open your microphone and ask us any questions about flat Earth. That's what we're here for, pal.
Hey, Pasturable. Yeah, no, I don't have really questions at the moment. I'm just happy to listen to. I'm not that new here, but certainly have studied quite a bit, and just I don't know, felt like listening in today.
Cool. Good on you. Well, feel free to ask any questions. If there's any topic in specific that you're not quite sure about, we can go over it in the chat. We'll post memes and GIFs and information for you. So, don't be shy. You don't need to join in at your pace. But yeah, don't be shy, mate. Feel free to ask.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No pressure, but we always love having new people, so welcome, Mitchell. Maybe the Choose Your Fighter music would be more appropriate. So glad to
Which
have
game show was that one? The one before this, second to last one.
This one?
I can't believe I'm blanking on it. I can't believe it.
You know exactly what it is.
Maybe Family Feud?
Yeah. 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 That one's classic.
Yeah. Do you know the Whammy show, the Press Your Luck?
No. I'll look it up.
That was also a good TV show. I gotta have a I miss the Name That Tune. That was such a great game for like the TV audience. I can name it in 3 notes, Johnny.
I'm glad you suggested this Press Your Luck thing. This is actually pretty funny. I could add this to the soundboard. Let's get some good stuff. That'd be funny. It's like we ask him a question that's multiple choice. Oh, that's great.
Hey, stop making all those sounds. Somebody's trying to sleep.
You don't want to wake up the ballers, Sonny.
Well,
the ballers are sleeping in the other room.
Remember, there is no room.
Yeah, well, their room spins. Their room is spinning.
Oh my God, that's kind of creepy. They're in the same room?
No, they're in a different room. Ballers, yeah. Spinning room with their imaginary friends, curvature and gravity.
Good. I'm glad they have a room of their own, actually. I feel safer.
Yeah, it is padded with rubber, so no one hurts themselves, but it is spinning, though.
Well, that's exactly what you would want. If it was spinning, you'd want it to be padded for safety's sake. Yeah, for safety. Right. Safety first.
Yeah. We don't want anybody getting like slammed into the wall or anything like that. So
I'm trying to think of other good theme shows and theme songs, and there's this show that I think had like a good feel to it for like what's your story? It was something like that. It was a really old show, like in the 50s. Like what's your something? What's your story? And I think that would probably have a good introduction kind of feel to it. Do you know what show I'm talking about? Like there was I think Groucho Marx did it. Salvador Dali did it. A guy who said that he was at the Ford's Theater when Lincoln was assassinated. I think he was on there.
No, I'm not sure.
I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, if you think of it or if you find it, throw it out there.
Yeah. I think it'd be really fun.
Are you talking about some kind of game show that had that song?
Yeah. The 3-member panel of the game show had to like figure out who you were. They'd ask you questions. The guests, they'd ask them questions.
Oh yes, it's in the movie. Oh God. Wait a minute. It's in the movie Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah. Right, at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I added a couple clips to the soundboard today. I doubt I'll get a chance to play some of these, but when I heard them, it just reminds me of scenarios that happen here in the service. So I'm just gonna play it one time, and then hopefully maybe it'll come up again. But imagine talking to a baller. How many times has this happened to you?
Maybe I'm just being rhetorical. No, you're not! God, it's like you just use words you hear randomly to try and sound smarter. Huh. Well, now you're just acting transcendent.
Like
ballers. Funny.
That's really funny, man. Like ballers just using words randomly and stuff like that.
Yeah, man.
That's so funny.
Well, it's like something Helio was saying the other day. Wait a minute, what were we talking about? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm trying to recall that conversation. Oh, yeah. We're we were talking about quantum physics, and Helio comes in and he's like, well, if you want to think you're smarter because you know quantum physics, then go ahead. Like, oh my God. laughed about that 2 days later.
And then I have another one too that I added today. It's like, you know how they come in and like you get the types of guys that like they don't want to really debate the evidence on the table. They'd rather kind of talk psychology about, you know, your you know your what you think and stuff like that, how old you are and your upbringing, this type of stuff. So
Yeah. Like trying to needle you for information of status or something.
yeah.
Like
So
really weird. That's bizarre.
here's the clip.
What is it that he did that disrespected you that got you to dislike him?
This is not a therapy session.
It's just good because like they do that, man. Well, how come? It's like, well, when are you guys gonna just talk about the evidence? You guys believe it's a globe, so just get the proof and put it on the table. Why do we need to talk psychology about, you know, how I feel about this or how you feel about that? It doesn't matter. This isn't a therapy session, folks.
Yeah, and then while we're actually in the middle of talking about the evidence, there's a complete avoidance of above mentioned evidence. That's that's quite stark.
You know what the dumbest shit is? Talking to a young person that speaks as if they know about fucking life. You don't know shit, you young dummy. You don't know shit.
That would probably make old dude a lot happier. I could just make a soundboard and I could have all the Sunny sound effects, like hundreds of them, including the guitar whammy. Wow! Because I know how everybody wants to hear all those sounds that are offset here in the famous, world famous studios at Sunny.
By all means, get a soundboard, mate. Yeah, but just do it professionally, Sonny, and you won't get me on your back, bro.
I'm only joking. I'm just kind of ribbing you back a little bit, man. I know you have concerns, and sometimes I no, listen. Sometimes I am out of line, and you're right, the harmonica, because I need to pay attention because I was like, if I could do all that stuff so it wasn't overpowering the mic, I just need to be used to it. Like, so if I ever did that, I would just move the Bluetooth away completely in the room somewhere. But yeah, you know, I appreciate what you're saying, man. I know it probably.
I come across as an angry old Scottish git. I actually am an angry old Scottish git, but I'm really kind of nice and getting behind it.
But don't ever change though, because I like that part.
You too. Stand up and be sunny till they burn you to nothing left. Just be sunny all the way, man. That's the beauty of this place. Listen, we're all individual, and we need to learn to fit together, man. If we're going to keep this going, we've got to learn to fit together and make it blossom. And you've got the talents to really make this blossom, Sonny. You've got the music and the art skill outside of it to do that. And with the soundboard stuff and all that, it's so good when we're all on point, like, yeah, but I worry a lot about scare people away and whatnot, because it can seem too hectic a lot, eh? But yeah, never change, bro, never change.
I got you, man. I appreciate it. And that's how we refine ourselves, like, right? I mean, that's why we actually need each other for that reason.
Amen.
We may think we're bouncing something off our own Blackbird and getting it back so that we can look at it objectively. Never going to happen, right? You got to bounce it off somebody else and go get a totally different perspective. Then maybe another perspective as well, right? Then you got three of them. Then you start weighing these possibilities of decisions, and it really is just about choices we make during the day, right? So small decisions, yeah. Like I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping while my guitar gently weeps.
I'm still laughing. Oh, did you see those clips I posted in the live stream? That's 100% you right now, man. I love you, buddy.
I'm been doxed. No, I'm been doxed.
Oh man, too funny.
I'm gonna have to mute up. Hey, I'm gonna crack up.
I like how I can do share, and I was able to share videos that I don't think I'd be able to. I was able to share before. This has a feature for that. It's pretty cool. Now I just have to find it again. Because if we didn't go to the moon, then we need to know the reason. We need to know the reason. It'd be good to know the reason why we didn't
just
go
like him,
back
so.
to the moon. And that's the question I have.
You sound
So,
exactly like him.
Good. That's because I am Buzz Aldrin. What are you talking about? Just kidding. Oh, excuse me.
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep something, we need to know why something stopped in the past if we want to keep it going.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah,
People
because
actually
I think it's
use
really
that.
important.
Dude,
Go
it's
ahead.
crazy that people will they'll actually lean on that gobbledygook that he just put up. Well, if it's nice to know why you did, they will use that as like, oh, well that checks out. Like, first he says, well, we
I
didn't
know.
go. And then, like, well, he turned around and said a bunch of gobbledygook, and then now it makes sense. Wow.
That's
Nice
not
to
a
know
9-year-old.
why. And just keep it
That's
going.
that's not a 9-year-old question. That's my question. That's the question I have is if we didn't go back, why didn't we go back? And I think it's important to know. We didn't go back. Why we didn't go back? I already said that part, didn't I? and we and we didn't go back.
And we didn't go there, and
we didn't go there. Yeah, we did.
That's the way it happened.
Yeah, and we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
We did. I want to know, but I think I know. That's the way it happened.
I want to know, and I think I know. That's the way it happens.
Yeah. Hey, CB? Do you have the full clip of that?
I just have it broken into 3 parts. So I have her asking the question, him answering it, and then the gobbledygook that comes afterwards. I can play it if you want.
All right. Well, then you'll put it all together right now, and then you'll make a different file and you'll send it to us. Does that make sense to you?
I can just get the video.
Okay.
Do that.
I'm just messing with you. I'm not ordering you around to do anything. No, but seriously, do it now.
Oh, someone's playing.
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Do you speak English?
Dude, that
that
right there is the most damning thing an astronaut has ever said to anybody.
I think listen. I did take some acting classes, and I think I could write that and do that narrative and and do his voice. I'm gonna try it. I'll find it because I had it almost memorized. I almost had it memorized there for a minute.
You know what's so funny?
What's that?
Sonny, you just gave me an idea. You just gave me an idea because Glad has Don Pettit down. If you can get down Buzz Aldrin, we need to start taking on characters up in here.
And that's not a.
Dude, we could do a conversation between Buzz Aldrin and Don Pettit.
Yeah,
and that's not an 8-year-old's question. That's the question I have.
And then we could do
I think I know.
Well, you gotta.
We could do hold on. We could do that Buzz Lightyear movie that just came out. We could have Don Pettit and Buzz Aldrin talking about that movie. Oh, man.
What I think would be funny, man, is like if other people worked on their character, whatever they, I'm not sure who I could be, but I'll think of something.
Yeah, because if
dude, I'm so down for that.
We can do a whole.
If you want to go back, and do something.
Hello, I'm saying that this is Don Pettit here, and I want to see the new Buzz Lightyear movie with Mr. Aldrin himself. Yes.
But I'm not sure I appreciate them using Buzz personally. But if you didn't go back, it's good to know the reason why you didn't go back, and I think I know why.
You gotta agree. That's good. So we need some more characters. So if anyone's out there can do a Neil deGrasse Tyson, I feel like Eli could probably do a good Neil.
You don't.
You just don't.
You just don't.
Oh man, what else?
I can't do a very good Neil. I just do clips, snippets. But someone else could really, if they try for it, could do a good Neil. I'm sure.
And we didn't go, so there must be good reasons why we didn't go, and that's the question I have, and I think I know.
Oh man, gosh. Now I want to be a character. I don't know who I would be though.
We were just passengers on a ride, Mr. Sabril.
Ooh, who can do a good Elon Musk? You know, he has a weird cadence, and I feel like Glad you probably could do him pretty well, actually. Well,
Somebody
someone
could do Bart Sabril. Hey, wait, CB, maybe you could do Bart Sabril. Sign on the Bible. Why won't you put your hand on the Bible? Yep.
And swear that you
Well,
went
you
to
went
the
to
moon.
the moon.
Did he say he's going to give him $500 cash too when he did that?
I'll give you $500 cash. Yeah, like somebody use Bart Sabril. Somebody could do.
But yeah, we need a good Elon. Whoever can do Elon as well.
Who's got that goofy voice? Like,
yeah, no, I was gonna say.
It looks so
fake.
It looks so real because
wait, we just
so
need
fake.
Isn't he South African? Just get a South African to do it.
South African, mate.
Okay, Sola. Okay, Sola. Come on, come up to the front.
Sola
now,
can be
Sola.
Elon. What else? Who else do we need? You know, we could throw a Trump in there if anyone's gonna.
We're gonna start enlisting people, so we'll just enlist them. Flat, you say, okay, Flat. Could you do Elon Musk? Elon Musk? Flat.
Well, we need one of the Brits to do like a Brian Cox. He's got a distinct voice.
Hold on, let me go and listen to him a sec.
Yeah, okay. That's gonna be awesome. Who else?
I bet he could.
Bill Nye. Who can do Bill Nye? That one would be easy. Just act all eccentric.
Yeah, we need a Bill Nye, right? Think about when he's doing the thing with the paper towel roll Earth with the ship going over it. What was he saying there?
Just
extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. And the flat Earth didn't stand up to scientific proof. Flat Earth didn't stand up to scrutiny. How's that?
I'm thinking of more characters. Heck, we could throw in a Biden. Throw a Trump in there.
Larry. Hey, Larry, are you there? Can you do any voices of characters? Maybe a Texas character? I don't know. Shoot, somebody in the space. Like, who is there? God, I'm so tired of hovering by my phone, thinking I'm still tethered with a wire, and there's no wire, and I'm hands free, and I'm still tend to go over there to be. I think I'm connected still by an invisible tether. What the heck? How did they do that to me?
If we could get one of the Brits or one of the posh Americans, we could do Admiral Byrd. And who's that? It's gone out of my head now. I was thinking if we research the old stuff, like the Jack Parsons Disney stuff, we could do Walt Disney, Jack Parsons, the whole 9 yards, guys.
Oh yeah, that opens up another whole. Yeah, you're right about that.
Do backroom on how to own the world, how it was all put together with the things that we know, and Operation Paperclip and all the military generals.
Werner von Braun. Oh shoot, we need a Werner von Braun in there somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got we got to go into deep think mode, flat earthers. Okay. So, and the deep.
Yeah, let's do this properly. How they all fooled us. Let's make an hour documentary or an hour movie on how they all got together and fooled us.
Yes, excellent, man. This is starting to develop already. This is what I'm talking about. I love this idea.
All right, good. Maybe we can make a whole event. We can do an event, a couple hours. 1 or 2 hours.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Maybe I could be Obama or something.
We need someone to write like a document to start with, a scratch document. Just somebody to start writing some storylines somewhere, like characters. We can develop our own characters and write some narratives, but we need ideas for the storyline, just a general framework, so then we can put it in. So
Yeah.
So
Well, I was
good
thinking
at
like
writing
you just
frameworks.
riff off the theme of your character. You know what I mean? Like, what would your character say? You know what I mean? Like, if I was Obama, I'd be like, well,
Exactly.
we've sent missiles
That's true.
to the sky, and we hit the firmament,
Yeah.
and SpaceX.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Look, this is going to cause us to have to research more because we're going to have to study that. I'm going to have to go look at everything that Buzz Aldrin ever said
Yeah.
or wrote
get in
or
character.
articles about him or anything. Oh yeah, this is going to be fun.
Like Glad could probably juggle like 3 different characters. Not gonna lie, like doing Don Pay. He's already
No,
gonna have.
at least look. Glatt is left-handed like me. Left-handed.
Me too.
So
I'm left-handed.
he's probably got. Oh shoot! Then all of us. So he's probably got like 20 different characters in each one of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And they
That
cross
wouldn't
over
surprise
from
me.
left to right brain, like right, left brain, different kind of characters that can mix because we're left-handed. We can mix those ideas where most people are just kind of like, okay, well, there's this kind of rigid framework on this side. They don't really encounter that whole other side that's what we...
Sonny, don't come down on these people now. Come on now.
Okay. I'm relaxed. No problem, man. I'm feeling fine.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
It's okay. I like it, and I wouldn't want you to ever stop because I need that. Like I like you guys. I consider friends because I don't get bullshitted, and I don't bullshit. Like I can be like straight up, straight honest, and straightforward, upright, head up, shoulders back.
Yeah, we're part of the Upright Citizens Brigade.
That's right. That's great, man. See, I like the creativity we have, with all these names and words. I'm bullshitting y'all. I'm joking the whole time. We're just all kidding. We're making it up right now. No, we're not.
We watched Chris Tucker, KJ and I, before we left today, watched the Chris Tucker Michael Jackson thing on his newest special. So funny. Makes me cry, though. They were good friends.
Oh, really? No, nothing about that.
I was just bullshit. And you know this, man.
And you know this, man.
Oh gosh, I have a little these monoculars are freaking cool. Can you imagine being on a ship and you had nothing more powerful than this? But
all you need is a periscope to see over Earth curvature.
No, I have this little. I have 2 of them. I actually broke this one and put it back together, and it still works. It's a 16 by 52. It has day and night lenses, and it says the field is 22 degrees, and it has 1.5, 3, 6, 10, 12 to infinity. I need someone that's better with optics to tell me what those things mean. Like 66 meters to 8,000 meters is the range. So 8,000 meters is how far? 8,000 to 8 times 3, approximately 25,000 feet. That's 25,000 feet is 5 miles. 5 miles. Perfect for 5 miles. See what I'm always talking about 5 miles? Because that's the limit of this. These little things are 5 mile, like basically a 5 mile range. And that's how come I can literally, even with this stupid thing, I could zoom right into literally in the harbor. The waves are no bigger than a foot, but most of the time they're probably about 4 to 6 inches. And I can see that 3 miles away across the harbor on sand. so there's no mistake. And yeah, I could go on, but I need a better optic so I can show you show you visibly what I'm talking about specifically.
Excuse me, I just gotta get through. I'm looking for my ball.
Maybe it's time you question the nature of your own reality.
Check that voice text I posted, that Chris Tucker video. Y'all are gonna laugh.
Appreciate that. That was a good one, Drace, also.
Should get someone to do Bush, Obama, Clinton.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do the presidency. I was thinking I could maybe do Obama. A Trump would be good.
I think I could pull off a pretty good bill if you ask me. Just saying.
All right, so you're Bill and Buzz. Glad's gonna be Don Pettit and maybe Elon. I don't know. No, Solar's gonna be Elon. I don't know, dude. We'll have fun with this though. It sounds hilarious.
Yeah,
I'm only going to
awesome.
do the character I can destroy, and that's Don Pettit. So
You're
Yeah,
so
and you knock it out. You do knock it out of the park. Awesome,
Yeah.
yeah. I think it's great, man. Awesome.
see, I
class.
told you too. That's like I don't know where it came from because I just started to try it one day on the live stream, and it just came out. I was like, no shit. All right. Oh,
Same thing with Buzz. Same thing with Buzz. Yeah.
yeah. I feel like you start pretty well on one if you're going to do an impression or not, and then you just don't try it anymore. At least that's for me.
Yeah, because if we want to know how to do something, then, sometimes we have to go back and we have to try it again. And that's the question I always had is why do I have to keep going back and keep trying the same thing over again? Well, it's because if you want to find out how to do something, that is the key term. And yeah, I'll take you back to Sunny there. There you go. Thanks for asking that. Yeah, thanks a lot there, Buzz. We appreciate you stopping in from time to time and saying hi. Don't hesitate to come back. Yeah. I could do an interview with myself with Buzz Aldrin. And now back to Don Pettit. Anything new there, Don Pettit? Anything new at all?
Well, I just went to Culver's, and I've got I'm going to get diabetes today, and then I don't know. I got to eat this fish sandwich. Y'all take it away.
I'm at home due to the Corvette.
What other characters are there's a Mike Tyson? If anyone's got a good Mike Tyson, he said some stuff about Flat Earth. That could be a fun character. I don't know if I can do a Tyson though. Who else? Yeah, we need like a Brian Cox. We need Vsauce. Yeah. Someone we need to do. Someone to do Vsauce. He's got a really like familiar
If
cadence.
these motherfucking experts tell you that we went to the moon and shit, you believe that shit?
You talking about Mike Tyson? Yeah.
Yeah, I got Mike down a little bit.
Well, now I'm kind of mad we didn't go back myself, and that's not an 8-year-old question either.
I have 2 Mike Tyson clips on the soundboard. The second one I never get to use, but I always think of it like I labeled it as CB flat smack. Let me play it real quick.
Are there any concerns on your part?
I don't know anything about that. I don't know nothing about numbers. I just know what I can do.
How about
Kill this mother.
Okay.
Kill this motherfucker. Oh, dude. It's like when a baller wants to go into into heavy weeds. I'm just like, nah, I don't know nothing about that. I'm just here to kill this motherfucker. Oh, I love that one. It's good. But yeah, Mike Tyson would be a funny character. This is the other clip I have of him.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
So, just throw a lisp in there. Flat fucking world. So, yeah. Mike Tyson would be a good one. couple
Imagine
presidents.
you live on a flat fucking world.
I'll play the rest of this. Like a pretty short clip. I'll play the rest of the second half of that.
We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're around planet only, but people telling us. But we really don't know
11,
where we came from, who the fuck is our purpose here.
I'm not going to go for that. You're not going to tell me you're not on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out.
Yeah.
How do you know that? You never been to outer space?
He's
I
like,
can all work on it. Nah, fuck it. I'm only gonna do Don. Somebody else try from.
Yeah, that one's tricky, but someone will get that. Someone will get that one for sure. That one's not too hard, I think. What else do we need? Yeah, Bill Nye. We need a good Bill Nye. Someone can do a Professor Dave. He's got a goofy ass voice. I think people could probably copy.
We gotta have El Boricua do freaking Tyson, man. I bet he could do Tyson. I bet he could.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask him. Like, I don't know. We'll have to check it out. Possibly.
Yeah, we can have like. Well, I guess Flatty said that Crypto could probably do a Nathan Oakley. We can get round up a few characters up in here. Who else?
Flat with British is Welsh, isn't he? I could probably handle his voice.
Yeah, there we go.
Somebody to imitate QE and Witsit.
Share your queen. No, I don't know. That would be tricky.
Okay, QE and Witsit only.
Oh my god.
Them as themselves.
Yeah. That would actually be pretty funny. Talking to
You have to write it in.
Bill Nye and all these people.
Yeah. You have to write that into the bylaws. So Witsit and QE only personal appearances only. Cameo. What do they call it? Cameo appearances.
Yeah, I dig that. I would say Bezos, but like, I don't think he's as distinct of a character like Elon is. Oh, Bill Gates. Somebody could do Bill Gates. Anyway.
The numpty dipshit. Fucking clown show.
That was pretty good.
Hope you heard that one, QE. Love you, bud.
Oh. Oh my god.
You couldn't debate your way out of a paper bag.
You would fail 5th grade science.
That was pretty good, man. That's pretty darn good.
If I practice, it'll be all right. But you know what? I mean,
dude,
I don't know if I want to listen to that much QE right now.
I would say you would have to write down a few of those like 10-word phrases. You know what I mean, Sonny? The front lobotomy, rubber room.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I can't even
crumb crunching, dew licking, window licking, ankle
window
biting,
licking, numpty dipshit.
I could almost do it myself. Shit, you numpty dipshit. Who's in charge here? Sonny, you're gonna let this happen. How long are you gonna let this happen for? My word.
he does say, he's like, freaking rubber room lobotomy front, you know what I mean?
Once again, it's all love, QE.
I
A
love
frontal
it.
lobotomy with tweezers, then off to the Rubber Room Institute of Blind Mellencamp Chitlin.
Dude, it's too good. Some of them are so freaking funny. And yes, I'm still laughing. Oh, man. Crayon munching.
Yeah, crayon munching, window licking, dew licking. That's too do. You can't do that. Okay, we'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one.
Oh, man, that's funny. Oh, man.
You numpty dick shit.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good, honestly. Horse puckery. You know, it's like all these words are just so funny when they're like stringed together, man. I can't even do one of them, one of those phrases. It's just so
bullshittery, horse puckery.
It comes from like the time when people used to say balderdash, hullabaloo, malarkey, fucking all that shit.
I love it, dude. I love it. Oh, dude. I want to find a clip so bad. I just don't even... Finding QE clips are very tricky. They're always buried.
Start practicing your double and triple epithets today.
Hey,
we can all move together.
CB, you can just go to the numpty clips and
yeah, I know.
there you go.
I know. There's so many of them, though. It's overwhelming. It's like so overwhelming. There's so many clips on his channel. It gets a little
Okay,
overwhelming
just pick pick 3 words to pick out. That should be easy to find. 3 different words, and then
I just want one of those string of. I just want one string of those insults or whatever. It's just so freaking funny, man. I wonder what kind of people influenced him, though. Like I'm a fan, you know. Like, and there's people that sort of influence, you know, your behavior a little bit. I would say.
Talking about QE.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of people, or you know, media or whatever. You know,
it's mostly people in the military, is what it sounds like, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Drill sergeants.
Yeah, actually, I would agree with that. That does seem to be. But boy, like I've never met anyone like that. You know, it's pretty cool. Like how people's characters. You know, some people have really strong characters. He's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, but
you know
what's interesting? Go ahead.
If QE has any kids, they're not going to take they're not going to take any shit from anybody at any time, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Blessing. Yeah.
Be a kid for sure.
Yeah. So, and it's not so much like what he says. It is the inflection and the like now it's the like he is able to direct that creatively and put it into I mean, we all know we all put in forth some kind of character all the time, you know. So I appreciate that. I mean, like we get a sense of who this guy really is through that humor he uses and so forth, and logic and wisdom and so forth. Yeah. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting to listen to people that have had these different kind of experiences. I've had experiences in the military as well, and they're very formative when you're in there and you're listening to these people, and there's certain people that you gravitate towards that you might not think would correlate. You know what I mean? And I found out I learned the most from assholes like QE. Love you, bro.
I mean, there's the good cop and bad cop thing. You know, so sometimes you need the dual effect. You need to have both. You know, these Glovers are weasels, so sometimes you got to hit them in the chest real tough, like, and be like, "Hey, man," you know, call their bluff, and then send in the good cop afterwards to.
That's one of the things I like the most about here is that aspect, exactly what you talked about, the good cop, bad cop, and then like there's pairs of us and triplets of us, like good cop, bad cop, and we all like play against each other and stuff, and so when we're all being within a logical framework and we're doing that, they get better with truth that is happening at like a faster, a more rapid pace than a normal conversation is. So like it's kind of interesting because we've learned to use words, and if we use them correctly during a conversation, words are inserted that is a direct input, like a precision chink with a
Flatman Can, dude. I gotta say it for Flatman Can. Wow, what a great audience. What a great audience.
Flatman Can, hey, what's up, eh?
Chilling like a villain. I think I might have lost a friend today. I don't know. He's texting me right now because I sent him a couple texts after he took off. I was out back of my building smoking a fatty, and he was headed out for his Timmy's. He's a Timmy addict, and he brought up FE. He's like, and the Earth definitely isn't flat. And I'm like, I know, eh? Like those 3 rovers on Mars, like they're so helping us lower the price of gas, food, rent, education. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? He's like, why would it? And I'm thinking, okay, let's ignore all the homeless and hungry issues and waste money on going to fucking Mars. Like, you're missing the point, idiot. Anyways, he's like, okay. I go, I know. I actually, what I said after that was, actually, it is flat and stationary. And, you know, and I'm like, and besides, those 3 rovers on Mars ain't fucking helping us, are they? And that's where it kind of started off. Anyways, he's just texting me. He's like, some arguments are just best to walk away. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because I said to him, at least, brother, we could agree that, and I don't know if I should say this in voice text. I was going to say a certain leader of the world that's doing a certain something is definitely in the wrong. And he's agreeing with me there that that certain leader thinks he's right.
Well, anyways, I come back to the people, because they want to jump to, instead of like presenting a case that has any value that they stand for, they skip past that to, well, it's just not flat. So like, my response to that is usually like, well, one, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean?
He went straight to, it's not flat, it's round like the sun is in the sky. And I said, oh yeah, I look at what's in the sky to determine what I'm standing on.
Well, that's stupid because the sun doesn't look spherical at all.
But I'm not standing on the fucking sun, so why would I try to figure out the shape of it? Like, who cares?
Like, being honest, like, the moon sometimes might look a little spherical, but the sun? Nah, dude. The sun doesn't look spherical, if you ask me. Anyone else? What do you guys think?
I was watching some Karen B today, and she showed these gems that are similar to a sphere, but they're not quite spheres. And there's a certain name for them. Fuck, she even had a hard time saying the name of them. Anyways, it was sort of to try to prove like nothing in nature really forms a sphere. And then some idiot said, well, what about a pearl? She's like, well, that's because of a piece of sand that gets inside the oyster. It's not a naturally forming circle, right?
Totally not a sphere as well, yeah. Check.
So yeah, I think I've seen some images of the sun where it kind of shows it might look. Is it hexagonal or something? I don't know. And then I also saw one where they put a whole bunch of filters in front of it and it just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. That was really cool to see. It's great to look at the sky and use instruments to like try to figure out what the sun or the moon is or this or that, but there's to claim that we can go there and touch it, and come on.
Well, if you ask Sonny, maybe we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
He goes, I can point a laser at the moon and it'll bounce back. The equipment's up there. I'm like, yeah, okay. I know we're going back, right? Because someone in CogDis said that to me when I brought up like the bullshit of the moon landing and blah, blah, blah. We're going back to the moon. I'm like, oh, that's right. And screw the hungry refugee kid. This village was just bombed up. Let's go back to the fucking moon.
For science.
Many years ago, and I didn't even know this department of the government or branch of government existed, but her name was the same first and last name as the woman I was engaged to for a while. We were apart at the time, separated at the time I heard this, and obviously not the same woman. She was given $110 million by the government to think of ways to help people in low-income families and, try to think of ways to help people get out of poverty. I don't know what happened to the $110 million, but people I know that were broke then are still broke now.
And that's what I would like to know. If we did go back and get the $10 million. Because if you have the $10 million and you give it away to someone else, then that's basically committing fraud, isn't it? So, yeah, and we didn't go to the moon. That's why I asked. And actually now I'm a little bit pissed about it, if you ask me.
110 million she got. Fucking bitch. No, but in the pursuit of generational wealth, and when it's possible for me to do so, I'll do all kinds of wonderful things, but these are things she could have done with that money. Ideas that I have, she could have implemented. I don't know.
We were just passengers on a ride. I mean, we were just going along for a ride. What you saw was a cartoon.
Ask our boss, man. Why are you asking me?
And how about that moon? That was a fish story, and they're buying it.
Was it Buzz or someone I heard sold a quarter that was from a weird year, like not a year they went, and sold it, claiming they had taken it with them or something? I thought I heard a story like this. For a retarded amount of money, too. Some idiot believed, oh, that quarter went to the moon. I want to buy that and own it.
But Aldrin took the change from the liquor store and brought it back. Think about
I'm just
that
glad.
boardroom.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sonny.
Think about that boardroom meeting where they're like, okay, yeah, what do we do with these people over here? The Dutch, well, here, give them this rock over here. Give them this rock. What about these guys? They're going to want some too. Well, we're going to have to give them some of it too. We got a good deal on it out there in Arizona. So no need to waste this petrified wood.
I would love someday if Buddy and I, when we're calm and chill, maybe a big fat sack of some decent weed, we could chill out. I could show him a few things from ODD or Hibbler Productions and shit, and like show him how the Dutch went and verified the moon rock and found out it was petrified wood, like, and then see where he stands on what he used to think, because I was in his shoes. I know that's for sure.
Hey, wait a minute. You said you were in Buzz's shoes?
No, the shoes of my friend that thinks we went to the moon.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, because Buzz is a friend of mine, and we could have him come in and answer a few questions. Come on in. Hey, Buzz, come on in. Yeah, so Sonny told me that you guys are all looking into the shape or condition of the surface. Is that the question you have?
That's my question. I want to know.
Is that your question? Is that the question you want to know?
But I think I know.
Because I also have the question. No, I know. I should go into. I could go to the script, but I'm just ad-libbing. So, with the conditions at hand, because when you're in a space capsule, guess what, guys? We only went to low Earth orbit. We were floating around in a tin can with helium in it. And that's the truth. If you want to know the truth, if you're here for the truth, and I suspect you're all here for the truth, as I am, and that's the question I had. What are we doing up there? So if we're not up there and we're not going to space, then where are we going? I had that question then. So we were just flying a little bit higher than any of the aircraft that we have available at the time, that I've flown most of those aircraft myself. So yes, it's good to have questions. You want to figure out how to go forward. You need to ask why we weren't able to do something before. We may have to revisit that. Okay, thanks a lot, Buzz. Hey, man, thanks for taking some time to check in with us. Right on, man. Cool. That was Buzz Aldrin, everybody.
Thank you, Buzz. You're one of my favorite actors.
I kept him away from the moonshine, believe me, you.
No, you got it. That he needs the moonshine. That's his favorite, And real quick, why do you think they call it moonshine? It should be called like moon sun that bounces off this dusty rock. Something like that, right? Like, why would they call it moonshine like the moon shines? It's supposed to be sunlight reflected off of a rock.
Maybe because you end up with the sun don't usually shine up.
Moonshine. Maybe it's just because like the moon shines and
like he did a face plant, huh? And then just stayed there in that position.
That's wild. The Hollywood Walk of Fame thing for Buzz or whoever there. That reminds me of recently I saw who was the first fucking president? Benjamin, George Washington. Yeah. So it was a fucking thing dedicated to him, and it said Freemason and first president of the United States instead of first president of the United States and Freemason. Like, let's point out he was a Freemason first.
Yeah, that's because he had to swear oaths to never betray the Freemasonry long before he swore any oaths to the presidency. So he was already beholden to what he would consider a higher power.
Wild, eh? I hope the Globies listening. This is making some things click in their head. Because even Buzz and Armstrong and all them, they were all Masons too, eh?
Apparently, every Apollo astronaut was. All the Apollo astronauts, I believe, were.
That is correct, including Copernicus.
Oh no, yeah, we're talking astronauts, but yeah, going back to even the Copernicus, they all are shown. There's images of every single one of them, including Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, Newton. Well, I don't know if you need to look at Georges Lemaitre or his buddy Einstein. I don't know if you want to look at them together or not, but they've been seen together. But I don't know about seeing them with compass and square. Not so much, but big deal. They're in the same realm.
And in case anyone's just popping in, this might not sound like a flat Earth information, but it does. It does relate to the flat Earth. So. Yeah, I'd have to say for myself personally, it's amazing when I start understanding some of the things I didn't understand before I see just how much the blinders were on for me. Like even just casually going through your day and not even thinking on the amount of wasted money going into that program. Like that's a blinder in itself.
how else are we going to develop the technology to go back to the moon if we don't keep spending more money?
There's an amazing, sorry, 2 seconds. I'm going to find it. I'm going to post it. There's an amazing thing John Thor posted on his channel recently, Musk Fiction. And man, what is Elon Musk ever a piece of douche nozzle? Holy.
Personally, I think Musk is just a role being played. I don't think he's what they say about him. I mean, you look at the comments on like his YouTube pod or his he'll do like a podcast with Rogan or somebody, and I'll be like, "Oh my god, he's a genius. Just listen to him. He sounds so weird. He must be a genius." It's like, no. Maybe he just is weird and not a genius. But hey, that's just me.
There, what I just posted, it's less than a half hour. Trust me, it's worth a gander. It's a little funny as well. and personally, I don't know if John Thor's making money with his channel. I hope he is. He should make some money. That he's an amazing content creator, man, and stuff like that has to get out there. Some of these, blue pillars, they have to see this and wake up. Just for the fact that it'll benefit their future generations, not only themselves, but like to stop the lie is it's important, man. Truth does matter.
The earth is flat.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Vibes at the president, Jan got the evidence. Heroes laying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. That the earth electric and its residential residence is heaven sent. I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Blockbusters taking over. Bye bye moon man and rubber. NASA's so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Blockbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
Rovers, are you ready for this? Falsification is independent of replacement! Your cosmology is in the trash. We live in reality, logic-based with an unknown cosmology, potential limitless with my brothers and sisters. Who am I, you ask? That doesn't matter, bud. They call me Drace. Dr. Ace is trying to keep the pace. My heart full of base, destroyer of the space race. Help you break free, the globe will stay be scared of me. Like Einstein was a Miller, logic is the sick cow killer. Representing truth, it's the illest. Dissecting the lies like it's a fucking villain. Where is your mind? Where do I send the fucking bill at? Here is the truth, you can drink your fucking pill at. The discord, it strikes the right chord. Ignoring the truth, you cannot afford. Bamboozled, the lost is hit, they're all bored. The globe is gone full, you cannot retort. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me love, the lover of the creative spirit. We measured the earth, but Globus never fucking did it. Get off your high horse and open up your eyes. The truth sets you free, it melts away the lies. Why would they lie? So you die. Surprise, we've been indoctrinated since birth. I surmise it's time to rise against these obstinate giants. To go round and round the fallacy, be blinded by bias. You think you got what it takes, step up and fucking try us. The globe is dead and light, exposed to starting up trials. The world is on fire, your situation dire. You're watching death throes of a crumbling empire. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me wisdom, quoting the greats, never losing debates. All the globers share the same fate. Can't help but fall down at the same rate. Afraid to represent, can't even think straight. No proof, don't you think that's a bit late? Pump the fear, trust Elon or the Hell Gate. It's control, it's motherfucking mind rape. Children boxed in by the mental red tape. It's time for you to break free. Find your courage, come to VC and speak to me. Just be honest with yourself and this goes easily. FE is the base, truth and preach epiphany. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The last in its harmony, the balance. Can't you see the fractal symmetry uniting you and me, flowing in the three present in the be, expressing eternally supreme creativity. If information was a drink, I'd be alcoholic. Don't be lost in space, the globe is just idyllic. Invented by cults, there's nothing even on it. Can't hold gas, so no water, no bonnet. They got cognitive dissonance, the whole world, they've been missing this. Earth is flat, there's no dissing this. Please listen, miss, we're the cognitive dissidents who overcame our dissonance. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. The globe is gone, the globe is gone, the globe is gone. They call me Drace, the lover of the human race, annihilator of the fairy tale they call outer space. Grasping all the logic strings right at the base, cutting off the sofa swings they don't like the taste. Still have hope, what's the fall, it's quite the waste. But it's worth it for the few that are really based. Drop the lie, then you fly and you save some face. Or don't cry when you die to the swing of the logic mace. Yeah, that's how it goes, Globers. And to my brothers and sisters out there, much love. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the last bastion of reason in a mad clown world. Peace. Yo. Drace.
Anabolic beat.
Trying something new this time.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend, sketches are good, carefully. I've got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. Got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. It's got you. Take it all on the chin. Giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you. His little secret king. Nice, worshipping, believing the whole thing. Got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dopiate grin.
We got you, the globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn, it's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you, the lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin, the globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
I've got you right in my claws. I have written the laws to thunderous applause. Come, little girlfriend, sketches are good, carefully. I've got got you. Don't put your skin, just the energy within. So come with me and see the crystal. Let's begin. He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. He's got you. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, NASA worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dope-yet grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
He's got you under your skin. Do you have the mark yet? It's about to begin. Take it all on the chin, giving up on your kin while you're serving the kingpin. He's got you, his little secret king, NASA worshipping, believing the whole thing. He's got you living in sin, got you walking around with a dope-yet grin.
We got you. The globe has been. Don't believe me, wrap your hat up in tin. I'm your Huckleberry Finn. It's about to begin the unraveling of your programming. We got you. The lies are built in. FE, the linchpin, the lie wearing thin. No curve or a spin. The globe cannot win. Belongs in the bin.
Since you're playing my songs, I'm gonna play a song that's a song I just recently made. It's a parody.
Welcome, welcome to the Discord, my friend. Have a good time. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther. I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. Won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. Yeah. Finally, someone let me out of this cage. Flat Earth is not a model, it's a slayer of mage. Now Wixit is here, now QE is there. Even Sanic is creeping out of his smelly lair. Intangible, thought you saw the curve, but you didn't though. Panoramic view, flat horizon, it's so manageable. Telescope, try to cope on this slippery slope. Here's the rope, what's a joke? Please don't be a dope. Picture you getting down to the beach too. Like you see the rules, you know it's just a book, beatable, maybe incredible. Truth who appears to you to fill you when you're too crazy. None doesn't need the definition for what level is priceless to you. Cause I see you parallel, oh shit, you like it. Punch looking Clovers with one talk, we appear like psychics because we know your ticks. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got Clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther. make it? Allow me to make this childlike in nature. Truths, you have them or you don't. You have a fallacy, you're in them. Every spouted word, every faulty plea, every soul lost at sea. You see with your eyes, I see destruction and demise, corruption in disguise from this creepy enterprise. Not sucked into your lies through the Discord, not the speaker, but percussion it provides. For me, it's a guide. Y'all can see me now, cause you don't see with your eye. Like the globe in your mind, that's the inner. So I'ma stick around with you and be a mentor. Bust a few rhymes so you locals will remember what the thought is. I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feelings, not evidence except for the living dead. No feeling, remember that it's all in your head. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. I'm a flat earther, I'm feeling glad I got clovers. Feeling mad, it's useless. It won't be long, the future is coming on. It's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on. The future is coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on, it's coming on. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0, where the globe funeral rites are held every day, all day. Join the Discord and get verified in BC checking. Don't be a chicken. Trace out.
Awesome, great job, Trace.
Thank you, thank you. I also made a song for Millie Bobby Brown. I just need to figure out a way to make her listen to it somehow. So I want to get her to come onto the server and have a chat with us. Yeah, Millie Bobby Brown is the actress who played in Stranger Things. And apparently she went on TikTok and told everybody she's a flat earther. So I'd like her to come in here and tell us what she knows.
Yeah, it will be awesome.
As time moves forward and they're still not putting shit on the moon and on Mars and crap, and the truth becomes more and more evident, all these people that laughed at these people who were saying, I have flat earth understanding, it will be feeling like a real Nimrod. Shit, they were right. We didn't go back to the moon. Whoop.
If you believe they put a man on the moon.
I guess I'm just going to DJ, I guess.
Go on.
Yo, We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now?
Why would they lie?
Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs are in doubt cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout. Just listen up, sprout. We know what it's about. We know about this route. Never any doubt. You're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would you lie? Why would you die? Who gave you rights? Why are there nights? Who gave you lights to take in the sights? Who had that almighty might? You gave up your rights for the stories of light. How about daytime tonight in your boxes uptight? You put up no fighters to snuff out your light.
Now,
that's not too bright. Why would you lie? So you bow and comply, thinking you know him while only gets blowing. Meanwhile we over here flowing, the truth is showing. Denial's still ongoing.
But why?
Why would they lie? They got things to hide, bound in their egos and pride. The science is misapplied, system designed to divide. Truth it gets denied before it is survived. Don't ask me why, I'm not the one who lied, my guy.
I don't know, everything anyone sees could be an illusion under the control of an all-powerful demon.
Who's the conspiracy theorist now? You have no ground to stand on. Sad fact is, I don't think all of you can be saved. Some of you just need to go through some life changes before you're ready. We Truth has been telling you this for decades now. First you called us crazy conspiracy theorists. Now everything we told you came true. What now? Why would they lie? Tick, 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 time's running out. Beliefs are in doubt cause we got the clout. You don't have to shout, just listen up, sprout. We know what it's about, we know about this route. Never any doubt, you're talking to your scout. You didn't evolve from a trout.
No, platypus.
Why would they lie? Don't ask me why, it does not apply. To blindly ask why, just let it all cry. It's okay, guy.
Now,
besides, you can review, it's long overdue. Don't let them subdue you using voo-voo like you do and poo-poo. Your mind ain't a thumbscrew, with your mind askew, it's hard to change your view. Sorry we falsified our former worldview, there's nothing left but the glue. We broke free of the mental zoo and you can do it too. Just break through and learn the mental kung fu. To logic stay true and I thank you. We are your peer review, the earth is flat, stationary and the sky is still blue. Who knew?
Me?
Now you do.
Oh, me.
Welcome to the earth, snacks on the left, drinks on the right, and toilets at the back. The DJ is spinning all day, 24/7, flat earth Discord.
So I win.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the age of the sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from be a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity, hell bent on vanity. You gave your sanity, freedom lost rapidly. You gave up happily. Truth has validity, lies with scrutiny, objective reality, a global fatality, public pageantry. Lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny, me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave and utterly. Future stolen from the heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? The soul in your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free. Don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me. No knowledge sets you free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see. It's just a 43. What's in bigger, take a knee. Stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the points. 3 undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality. This genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. The
Time to rise up, come together, teach each other. Time to rise up, break the bonds from one another. Time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, it's no mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
Hello.
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 I if you believe no Glowers, hello.
Hello.
Hey. Where are all the Glowers at? Where all the spinning, wobbling, pear-shaped, flying forever expanding space believers are? Please come in here. Have a talk.
Hey, is King Deeks a flat earther?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure.
By the grace of God.
I'm sorry?
By the grace of God, I figured it out a few years ago.
Amen.
Super duper.
I still like to learn more, though, always, always learning more.
You will. Stick around here, man. We got a lot to teach everybody.
Learning is fun. There's always new things to learn. But some people want to stop after school and believe that they have learned anything.
And sometimes it gets tiring being around Globies all the time. It can become a little bit frustrating.
I think sometimes it's very tiring living in this weird, dark time of whatever stage the world is in. Whatever the stage of the stage is in.
It's only partially dark, though. That's the good part about it.
That's true. Light will always penetrate.
Mm-hmm. Even while you think it's the darkest moment, there's light there.
Yep. One little tiny candle of light in a completely dark room will be seen from every position in that dark room. So yeah, a little bit of light is actually enough.
Well, think about this. That's why you can see shadows even at nighttime, because they're even in the nighttime. There's degrees of darkness. There's still some areas that are more dark than others. You can still see shadows in the nighttime.
Mhm.
So isn't that a good thing that we have light even at nighttime? Think if there was no light at all at nighttime, you wouldn't be able to move. You couldn't see in front of your face. You would only see blackness.
It would be like being in a deep cave where there's no light.
Yep. And so outside in nature, even in the darkest night, there's still light.
The nighttime is the nighttime.
So in case anybody was wanting to know, alcohol evaporation point is 172 degrees Fahrenheit. Water is supposed to boil at 212, but like somebody else was saying, I think water can boil anywhere from about 190 to 220 or even more, depending on your elevation.
Oh, well, you know, next time I'm making moonshine, why, I'll contact you, Sonny.
Okay. I get the feeling you won't be, but that's all right. You might be, actually, because it should really be a part of any household.
Moonshine?
No, the equipment to distill anything you want from.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can make distillates from lavender or
Looking here,
other
right?
what's that? Medicinal plants. You can make distillates, essential oils from it.
Yep.
Plus pure water, plus pure alcohol for cleaning, disinfecting, first aid, solvent for mechanics, insecticide, like soap, additions to soap. Yeah. So who needs to go to the store to buy all this expensive stuff that comes with a whole bunch of plastic garbage, plastic bottles everywhere?
All right. So when we homestead, you'll be the distiller. Yeah, and you'll just take everything, you know, like what we grow in our gardens and all that stuff.
Listen, yeah.
Distill it all. Or you know, some of.
You could use stuff like that to distill to make ethanol. No, you don't. Yep. Yeah. Ethanol's kind of you don't want to drink. Yeah. So
no,
anything that's wood grain.
Can potatoes do the same thing as make something that can power a car or vehicle? Can potatoes do that? Like a vodka?
Potatoes are actually because it's all about the sugar. Once the sugar separates, it turns into alcohol. So then it leaves isn't that interesting? It's called spirits too. The
Strange.
spirits
Yeah, they're called
leave-
spirits.
Yeah,
Yeah, we know why they're called spirits now.
I sure do. Yeah. Like I literally feel like I've been cured. Like because I know like I can stay away from it as if like a hot flame. Your hand away from a hot flame, like. So I don't like. I don't fool around with it anymore. I know how dangerous it is. So, need to be very wary of that. But it's pretty cool. I don't know. It's like the whole process is very interesting, and I'm like, it's going to start again. I already made 22 ounces out of it. Let's see if I can boil off a little more here. Anyway, I'll mute. People don't like to hear me rambling. But I'll ramble just a second more. Just think if I had a little moped or something, I could actually fuel it with this. Or at the very least, boost the octane level of anything else. There's another use for it, an octane booster.
Sounded like you said mocking rooster.
Everyone needs to have a mocking rooster. That would be one of those parrots that repeats back everything you say. Ah, hello.
Yeah. Weird for it to be a rooster, though. I feel like he'd be just too loud and abrasive. Like, yeah, man, I know I stink. I know I need to take a shower, but stop caulking at me, man. It's loud as shit.
I know, right? A parrot mixed with a rooster. A talking rooster. Oh, shoot. Dang. Shut the fuck up! Anyway. I didn't really try that, did I? Go
Oh, that's all right. It's weird. It's funny. It's comical. It's Looney Tunes.
Uh-huh. Wow. Interesting day. A little tiny bit will just warm you right up, though. Wow.
Don't you do it.
No, I had just a couple tiny little micro, barely couple little drop taste of it. You know? And I had some of the wine. Like I sifted off some of the wine the last couple nights, but I didn't drink any more than like 2 ounces of it at a time.
Yeah.
But now it's much stronger, so I can just have like a quarter cup of the wine.
Oh.
And about a quarter ounce of the proof stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like really just like I don't know how to test it. I have no way to test it, but I think it's probably at least 90 proof.
Woo!
Yeah.
I bet it's more than that.
It could be.
All right, I got to do some stuff. Love you guys. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Right on, man. Yeah, cool. So I'm doing the test for you guys, to make sure it's safe. So I'm sacrificing myself, make sure there's no ill effects.
Hello. Is anybody here?
Yep, I'm here.
Hey,
Hello.
son, you remember me?
Wait a second. What's your name?
Garbage Man.
Oh yeah, dude, I remember you. I sure do.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? It's been a long time, huh?
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Before I start acting stupid, is talking conspiracy theories against the rules in this live stream chat?
Not generally speaking, unless it gets too far off topic. But yeah, not generally. I mean,
Is it something people don't like in here?
we try to stay out of conspiracies, but we touch on them quite a bit daily. I mean, generally, yeah. I mean, it's in my mind they're connected to the lie.
Of course, because it is the lie that they use to manipulate us. All these conspiracies.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think of the WEF and all this food, like this food and nitrogen cuts that they're putting on us?
Yeah, I just think it's part of the sustained development plan that they have in place already.
Because they already make bug burgers in fucking Germany, eh?
Yeah, I believe it. I could believe it.
No, I've seen pictures of it's literally bagged up. It's called Insectin. It's insect burgers.
I've heard of it. I saw some kind of article somewhere online.
Bro, they sell insect burgers in Germany.
That's not
Too
surprising.
many lizards here in Germany, man. Too many of them.
That's not surprising.
We are all lizard people secretly.
They've been setting up food processing plants for insects all over the world, and it just happens to coincide with all of the other food production plants getting burnt down. Yeah, it's just a coincidence. Bill Gates just owns all the farmland. It's just a joke.
Another
That's the
coincidence?
reason. That's the reason why the Illuminati was created in Frankfurt, right? And the Rothschilds originated from Frankfurt. It's just because most of us are lizard people, and that's why we have these bugs in the future as food starting here in Germany. You know.
That sure took them long enough.
So, what do you think will happen if, like, people revolt and they don't want to eat these bugs? Do you think that they'll starve us and like keep the land for themselves?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you're just gonna change the already, cheap, non-real meat that is highly flavored and full of chemicals in your fast food stores with bugs. That's it, man. People won't notice. I mean, people are stupid, right? You can literally feed them any meat and they will eat it as long as you just chemically, as long as you process it in a way that's consumable, you know.
I saw an interview today of they were making insect cake, and they were feeding it to people in this mall, and every one of them said they couldn't tell the difference, and like 75% of the people said they would eat it again.
Mm-hmm. Would you know if whatever you eat on big fast food stores is actually
It's shit.
what you think it is? Yeah, so
It's honestly all shit anyways, really.
Yeah, exactly. So they don't
I
really
just want
care,
to make
right?
listen. I just want to make sure my bugs are organic and pest.
I mean, we live in a
But
generation.
bugs are pests.
Man, we live in a
Pest-free.
generation where someone can start eating Tide Pods on their TikTok account, and thousands of people will do the same. That's where we are right now, you know.
But are the bugs free of pesticide?
People will start eating washing machine supplies because people are stupid.
Yeah, but that's not for hunger. That's for plain stupidity.
You think some guy who eats most of the time fast food cares about whatever the meat is as long as it tastes like the same thing that he's used to? No, man, he doesn't care. He's like a dump truck.
Even some restaurants, it's kind of common because calamari is expensive. What they'll do is they'll take pig anuses and they'll fry them because the texture and the taste is very similar. And sometimes you might be eating pig anus if you're ordering calamari.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? I mean, I don't need to worry about that. I don't eat anything animal regarding. I just eat fish. That's all.
So you're a pescatarian?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm vegetarian, bro.
Oh, nice.
So I won't have to eat the bugs.
Right. You just eat a small amount of bugs when you eat your salad, right?
No, bro, I'll just eat nuts instead of bugs. I'm not gonna eat no bugs, bro.
I'm just joking,
Exactly.
Sometimes when you eat a salad, sometimes you just have, maybe a little bug on it or whatnot. Just happens, That's what I'm trying to say.
Fuck that.
But yeah, I just like seafood,
And he's correct. However you want to be, like let's say vegetarian, that's cool, that's all right. But if you eat some fruit or some good fruit, it could be warm inside without any problem.
Right.
And even it's good that one with the warm.
Fuck that.
No, only man that this is fucking reality. and there is nothing wrong. There is nothing bad.
No.
Man.
Exactly.
You don't think there's something wrong with eating bugs?
No, but yeah, but in a sense.
I mean, doing it to survive, sure, but I mean the sense that it's being pushed on is like it's normal, like it's a good way of life.
No. I'm saying if you don't know, then you don't know, and that's happened. I think all of us who ate cherries, for example.
Here's the deal.
But I mean, there are literally countries.
Listen, guys, your body doesn't know the difference. It's only your taste buds and your preferences that will care whether or not you're eating bugs. Your body doesn't know the difference. It'll assimilate it just like it should any other protein. Sorry, but that's how.
Yeah, that's survival. But would you like to live like that?
I
don't know, man. I mean, if they make a really nice cricket burger and I can't taste the difference, and it's like twice the amount of protein, you bet your ass I'll eat it. No problem.
Apparently, you can't taste the difference. A lot of the people say you can.
It's either the choice of that, being somewhere away from a bunch of NPC dipshits and eating a bug burger. I might choose the bug burger instead of a bunch of assholes around me.
Well, they eat them in Asia all the time. They eat heaps of bugs, cockroaches, ants, everything.
Yeah, I just want to say there's so many countries in the world where you literally eat many animals. I think it's just something that you need to get used to. But not on force. I'm just saying it's just. I think I never tasted a bug yet, but I'm probably sure that they don't taste that bad. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just. I mean, some countries eat cats, or dogs or whatnot. It's just all meat, like a little bit like Glad said. At the end, it's just the protein, and the difference is what you taste or what you imagine it to be. I mean, the brain is such a high influence on your food. There's literally an experiment also made here in Germany. I think probably also in America. Someone made it someday, but there's was like a TV show where they had like a few people who had a lot of knowledge about food, and they told them that they're tending to eat the best meals made by the most renowned chef cook, and they actually saw the chef cook and they knew, okay, this guy is a very famous one for what he's doing. And this chef cook, he just used the most disgusting and basic pre-made foods from the industry, and he only made them look like as if they're very highly expensive and wonderful, and all these people sitting on that table were like, wow, that's so delicious, I can taste the aromatic blah 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 whatnot, and it's just like pudding from supermarket. And so it like the brain has so much to do with and the presentation, or with what you then make out of it, you know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, my issue is the problem is we haven't tested sustainable diets just of insects. Even just vegetable oils have had a harmful impact on our society. So
it could be harmful?
It could potentially be some extra things inside the chemicals and things that are inside the insects that then build up within the body. So it's questionable until tested. I would like to see 10-year tests of people eating only insect food before I'm gonna eat it.
I think the testing is starting right now, dude.
That's pretty much how I see it. That's why I'm not gonna eat it.
Oh, you're gonna wait 10 years from now?
I'm just gonna eat normal people food and live a healthy life.
And you call it normal people food? How nice.
Well, that's what people have always eaten, and that's what leads to a healthy lifestyle. So I'm just cutting out the artificial things that have been killing us, and have been shown that, like, since those things were added to our diet, suddenly diseases spike through the roof. So I'm just not gonna eat those extra things.
All right.
Well, in my opinion, the Industrial Revolution brought cancer. I think.
Yeah. It did.
What's this revolution gonna bring? Pesticides in your body?
What revolution?
The insect revolution.
Yeah, bro. The organic revolution.
Listen, if you really think when they say organic, it means, not touched by human chemicals or any shit like that, you're sorely mistaken.
It's fake.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, Like we feed it organic seed. Are you sure about that? Yeah, that means the animal's organic. Really? So what about the antibiotics? Oh, well,
Dude, one time I went to a store called Planet Organic. It's supposed to sell only organic food. And I bought some fucking fruit, and they had no seeds in it.
oh shit.
So I went to the
man,
fucking
if you-
counter, and I said, don't ever sell this shit again.
I mean, it literally says planet. You know, like
Yeah. Planet Organic, bro. Organic fruit with no seeds, my fucking ass.
I'm very critical about anything that has planet in its name.
Why?
I don't know. It's just disgusting.
Because it has plane?
No, planet. I don't know. I get disgusted by things that assume planets.
Why?
I don't know.
Where are you from, dude?
Germany.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Yeah.
Nice.
Natürlich.
How you doing?
Good. A little bit bored.
Alright, I don't want to talk about this shit anymore. It fucking gets to me.
Eating bugs?
No, just generally this shit. Personally, if I had to eat fucking bugs to live, I really wouldn't care, dude. If that's what you have to do to survive, but apparently it's actually more efficient too with water and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get more protein per like resource input or whatever.
Yeah, it's also what they told us about polyunsaturated fat. It's very healthy for us.
And what happened with that?
It isn't. It's not.
No, I just gotta wait and see.
Oh, they already, as soon as we've been using it for how many years? See if I saved that. Oh yeah, I saved. No, I didn't save anything from that video. Fuck. Oh, we've been using it for decades now, and heart disease and arthritis and Alzheimer's and other diseases rose with the use of it, and almost in lockstep. So it's there's no. In the beginning, there was a lot of so-called research which showed that or said that it was healthy and it was a better alternative, and so the whole media pushed that. And then one of the longest studies done on this withheld publishing its research for 15 years because there was so much push in the other direction. And so people started campaigning against using normal animal fat and instead switching over to polyunsaturated fats because they thought it was causing heart disease. And so the people argued really hard for it. And so like things like McDonald's stopped using beef fat to fry its fries in and now uses polyunsaturated fat. And the problem with polyunsaturated fat is that it oxidizes really, really quickly, and when it breaks down, it creates harmful chemicals that are toxic to humans. And so...
Is that stuff synthetic?
Polyunsaturated fats comes from basically seeds like sunflower seed oil and different types of oils we use to cook our food in.
All right.
Yeah, and it's now been linked to chronic fatigue and things like that. They think it damages your mitochondria, and so That's why it's people who in the studies now that the data has been released. It showed that the people who were eating polyunsaturated fats were dying quicker and aging faster, and so I'm just cutting that shit out of my diet now. Like no, I don't want it. Give me animal fat.
No more McDonald's fries.
No, I wasn't eating that to begin with, but I want animal fat again. That's what we used to use.
I agree. Hmm. I agree. I started even eating butter, and I found a jar of ghee, and I started eating that. It's cultured, clarified butter from New Zealand. Start eating that.
There's also fermentation that used to be a big staple within man's diet, but isn't as much anymore. And I think that's another part of, like, because we see a rise of diseases and problems within mankind when we should be advanced. We should be in the most advanced times when we should have the least amount of this shit. Instead, it's the opposite. So something needs to be done, and so we need to fix it. And I think this kind of stuff is within most of what the public believes. They have these misconceptions about what's healthy. They have these misconceptions about what the world is, how science works, how the government functions. It's all designed to keep them in this bubble of like, it's all good. People, some other guy's gonna handle it. I can just be on TikTok and be an idiot. That's what they want them to think. It's okay. You can just be an idiot. I mean, look, the president can even be an idiot. It's fine for you to.
No,
be
he
an
can't.
idiot.
Dude, the president's Joe Biden is probably one of the smartest presidents to ever come into office. He's the best president, and you can't deny that.
And Kamala Harris is also like the most intellectual.
She's probably
giant
just
you've
as good
ever
as him,
found
bro.
in your
Listen,
life.
ever since Joe Biden got in office, hey, Joe Biden said it himself. Ever since he got in office, economies have been booming. Look at the prices, bro. Look how much profits the businesses are raking in from the people.
I'm just waiting for that Build Back Better to kick in any day.
That's right. They're building back better. We're going through a great transition, and by God, it'll be great.
Yeah, and he just gave us the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, reduction, bro.
Which will increase inflation, which is good for us because inflation is good. Remember,
dude. I'm not sure if this is bad, but I got it. It has to do with inflation, but it's about Zelensky. Americans were complaining about their inflation, and Zelensky commented on that, saying that Americans have small problems to worry about.
after all of that stealing from Americans, it's just
no. But the thing is like
more.
The whole world's giving him money, and they're inflating the people, and he's just like talking like that about the people that are giving him money. It's like you donate money to poor people, and then they fucking come and spit at your face.
Yeah, the worst part is the people didn't donate shit to him. People stole from the people and then put the money in his hands, which were then distributed back into the hands of Hunter Biden and his associates. And then what? The people didn't do shit, didn't ask for shit, and now they have to pay for everything.
Dude, I just found out that Hunter Biden's a fucking CEO of some big oil company in Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's just fucked up.
It is.
That's why we have to send $50 billion in weapons over there to defend it, because we don't want Biden business to go down.
This conversation can only happen on a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. Thank you very much for tuning in. Globers, you got any direct physical Earth curve measurements that you performed yourself? Well, let's go ahead and see. All right, back to you guys.
He just said he's the CEO, so whatever business that is.
We're becoming theaters. It's the country.
Do any of you here ever read religious texts?
Yes.
From politics to religion. Both are not really things that we want to speak about too much on the
Okay,
stream,
sorry.
but that's not related to what we're doing here. But
Do you go to the other room for that, the lower room? Which room do you go to for religion?
So you guys ever doing experiments with flat Earth?
do you know what constitutes an experiment?
Yeah.
So, with an experiment,
Essentially, what I mean is, like, have any of you personally here done things or done experiments to show that the Earth is not a sphere? Personally, have any of you done it?
well, an experiment is a hypothesis test, and a hypothesis is an if-then question which deals with cause and effect. So it wouldn't be an experiment, it would be a test. I've done observations, used different aperture sizes as well, and tested to see the horizon change with different aperture sizes.
All right. And how'd that work out for you?
The globe doesn't work. It's pretty obvious. You can see too far for the geometry using any optics that are bigger than the human eye. And with the human eye, sometimes you can even see beyond their claimed geometry.
So, here's something I found really weird.
Yeah, what happened?
Don't know.
Interesting time to be disconnected.
Hello?
Yeah, you're good.
Have any of you ever seen a picture of like it's like this little piece that it's some guy who basically says what NASA did is they took like a picture of an Earth imaged wrapped around a ball, and that's what they use for their website. Let me try to find it.
Yeah, Rob Simmons.
Yeah, I think that's his name.
Yeah, we have it. We have that recording. I don't know who's closest to the trigger, but someone could post that little sound clip we have from the video.
Oh, I never heard the sound clip before. I just have a picture of it.
Oh, we can play it. We have a music bot, and everything here now. I don't know if we had all that when you were here before.
Yeah, you did.
Okay. All right, I think it's been about a year since you've been here at least, hasn't it?
I came back in here like a week ago or so. Said hi to some people. Talked to Lunatic. Oh, yeah, here, I found it. Yeah, R. Simmons. We wrapped the flat map around a ball. That's how he said he got the photo of the blue marble.
Yeah, most people don't know that. They don't talk about that much. But when you look into it, that's what they did.
Oh, no.
That's how I think satellites work. You take a flat plane, then you put the satellites up there, and then they give data as if it was a rounded ball. So
really, that's how they work.
That's how I think they work. And the globe is saying, "Oh look, the data says it's a ball, so it's a ball," but it's over a flat plane.
Yeah, I got the recording here. It's like 3 minutes.
Are there even satellites up there, though?
Weather balloon satellites, yeah. Weather balloons.
Balloons? Why do you think they put them up there?
There's like hundreds of them everywhere. Like it's like 1,000 per country.
I don't want to.
Different regions, weather data.
Full year.
The part of it says
Last month, for the first time since 1972.
This is Brock?
NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Okay, I got a question. Why is the sky blue?
When I was a kid, they told us because the light reflects off the ocean. I think that's a silly answer.
Yeah, and when I was in school, they told us it was Mie scattering or light scattering in the air, and the blue wavelengths being the most predominant ones.
If it was because of light scattering off the ocean, then the clouds would be blue too.
Yeah, no, it's not off the ocean. That's a different thing. Yeah, that was something even older than what I learned. They have all
We'll say
sorts of
something, no.
ideas. They have no way to prove that that is the cause. You understand? It's just a story of like what they think could be causing it. There is also an interesting idea that I've heard from some flat earthers where they talk about there are noble gases up in the air above us, and so when you charge those noble gases, they light up, and that's how we make neon signs and stuff like that. And these gases, funnily enough, just happen to match with all the colors of sunrise and sunset and all that stuff. So it's just interesting, but there's no way to prove all of that. Like we need to test it to know that that is actually happening.
Okay.
Yeah, another question that's similar is water starts turning blue as you get more of it. If you pour water in a cup, it's just clear. But if you have it like a fish tank volume, it starts turning like a mild blue. And if you look at a swimming pool, and then it's still darker blue and the deeper you get. So water turns blue with more of it.
And another thing, with these satellites, how do they keep them up in the air indefinitely if there's no gravity and it's not rotating around something?
Yeah, so the satellites, the ones NASA puts up there, if you look into it, they can stay up there for like 19 months. And they're the biggest users of helium. So they have a lot of satellites going on, a lot of helium, a lot of weather balloons actually, weather satellites. And they're just out there they're in the atmos up there where the maximum height around 130,000 feet. They're just hanging out there. It's above the weather, so they don't really move. They just kind of hang out there, sending us data.
Well, they're not balloons, are they?
They're alien balloons, yes.
Many of them, admittedly, are balloons, like Project Loon and other such things. And back in the day, back in 2017 and before that, when you looked at the website of the European Space Agency, you could actually see all of the balloon launches that they were launching, and the names of the things that they were launching were the same names of supposed satellites that were supposed to be circling in space. So it's just a funny coincidence, but once we pointed that out, they removed that and changed the website, so you can't see that anymore. But there's still videos that exists of us looking at all that.
Posted the video of the neon light stuff. The noble gases.
But it's irrelevant. We're not the ones putting stuff up there. There could be other types of technology that we are not privy to that they could be using. We don't know. We can't verify that. So. What does matter is we have checked the surface, and the surface isn't curving as they told us it was, and there's no way to prove that the Earth is in any motion, and we still have gas here to breathe, which would be impossible in an ever-expanding universe because all the gas would fill the available volume.
And just think logically, if the Earth was spinning at some point of these things in the air, whether they're balloons or planes or any object, drones, at some point they'd have to They'd have to break away from the spin of the Earth. The Earth would spin underneath them at some point, and that doesn't happen. So there's just no proof of spinning.
Yeah, even then, you're allowing for their assumptions that somehow the Earth could hold on to the gas and force it to spin with the Earth, because it doesn't. The gas doesn't do that. It goes in all directions above the Earth. It's called wind. It doesn't follow any rotation. There's no rotation. That's a begging the question fallacy. If the Earth were somehow holding things in with the rotation, like the gas or whatever else goes above the gas, it would also hold that as well with the rotation. If that fairy tale imaginary gas holding everything, holding gravity, makes things go to the side gravity, is real, then that would be measurable. We would be able to measure the increased acceleration to the side as we rise, and then we would be able to measure the deceleration as we fall down. But that doesn't happen. We can shoot a cannonball straight up into the air and it'll fall straight back into the barrel. That doesn't work if the Earth is rotating.
You know, guys, what?
Have you seen that trick?
What?
A cannonball shot up
Cannonball shooting up and coming back into the barrel.
No, I haven't watched that myself. I don't have a cannon. But it used to be the most popular proof back in the 1800s for flat earthers against globe believers. And it was written about in books, many books.
Can you show us any of those books?
Yeah, it's in this book, The New Alchemestum, by, what's he called again?
Can you link that for us below?
Yeah, let me find the
Yeah, if you shot up a bullet or a cannon straight up and the Earth was in fact spinning, wouldn't there naturally be like a Coriolis? So when it came down, it would have moved against the spin of the Earth. Isn't that right? Let's say if you're on the equator.
It would have deviated as it was rising, and the Earth would be moving underneath it. It would, of course, hold some of the momentum of being in motion with the Earth, but then as it's leaving the barrel and going higher and higher and higher and up in the air, the Earth would start to deviate from the ball, and then when the ball comes back down, it would still continue to deviate from the ball, and so the ball would never hit the barrel again.
The Earth is flat.
I mean, take like an incense and light it, right? And then tape it to a basketball. And then start spinning the basketball, right? So somehow the smoke from the incense is just spinning with the spin of the basketball. I don't know how that can be. So is that a bad analogy? Like if you get those volcanoes that shoot that gas plume right up into the atmos. Now, if the Earth is spinning, at some point that gas plume would start bending backwards against that spin. Not that different than a train.
They would all show this, show the rotation.
Deviation. They'd show a deviation from straight up.
Yeah, they would all deviate based on their place on the rotating globe.
And it would be measurable, and it would be confirmable and demonstratable every time. But it's not.
Yeah, we only have Coriolis effect within rotated reference frames. When you're looking at it from within that rotated reference frame, Earth isn't a rotated reference frame, so we don't see any Coriolis on things not attached to the rotated reference frame. They want us to believe that
Wait, hang on. So when do we get Coriolis then? When does Coriolis come out?
Sorry, what?
So then when do we get Coriolis?
Oh, flat earthers discovered that Coriolis effect exists, and we didn't name it anything because we just used it in our arguments against the globe earthers. And then Gaspard Gustave Coriolis came along and with his water wheels, and he said, "Oh, there's this deflection in the water wheels, and I'm going to call that Coriolis effect." So that's what happened.
Isn't it a fictitious force anyways?
What?
Isn't it a fictitious force anyways?
Isn't it a fictitious force anyways? Yeah, it's not a force. It's a Coriolis effect, and it's an effect that's only applicable to the person looking at an object and being rotated. So the object appears to move from your perspective being rotated, but it's not actually moving at all as you're looking at it. Like, it appears to curve in your vision, but it didn't actually curve. It was still just going straight. There was no effect on the ball. Just like when an idiot tries to say the Coriolis effect is causing tornadoes, he is literally claiming that the ball flying straight above the roundabout is now going in circles because of the roundabout. That is retarded. The roundabout turning underneath the ball does not make the ball go in circles. The ball is unaffected. With a tornado, you have gas going in a circle. That is not the same thing.
Okay, that makes sense.
So when you flush a toilet in Cape Town, it doesn't spin the other way? Antarctica toilet?
The way the water flushes down the toilet is dependent on how the water enters the bowl and how the bowl is shaped. Also, how if you, for instance, have a still water, then it's really dependent on how you open the plug. If you open it more on the left side or the right side, and how you twist it open, all changes the flow that you end up with.
You're telling me MacGyver lies? There's a TV show with MacGyver. He got kidnapped, and then he went to the toilet to flush it to see what if he was in the south or north of the equator. And then the flush went the opposite way. Then he knew he was kidnapped and brought to the south of the equator.
Oh, he got lucky, I guess. Good guess. He had a 50-50.
100%, Drace. You're right. I'm in the south. I'm a builder, and it's the European toilets are designed to flush the other way, and then we get all of our toilets from Asia, or Southeast Asia, and they spin the way that they should here. But it's got nothing to do with the Coriolis effect. If you let the water sit in the sink, then it won't spin down. It'll actually go straight down. So all that water spinning the opposite way is a whole load of shit.
How does my new AI work so like?
Sorry, did anyone hear me or not?
Yes.
You're barely understandable like that.
How come Clay
okay.
Why does Clay Under Seal doesn't sound anything like Clay Under Seal?
I'm sorry.
I sound normal now, I hope.
I've never met him. How was he supposed to sound?
Yeah,
Can he prove that he's him? How does he prove he's him?
Yeah, maybe
Do
this
a
is
test?
my fake voice.
That's why you actually had a fake voice. I knew it. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I'm actually a 60-year-old man pretending to be young.
I told you. See? That's what Clay Underseal sounds like. What are you hearing now?
I thought he was infiltrated by the CIA.
Yeah.
And you say you're from Germany, right?
Yeah.
I imagined like all of a sudden some stormtroopers coming in and taking over your mic and speaking like that, and then pretending like they're you, but not sounding anything like you.
Exactly.
We should have a secret letter of code that we can prove it does.
What it actually is like a new AI voice changer that makes you kind of sound like Morgan Freeman, but because I have that German accent, it really has some trouble making it sound like the real thing.
Well, listen, Clay Underseal, don't screw with your mic again, because that was annoying. I had to turn you down.
Oh, sorry, man. I won't do it again. I was just testing it.
You're really loud and muffled. It was annoying.
Godric, he wasn't messing with his mic. He was actually going through a voice changer.
There should be a rule against that in the server. Can't use voice changers.
Only Mod Justin is allowed to use the voice changer.
The guy that never talks?
Yeah, he does, usually daily, but, not that much. Depends on
like I said, I just...
Whatever. Go ahead.
I just tested this new AI method of being able to make you sound like Morgan Freeman, just the same way as you make, as you can adapt the face of other people. That's all. I was not trying to harm anyone.
Morgan Freeman is a badass voice. I prefer something like Gwyneth Paltrow or Jessica Alba myself.
Oh, okay. No, but that's also a scary thing, If through AI, how many things you can actually impersonate, It's crazy.
Yeah. You can't trust video. They have deep fakes where they put the person there and they can do anything they want.
I think rather the most advanced AI that you have right now is your current president. I mean, advanced in, as in enough to be a president.
So I saw a video where Joe Biden had these metal things coming out of his sleeve. He's some kind of robot or some shit like that.
Man, this guy is 100% some kind of whatever. I don't know what it is.
Well, he sniffs the hair of all the young girls like he's just a dirty old man. So that part is human.
I'm
not sure AI would do that.
The real Joe Biden is probably in his basement, sleeping. We have a guy in the basement, a sleepy guy.
He's been there for 5 years. Yeah, we'll just use him for president. For all of you, just pretend like he's not asleep down in the basement.
Has anyone talked to those goofballs in live stream too?
Yeah, so if the Earth was spinning, these volcanic plumes that shoot up this gas would, at some point, the gas would bend back opposite the spin of the Earth. I just haven't seen that now. They show us ISS up there. They show the Earth moving under that. So somewhere in between, that's got to happen. I don't know where that point is. Of course, ISS footage could be a green screen, so we can't confirm that.
Delicious. So what you're trying to say is the Earth's too big, spinning too slow for you to notice it. You don't notice it, therefore it's glowed, right?
It should be measurable and repeatable and demonstrable. The